Hajime-san, is it really okay to drive the four-wheeler until here? At the very least, I think we should hide it.
Nan, honestly, isn't it already too late? We have already rampaged so flashily in a week, it will spread to even remote regions. Besides, I already had a thought that such a day would eventually come. It's just earlier than what I had predicted.
There is no more need for such prudence.
Hajime answered Shia's Gestian as he shrugged his shoulders. Even though he planned to put a little effort so that it will allow them to avoid any trouble, the battle in the old town should be spread quickly, so whatever his plan was, it should be useless now. That's why it was just as Yua had said. He stopped trying to not display his artifacts as much as possible and decided to no more going about with such cautiousness.
So that's it. Well, because there will surely be actions by the church and the kingdom, it certainly is too late, huh? Though, it'll be better if we can get support from Aiko-san or Iwa-san.
Well, in the end, those are just insurances. It is at the degree where it will be good if they demonstrate a good effect. To begin with, I have resolved myself to fight anything that might show up, no matter what they are. Regardless what happens, I will just mow them down and move forward. That's why it's okay for you, Shia, to no longer act as a slave, you know? Do you want me to remove that collar? He thought the troublesome preparations made against the church and the kingdom related to Ilwa and Aiko would be something good if they would take effect in the end. Hajime didn't think much about it. As the topic quickly came to a close, he said it was okay for Shia to stop acting as a slave while poking her collar. Outstretching his hand, he implicitly said it was no longer necessary to hold back to avoid troublesome things. However, Shia, who quietly stroked and touched the collar, shook her head to refuse with somewhat blushing cheeks.
No, it is okay to stay as is. After all, it was the first thing I got from Hajime-san. Besides, it is the proof I am Hajime-san's, and I recently took a liking to it. That's why it is okay to stay as is.
Shia said such things. Her rabbit ears moved about from embarrassment. Her appearance of when she was looking down, coupled with her being shy, was truly cute. The men in the edge of Hajime's view were pressing their nose as to suppress the dripping blood. While Shia was still looking down, Hajime held her chin and made her look up. Because of his actions, Shia's face became a deeper shade of red. That followed by the ground under the men's feet also being dyed in red. Hajime took out a crystal with a beautiful hue from the treasure box and placed it on Shia's collar. To be more precise, he used transmutation on the crystal. Shia's collar was to display that she was Hajime's slave, so it was of a boorish fashion. The telepathy stone and the other stones were installed without regards to any design, as it was made in unostentatious manner. To begin with, it was made as temporary thing to not attract any trouble inside the town, so he disregarded the design. However, if Shia liked it and wanted to keep wearing it, just a little, it could be said it was too boorish. Also, compared to the time he gave her the collar, Hajime's feelings toward Shia had become gentler. That's why Hajime thought to make the collar to suit Shia. As the result, white and blue ornaments were geometrically installed on the black material, and the fragment of God's crystal was processed into a small cross that radiated blue light. Installed on the front side, which resulted in a mysterious-like collar, a choker even more fashionable than the one sold on Earth. There's already no impression left of a dog collar used to restrain. Hajime showed a satisfied expression towards his workmanship. Shia, who was entranced because of the feeling from Hajime's fingers that sometimes brushed her neck, was startled when Hajime passed a mirror to her. Following that, she readily confirmed the choker on her neck with the mirror. There was certainly a choker with mysteriously beautiful ornaments. The cross made out of God crystal was indeed beautiful and suited Shia's eyes. Shia was poking the cross with her finger, and her mouth loosened in a wide smile. Afterwards, she embraced Hajime's arm as a truly happy smile floated across her face while rubbing her forehead on his arm and continued with her thanks. Incidentally, her rabbit ears were also nestled on Hajime. While Shia on his shoulder raised an expression of happiness, Yu on his back smiled slightly and stroked Shia's rabbit ears nestled on him. Tio, who crept up once again, received a slap. Because of the pink-colored space that appeared out of nowhere, The people who returned from the impact of the unknown object and the appearances of the super beautiful girls, women began to pay attention to Hajime and his party with various feelings. The majority of the women didn't even envy Yue and the others' beauty as they let out warm sighs. On the other side, the men divided into those captivated by Yue and the others, those looking at Hajime with envy and killing intent, and those who licked their lips as they found out the commodity value on Hajime's artifacts and the girls. However, no one faced Hajime and his party directly, even now. The merchants seemed to restrain each other as they looked for a right timing to speak. Amongst them was the gaudy man from earlier. He displayed a mortified expression as he compared the two women beside him with Yue and the others and clicked his tongue. Thus he recklessly approached Hajime and his party.
Yo, ladies, if it's okay, can you...
Who do you think you are trying to touch without permission, huh?
Hi!
The gaudy man casually called out to Yue and the others while ignoring Hajime. If it was only calling them, Hajime's pressure wouldn't end up guiding him to fainting course. But, of all things, the gaudy man was trying to touch Shia's cheek. Just from one look, the gaudy man was Gait, a good-looking one. Therefore, he must have thought any women would fall for him if he touched and seduced them. However, Shia's gaze was cold, and though she thought to deal with him before he touched her, Hajime's arm grabbed the gaudy man's head ahead of her. Moreover, it was coupled with a thick killing intent. The gaudy man immediately ducked his body and leaked a miserable scream. Hajime just ignored the gaudy man's appearance and threw him off towards the highway. The gaudy man reached the ground at tremendous speed 30 meters away. With his face shaving the ground, he ended up in a pose just like Nagoya Shachihoko. And after advancing for 10 meters more with only his head, he fell and was completely unmoving. Within cloud of sand, the gaudy man laid on the earth without even twitching. The people who saw were dumbfounded because they just saw a person flew in an impossible orbit, and they turned their gazes to Hajime, who created the spectacle. The two women who attended the gaudy man were timidly looking at Hajime, who glared at the surrounding with absolute zero eyes which made them shudder, and they disappeared somewhere while screaming. The merchants who tried to restrain each other while saying, "You guys, I won't let you go ahead," from a while ago were now saying, "Please go ahead," as they mutually compromised with each other. Hajime said clearly, "Who's next?" while glaring. Because no one came forward, Hajime smiled in satisfaction, and he looked away from the surrounding people as he lost interest.
Whoa, Hajime-san was angry for me. Is this how he expresses his desire to monopolize me? Just one more step until that thing happens, right?
Shia, do your best.
You say, okay, I will work hard.
It is of no matter how much thou art is valued. Master, isn't it okay to value this one too? Please throw this one just like that man, please.
Because Hajime was angry towards the one who tried to touch her, happiness spread through Shia's whole body. Actually, Hajime just couldn't forgive him for trying to touch Shia as though she was his thing. There was no desire to monopolize her, but it was too late to correct her, though it was true that his action was because he thought Shia as someone important to him. Incidentally, because Tayo, who looked at the blown-away gaudy man with envying eyes, tried to nestle close to him, Hajime still responded with a slap. "On!" Tayo, who collapsed happily after saying with a captivating voice, was glared at by Hajime with a truly cold gaze. However, she became even happier as she, got excited. Hajime let out a deep sigh and said, "This fellow can't be helped anymore," as he gave up thinking about her condition. Hajime and his party were flirting with such feelings. Will, who was outside of this, got on and sat inside the vehicle while looking at the far distance to sort out his feelings. The line from before became noisy again. Hajime turned his gaze, and apparently there were guards coming running. They probably saw the quarrel from a while ago. Rather, they might be trying to confirm what had happened, because the gaudy man who was planted on the ground was still unmoving. The three men who rode on horses while wearing simple armor approached Hajime and his party after asking the situation from the nearby merchants. One of the merchants pointed at Hajime's party, then he pointed at the gaudy man. One of the men ordered one of his companions to go towards the gaudy man. The remaining two men approached Hajime's party, who were relaxing, flirting, on the four-wheeler's bonnet. The two men's eyes somewhat sharpened, not because of duty, but because they envied him.
Hey, you, what's with this commotion? Beside, what's that black box? Explain yourself.
Though the man spoke oppressively to Hajime, there's no force at all because he kept sneaking a look towards Yue and the girls. Hajime already expected this development as he looked at the guard and briefly answered. This is my artifact. I threw that man away because he tried to put his hand on her. Can you believe it? How can he suddenly try to hug her? Look, she is frightened by that. Mr. Guards, don't tell me you're going to ally with that sex offender. If so, we won't go to Farina ever again. How can I be treated as a criminal while you defend the offender? Right? Blah, blah. Hajime spoke in such manner about vague things, as if they were the facts. Shia stuck to Hajime simply because she wanted to be spoiled, and she didn't look frightened if one looked at her objectively. It was a tragedy. Hajime warped his expression to sincerely appeal. Will on the vehicle said, "What a smooth talker," as he stared at him but got ignored. The surrounding merchants who became the straight men said, rather than trying to embrace, he was thrown before he finished speaking. Or, far from being frightened, it's more like you're flirting, with small voices which were also ignored. However, it was needless to say what their answer was, as it was obvious which one to believe between the words of a gaudy man and the side of beautiful girls and women. That guy is the worst. They easily believed him without examining it further. Then, at that time, one of the guards inclined his head when he saw Hajime's party. Then he said, "Ah," as if he recalled something. Then he whispered to the other guard to confirm it. Unknown to what was said, the other guard said in a similar manner, "Now that you mention it," as he thoroughly examined at Hajime's party.
You? Are you Hajime, Yue, and Shia?
That's certainly so.
I see. Then, are you returning from the guild's branch head's request?
Though it is so, did a notification come from by the branch head? The guard nodded in consent towards Hajime's expectations. The guard immediately told them to pass the gate without waiting for their turn. They moved using four-wheeler and followed by the guards. The people in the lines were curious about what happened as they narrowed their eyes to watch them move, and Hajime's party once again set their feet in Furen. Hajime's party were currently inside the reception room of the Adventurer Guild. They were served with high-grade teas along with the cakes, and they unreservedly drank it while they waited for 5 minutes. The one who kicked the door open and jumped inside was Ilwa Chang, who requested Hajime's party to rescue Will.
Will, are you safe? Do you have any injury?
Casting aside his calm atmosphere from the past meeting, he didn't even greet them as Ilua was confirming Will's safety when he saw him. It might be because he was very worried about him.
Ilwa-san, I am sorry. It was because I said something unreasonable that you were troubled.
What are you saying? It was me who introduced you to a dangerous commission. You really are safe. I can't face Grail and Saria if something happened to Will. They are also quite worried about you. It'll be better if you quickly show your face to relieve them. I have reported to them about your safety. That information came to Furen several days ago.
Father and Mama are, I understand. I will immediately go to meet them.
Ilwa told Will where his parents stayed and nodded, telling him to go. Will once again expressed his gratitude to Ilwa as he bowed. Then he formally greeted Hajime's party before he, as promised, went outside the room. For Hajime, he was glad it went well, but he seemed dissatisfied because he didn't make proper thanks. After Will went outside, Ilwa formally looked at Hajime. Ilwa was smiling with a calm expression. Then he deeply bowed to Hajime.
Hajime-kun, thank you very much for this. I never thought you'd really bring Will back alive. I can't express my gratitude with words.
Well, Will survived because he has good luck.
Fufu? Is that so? There is certainly that. But isn't it the truth that you protected him from tens of thousands of demonic beasts? Goddess's sword, Sama?
While he smiled radiantly, Ilwa called Hajime with his nickname from the previous battle against the large crowd of demonic beasts. Hajime's cheeks cramped. Apparently the guild's branch head owned the method to transmit the information faster than Hajime's movement. Bad information spread quite fast, huh?
It is because of the guild executives. There's also the artifact for long distance report, and I also have my subordinate to follow you. Though I said that, he seemed to have been always left behind to wander around because of those unexpected movement type artifacts. It was the first time I heard him complaining. After all, he held the greatest ability to gather information.
Ilwa said as he smiled wryly. It seemed he hired an observer since the beginning. It was a natural measure as a guild's branch head, so Hajime wasn't angry. Rather, he sympathized with the branch head's direct subordinate when he thought of him always rushing around because of him.
Even so, the situation was truly a serious one. I never thought the accident in the northern mountain ranges area to be a sign for such great disaster. It was truly a good thing I asked you for that request. I'm also interested in the power that could annihilate tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Can you let me hear it? Just what on earth had happened?
Ah, I don't mind. But before that, I ask you for Yue and Shia's status plates? And about Tio.
Me. If those two get one, then please this one too.
Is what she said.
Certainly. And the credibility will increase if I can see what's in the plate. Okay.
After saying so, Ilwa called the staff and 3 brand new status plates were brought in. As the result, Yue and the girls' statuses were revealed. Though their statuses didn't reach Hajime, theirs were at the level where not even a few of the summoned cheat group could become. It was at the level that couldn't even be reached by the hero when he uses Limit Break. As expected, Ilwa was speechless as he became slack-jawed. It couldn't be helped. Yu and Tio owned the skills such as blood conversion and dragon form, which were peculiar skill for the races assumed to have been perished, and their statuses were too abnormal. Shia also completely ignored her tribe's common sense. It was strange to not be surprised by them.
I had thought there must be something, but something like these are...
Drenched in cold sweat, Ilwa's usual smile cramped when he saw the statuses, and Hajime uncaringly said in agreement. He listened to it normally. Even if the silly content seemed to be fixed through their lives, he could not help believing it, because the numerical values and skills he just seen were proven by the status plates. When Ilwa finished hearing all of his stories, he sat deeply on the sofa with a weary look that made him seem like he suddenly aged for at least 10 years.
Indeed, you were able to catch Catherine Sensei's attention. Though I had expected it, Hajime-kun alone was someone from different world. The actual things are far more oblique, huh?
Then, Branchhead-san, what will you do? Are you going to hand us over to the church as dangerous elements? Ilwa corrected his seating as he looked at Hajime as if criticizing his gestion.
That joke is too cruel. You think I can do that? To become your entity is an impossible choice as an executive of the guild. Also, I don't want you to take lightly of me. You are my benefactors. It is not something I can forget for the rest of my life.
I see. Then that's good. Hajime shrugged his shoulders and used his gaze to express his sorry and gratitude.
I have even thought at the very least to become your support just as promised, as guild executive and as my own self. Well, at least I will show you that now. For now, I don't think the people from above will do anything to you as their discussion became complicated. At least I will make all of you gold rank adventurers to make it easier to support you. Normally, there would be various troublesome procedures to become gold. I will somehow do it later. After all, there are Catherine Sensei and my recommendation along with your famous goddess's sword.
Il was shown a lavish hospitality as he prepared a letter with his family crest so they could use the VIP room of the inn directly operated by the guild while they were in Frenrin. If anything, though, there was his gratitude for the recent event. He seemed to also want to create a friendly relationship with Hajime's party. He spoke of everything in seriousness without having any reason to hide anything. Afterwards, when they separated from Ilwa, Hajime's party went to relax in the VIP room at the hotel directly managed by the guild in Furain's Central Ward. On their way, they met Will's parents, Count Grael Greta and Saria Greta, who came to greet them accompanied by Will. They were different from the nobles he had saw in the royal palace, since they seemed to be fairly logical people. He was convinced that Will's goodness came from his parents. Count Grael wanted to thank them by inviting them to his house by giving them money and goods, but he left with a message saying he'd help them if they were in trouble, because Hajime firmly refused the rewards. A wide living room. There were 4 other rooms beside the room, and all of them were equipped with canopied beds overseeing the sightseeing ward from the terrace. Hajime was ying down on the super big sofa in the living room as he sighed in relaxation. Yue lifted Hajime's head, and rested it on her lap as usual. Shia was sitting at his feet, while Tio was looking around the room in curiosity. Let's rest for today. We will do things such as shopping and buying the food tomorrow. Hajime narrowed his eyes as he felt pleasant from Yue's hand that was brushing his hair, and he said the schedule for tomorrow. Shia was waiting for it. She timidly shook Hajime's reclining body.
That's Hajime-san. The promise.
I remember. Shall I take you to the sightseeing ward? As the reward for Shia's hard work, Hajime promised to go on a date with her for a day. Shia was looking at Hajime with expectant eyes. Hajime was hesitating because it was necessary to procure the food, but Yue concluded his hesitation. Her soft hands were placed on Hajime's cheeks, and she narrowed her eyes gently.
Tio and I will be the one shopping, so go with Shia, okay?
Is it okay?
In exchange.
In exchange? Yue looked at Hajime and her best friend Shia, who was truly expecting the promise with a gentle gaze as she exuded a big sister-like atmosphere, and she urged Hajime. Hajime tried to confirm the continuation of her words with a somewhat complex look, and Yue's gentle expression changed into bewitching one as she licked her lip. She followed it by drawing her face closer to Hajime's ear and...
I want you to love me a lot tonight.
Hajime covered his face with his hand and said, Nen, a Yue-like answer. That's all they needed. Though he was confident of being able to win against the Guardian in the depth of the dungeon, perhaps for his whole life he wouldn't be able to defeat Yue, or so Hajime thought.
Before I noticed, they naturally began to make the world of their own. Not surprising from Ye-san.
Even so, this one feel the undiscouraged Shia is considerably strong. Well, this one has no problem, because this one is satisfied as long as Master bullies this one, Shia has got the obstacle.
While Shia directed as expected of Master, gaze towards Yue with respectful eyes, and Tio sent an interested gaze toward Shia and Yue's relationship where no envy could be felt. Afterwards, when Hajime managed to regain his senses that flew outside because of Yue's surprise attack, the four of them chatted, and the day grew into the night. Midnight that day, as the moon approached the zenith, two shadows stealthily moved to the terrace in the top floor of the inn directly managed by Adventurer Guild. The two, dressed in black just like assassins, slowly killed their presences as they approached a certain room's window, and they silently looked inside. The things inside that room were...
Please look at that, Tio-san. That intense, Yue-san will break, you know.
Ooh. Master is SM0 intense. Ha. However, Shia, Yui's expression is certainly bad. Even though this one is also a woman, this one can feel something strange.
It is definitely an enchanting expression that cannot be resisted. She looks so happy. I'm so jealous.
Though this one is satisfied as long as Master bully this one, that kind of thing isn't bad too.
After this, Hajime, who noticed their presences, needless to say, gave the two peeping Toms a harsh punishment.
Fun! What a fine weather. It's a splendid weather for a date.
In Fruren's main street, the rabbit-eared girl, Shia, was cheerfully walking while skipping. Her clothing was different from her usual durable, adventurer-style clothes. It was a lovely milk-white one-piece dress. With narrowed collar, there was a big opening in the cleavage, and Shia's rich breasts were boing, boing, swaying as she walked. A slender black belt was attached on her waist. Her rich hip line and the indescribably enchanting curve were clearly displayed. Slender, tight, and beautiful legs were extended from the skirt 15 centimeters above her knees, and the gazes of men were gathered on the pair of bouncing hills. But the most attractive thing about her was her atmosphere and her smile. With blushing cheeks, I am happy, so it cannot be helped, was overflowing from her without any effort to conceal it. About her being a demi-human or how she wore a slave's collar-like thing could be said as something trivial as the surrounding people fell for her, There were also elderlies who smiled as if they saw something pleasant. Behind the ecstatic Shia was Hajime, who walked on with a wry smile. Maybe because she was so elated, Shia repeatedly walked a little ahead and then turned around with a smile as she waited for Hajime to catch up. Just like the surrounding people, Hajime inadvertently smiled. Your spirit is too high, Shia. You will fall down if you don't look in front, you know?
Fu, I won't make such blunder. After all, I have been trained by Yue-sa.
Because of Hajime's warning, Shia turned around again as she replied to him. She almost fell down. Hajime promptly held her waist to support her. Though there wouldn't be any problem considering Shia's physical strength, she wore a short skirt today. He would not let the men who pant as they looked at Shia to become lucky perverts.
I am sorry.
See, now that you understand, walk right beside me. As she shrunk her body because of the embarrassment from being held by the waist, Shia demurely tugged Hajime's sleeve, and this time she began to walk in slower pace next to him. Because of how lovely she looked with blushing cheeks, most of the surrounding men seemed to have been knocked out. Some of them were because of the fists from the lovers by their side. Hajime and Shia kept collecting the surrounding gazes, and they finally entered the sightseeing ward. There were various facilities inside the sightseeing ward. For example, were theaters and street performers' avenue, circus, music halls, aquarium, arena, game studio, observatory, colorful flower garden along with huge maze of flowers, and even beautiful buildings along with the plazas.
Hajime-san! Hajime-san! Let's go to Merstadt first. I have never seen a marine creature before.
With a guidebook in hand, Shia's rabbit ears moved as though to express, "Let's go! Let's go!" She seemed to have never seen any marine creature because she lived in Haltena Sea of Trees, so she wanted to go to Merstadt, a famous aquarium in Furen's sightseeing ward. Incidentally, she was used to seeing freshwater fishes because there were lakes and rivers in the Sea of Trees. However, she felt they weren't the same even though the marine creatures were shaped similar to those fishes. Though Hajime thought them as only fish, he didn't say anything since he read the mood. Hajime was going to be nice to Shia today. For marine creatures to be inland, that's the point. Though the management, maintenance, and transportation must be troublesome. Though Hajime wasn't interested at all, he didn't reject it since he didn't have any reason to refuse her. Furthermore, Shia was happily smiling as she pulled Hajime's hand. On the way in Street Performers Avenue, their eyes were caught by people who did acrobatic as they challenged the human's limit. When they finally reached the big facility of Merstadt, maybe as to represent the sea, the whole building was painted in blue and there were crowds of people in there. The interior was extremely similar to the aquarium in the Earth. However, maybe because they didn't have the technology to make transparent water tanks that could endure the water pressure like the ones on Earth, bulky glass tiles were buried in the fence made of crystal-like metal and it only somewhat visible. However, Shia didn't mind it. Her eyes sparkled from seeing the marine creatures for the first time, and she spoke to Hajime while pointing her finger. Right next to them was a little girl with her family who also pointing with sparkling eyes. Unexpectedly, his gaze met the father-like person's gaze, and because Hajime noticed, he looked at him with warm gaze. Hajime, who felt awkward, took Shia's hand and moved elsewhere. Shia was surprised by Hajime's action, but she was happy he took her hand, and needless to say, she returned his grasp while blushing. After this and that, they enjoyed the aquarium for 1 hour when Shia suddenly became wide-eyed when she looked at a certain water tank again and began to stare at it. Inside was a seaman. It was human-faced fish very similar to the one from the game Hajime knew.
Why is he here?
Shia backed away and trembled. Maybe because the seaman noticed Shia, it turned to watch her with the same lazy expression from inside the water tank, the tension raised for some unknown reason. Because of two people, Hajime looked at the explanation placed beside the water tank. According to it, this seaman was an aquatic demonic beast, and it capable of using peculiar magic called telepathy. It seemed to be able to speak fluently, though it rarely spoke, and he confirmed from the description that it was famous as a demonic beast one could converse with. However, even if it was possible to talk to, it would only answer with an unmotivated voice as though the talk was very troublesome for it. Also, caution was necessary because the person it spoke to would become depressed as a side effect. It like alcohol and becomes talkative as it drinks. However, it wouldn't be called a conversation as a person would one-sidedly continue to preach to the conversation partner. Incidentally, it was named Lehman. Since Hajime didn't know whether Shia was simply staring or if she was having an argument with it, however, when sweat lines started to appear on her face and she didn't reply to him, or when he talked to it in the normal way, he used telepathy instead. Can you really use telepathy? Can you really converse? Can you understand my words? Because of the sudden telepathy, Lehman's eyes twitched for a moment in response. It followed by shifting its gaze from Shia to slowly looking at Hajime. Shia, whose expression expressed, "Somehow I won," was ignored.
This should be our first meeting. First introduce yourself. That is how you show your manner. Good grief. This is why the young people these days.
He was taught about manners by the fish with the face of an old man. He regretted his mistake. With cramped cheeks, Hajime tried to talk again. My bad. I am Hajime. Looks like you really can converse. Just what is Lehman?
You know, just what is human? How can you answer that? That's why, how would I know the answer? Well, I only can say I am me. No more, no less. Also, call me by my name, or whatever you like.
Hajime had thought, just how does it think? But somehow it spoke about common sense. Moreover, it was rather cool. That was completely unexpected. Wasn't it written that it was unmotivated? He wanted to complain to the aquarium's staff. Hajime was slightly looking at the distance in escapism, but this time a question came from the Lehman.
I also want to ask one thing. Why can you use telepathy? There's no sign of the use of humans' magic. It was as if you are the same as me.
It was nothing but a natural question. After all, a human was using the peculiar magic, telepathy. It was curious as to why he was able to casually use just like it. It might be the cause of why the rarely talkative Lehman was responding to Hajime's conversation. Hajime explained he was able to use it by eating the demonic beast that was capable of using telepathy.
That's a lot of hardships for someone so young. Okay, ask me anything you want. This old man will answer anything in my knowledge.
He was sympathized. Apparently it thought he was so poor that there was no choice other than eating the demonic beast. When it saw his current appearance and he was wearing good clothing, it said as it sniffled, "Looks like you've worked so hard. Good boy. It make me want to cry." Hajime didn't correct it because it was the true. He had some hard times. However, for him to be sympathized by a fish, it was somewhat depressing. He somehow managed to set it aside and asked Lehman various things. For examples, does a demonic beast have a clear will? How are the demonic beasts born? Are there any other demonic beasts people can communicate with? Lehman answered that most demonic beasts didn't have clear will. It didn't know any other demonic beasts that could understand human language other than its species. Moreover, it didn't know how the demonic beasts were born. Moderate amount of time had passed as he asked a lot of things, and they began to gather attention because it was a surreal spectacle for the onlookers to see a young man and painted with a face of an old man staring at each other. Shia, who began to feel restless, was tugging Hajime's sleeve, so Hajime rounded up the conversation. Even though his conversation with Lehman was somewhat interesting, today was decided for him to go out and spend it with Shia. He would not neglect his promise. Lehman also said, "Oops, looks like I have obstructed your date," as it rounded up the conversation by reading the mood. By the way, they got along so well that they called each other with Lei-san and Ha-boy. Hajime could see the nobleness inside the layman. In the end, Hajime asked why Lehman was in such a place. The answer was,
Nan, just as I said before, I was traveling freely, but the underground water which I was swimming through suddenly sprouted outside and I was thrown away. Before I knew, I was in a grassy place beside a spring. Though I won't die even without water, I cannot move without it. When I tried to ask for help using telepathy, well, I was brought here.
Immediately, a line of sweat flowed from Hajime's forehead. It was obviously the time when they got out from the great dungeon of Raisen. Apparently, Lehman was involved, and was launched together with them at that spring. Though the real culprit was the idiot milady, there was no change that they got it involved. Hajime, cleared his throat, then asked the Lehman. Lei-san, that is, what can I say? Do you want to get out of here?
That's of course. For I am more suited for traveling freely. It is the best for a living thing to live the natural way. Rather than inside such a cage, I prefer to die in the ocean.
Lehman used a lot of connotations in those words. Therefore, Hajime, who liked the Lehman, decided to help it because he was also at fault. Lei-san, if so, I will bring you to a nearby river. Apparently, your situation was caused by my party. Since I will bring you out in few minutes, please believe in me and I will quietly transport you.
Pah, pah, though you are young, to have such way of thinking. I don't know what will you do, but no one should be able to match your power. I will believe in Haboy and wait.
Hajime and Lehman exchanged manly smiles, as if understanding that their expressions. Shia's cheeks cramped as she said, "Huh? Don't tell me another rival." Hajime pulled Shia's hand as he turned on his heel from the place. Although the reason was unknown, the Lehman used telepathy to Shia, who followed Hajime.
Little miss, I am sorry to surprise you back then. Don't let go of the hand tied to Haboy's.
Well, there is no need to worry about that. I have my first kiss with Hajime-san thanks to that. Also, I definitely won't let it go.
Though she didn't understand, Shia firmly answered. Lehman displayed a satisfied smile as it looked at Shia. How meddlesome. Hajime prayed for his new friend's good luck from now on as he left the Meerstadt Aquarium with a wry smile. After a few minutes, a claw crane broke through into the lower part of the aquarium. It crushed Lehman's water tank, used the arm to catch the Lehman that came out along the water splendidly, defeated the staff members who were after them. There were no injury. Furthermore, it destroyed a wall to get out and disappeared far into the sky. These kinds of things happened. There were commotions about whether it was a new kind of demonic beast or the Lehman's hidden ability, but that was something trivial. At that time, on the other side, Yue and Tio were shopping inside the commercial ward. Even so, because there were already a large amount of necessary thing inside Hajime's treasure box, they could only replenish a small amount of the things they consume in their travel. Therefore, rather than shopping for food, the two were just indifferently wandering around the various shops in the commercial ward.
Even so, Yue, art thou really okay about that?
About Shia?
It is possible that various things had progressed right now, thou know. Have thou thought of that?
Tio was questioning Yue, who was judging the things exhibited in the boutique. Her tone was filled with some curiosity. Is it okay to be this calm? Isn't it possible she passed thou? Tio was interested in the mysterious relationship of the three, because they would be traveling companions from now on. She wanted to converse without reserve for once. On the other hand, Yue was shaken. She simply shrugged her shoulders and looked at Tio. There was no sense of crisis at all.
I am happy if it happens.
Happy, though the man thou love becomes intimate with another woman.
It is not another woman, it's Shia.
When Tio inclined her head, Yue continued to talk as she walked around the shop.
In the beginning, when she tried to get close to Hajime, I was annoyed because she clearly had another intent. However, I understand now.
Understand?
That girl always did her best, always used her utmost effort, all for the sake of her important things and the things she loves. She is straightforward for the better or worse.
This one understands just by seeing her. Is that why thou have such a bond?
Tio smiled when Shia, someone she was associated with only for a short time, floated in her head. She naturally smiled as she thought of the moodmaker girl, whose smile didn't disappear even with the hardship she has experienced for being a demi-human. Moreover, although there were a lot of disappointing things about her because she was still young, Tio liked Xia. However, she thought it was a weak reason to allow her to go on a date with Ye's lover. In the end, she wanted to confirm another reason than Ye just liking Xia.
The other is.
Other. What doest thou mean by other?
Because of Tio's questioning face, Ye began to smile as she answered.
Xia also likes me, at least as much as Hajime. They are the same even though they have different meaning. Isn't that cute?
Indeed, Master and Yue, ye both are necessary for that child. There are only few people who could be fond of the one who treated them unkindly. That might be her virtue. This one thought this one understood what Yue thinks of Xia. But what about Master? Have thou thought Master might be captivated by her? Don't thou understand that child's charm?
Yu shrugged her shoulders as if those things were ridiculous, and this time she displayed a bewitching smile. Eyes narrowed, cheeks blushed, she licked her lips. Her seductiveness overflowed from her body, though she was small just like a little girl. Men and women who were walking around them stopped to look at her. In the following moments, accidents appeared here and there. Pedestrians collided, because they walked while their eyes were still nailed on Yua. Overflowing sensuality came from Tio's voluptuous body, but beside her was blurred. Tio recalled the time when she peeked at Yue last night, and she became charmed by her.
I want to increase Hajime's important ones. However, only I am special. If you think you can take him, then try it. No matter the time, the place, or who it is, I will be the winner.
Can you do it? Yue implied the declaration with a smile, and Tio backed away from the force she felt coming from the gap of Yue's usual expressionlessness. Because she backed away unconsciously, Tio revealed a surprised expression, and she raised both hands to show she gave up with a bitter smile.
Well, this one never thinks of starting a fight. This one feel it is enough as long as Master abuse this one.
A pervert.
Yu looked at Tio with an amazed expression, while the person in Gestine only laughed cheerfully. Thus, Yu, who had guessed Tio was trying to find a way to relate with them when she purposely began such talk, could only sigh because the Ryujin race she longed for turned out to be a pervert. However, she smiled wryly as they seemed to be able to get along. As such, the distance between Yua and Tio slightly shortened as they went out of the Batugi, and
Gua. Ah.
the wall of a nearby building was immediately destroyed, and the screams of two men could be heard from there as they appeared with their faces planted on the ground. In addition, several men were also blown away from the window of the same building just like pinballs as they screamed. Sounds of destruction resounded from inside the building, and with that, the wall cracked and collapsed as though the building received a severe earthquake, with several tens of men convulsing with their limbs bent in strange directions as they lined up on the street. The building that could no longer endure the damage finally collapsed with a tremendous roar. Among the onlooker who had scattered in a distance, Yue and Tio perceived familiar voices and presences. Thus, they stayed in their places, and they looked inside the scattered dust with amazed expressions.
Ah, these are the two's presences, as expected.
Huh? Are those Yue-san and Tio-san? Why are you here?
That's our line. You are overdoing it for a date.
Seriously? Well? Oh, Master, just what kind of trouble hath art thou gotten involved in this time?
Just as Yue and Tio perceived, what appeared from the scattered dust were Hajime and Xia. The two should be on a date now, but they approached Yue and Tio with familiar weapons on their arms. She was wearing adorable clothing, so the appearance of Xia, who shouldered a brutal weapon, was truly a surreal one.
Even I never thought it will turn into such a date. It's just that the development, we destroyed a facility related to an organization that trades people.
What kind of development resulted in fighting an underground organization?
Yua displayed an amazed expression as Xia let out a dry laugh. Tio was looking at Hajime, asking for an explanation. Well, we are rather short-handed for now, so can you help me after I explain the situation? As he put Donner into the holster, Hajime threw away the men who tumbled on the ground like pebbles as they obstructed his way. While looking at the piled-up men with a leer, Hajime began to explain the situation to Yue and Tio. After they left the Mirstadt Aguarium and ate their lunches, Hajime and Shia strolled around the maze of flower beds and street performers' avenue. In Shia's arm, there were many wrappers of food item bought from various stalls, and she was currently occupied with the vanilla-like ice cream. You ate a lot. Were they that good?
Nom, yes! They are really delicious! As expected of Furin, even the level of their food stalls are high.
You'll grow fat if you eat too much.
Hajime-san, those are words that shouldn't be said to a woman.
Because of Hajime's words, the hand she was using to eat stopped for a moment as she made excuses under her breath. I will exercise later. I will also eat less tomorrow. And Shia continued to enjoy the sweets from the stalls. While Hajime walked beside Shia with a wry smile, his expression changed suddenly to a dubious one. He turned around and looked down.
Nom? Is something wrong, Hajime-san?
Nah, the sign perception perceived a worrying presence.
Did you use the sign perception? Maybe
I always activate it as precaution.
you, But are you that worried? And even if you say a presence, there are a lot of people around, you know?
No, that's not what I mean. What I perceived was from below.
Below? You mean the drainage? Wouldn't it be the maintenance staff?
If so, then I wouldn't be worried about it. It's a small and weak presence. Maybe it's a child? Moreover, a weakened one.
That's bad! It is possible the child fell into a hole and drowned. Hajime-san, let's chase after it! Show me the way!
The moment Shia heard Hajime's explanation, she immediately ran. Although Aiko's words about his lonely way of life had been etched in his heart, but the truth was that Shia moved faster than him, which made him smile wryly. Shia's brightness and straightforwardness seems to have been a good influence on Hajime. Shia and Hajime chased after the moving presence underground with a moderate speed. From the town's structure, they expected the drainage to flow along the street. When they immediately passed by the presence, he pressed his hand on the ground to transmute it. Red sparks kindled, and a hole connected to the underground immediately opened. Hajime and Shia unhesitatingly jumped into the hole. He then used aerodynamic, held on to Shia right before they fell into the drainage that released the bad smell, and they landed on the passage on both sides of the waterways.
Hajime-san, I can also feel the presence. I will jump and pull it out.
No, it is okay. Hajime stopped Shia, who tried to jump without minding that her clothing would be dirtied, by holding her neck root. He then once again pressed his hand on the ground and used transmutation. A lattice was created along with red sparks in the waterway. Because the lattice was set diagonally up, the child being swept away moved towards them and stopped when caught by the lattice. Hajime operated the gimmick in his left arm. His arm extended to catch the child, and he pulled it to the passage.
This child...
Well, this child is still breathing. Let's get out of here for now. The smell is very bad here. Seeing child they saved, Shia widened her eyes in surprise. Hajime also had knowledge of the child's appearance, so he was surprised in his mind. However, their current location wasn't good physically and mentally, so they moved to another location. Somehow, since it didn't seem to be an accident where a child fell into the waterways and drowned, Hajime, who was hesitating to return to the street from the hole he created earlier, used transmutation close to the hole and opened another hole in the drainage passage after recalling the arrangement of the buildings on the surface. Thus, while holding the small child wrapped in a blanket he took out from the treasure box, they began to move. Red sparks suddenly appeared in a certain back alley, and a hole opened on the ground. The ones who jumped out from there were Shia and Hajime carrying a small child with him. Hajime used transmutation to close the hole, and he shifted his gaze back towards the child he was holding. From the child's stature, he or she should be around 3 or 4 years old, with long emerald green hair, and though the child was dirty, it didn't change her lovely features. The child should be a girl. However, the most eye-catching thing were her ears. Unlike humans, her ears were fan-like fins. In addition, what peeked out from inside the blanket were maple-like small hand and a folded thin film attached in between her fingers.
Looks like this child came from Sea Dweller tribe. Just why is she in such a place?
Well, I am certain it wasn't for a good reason. The Sea Dweller tribe was a tribe with considerably special position even among the demi-human races. They lived in seaside town of Elizin, located offshore of the sea, right beside Great Desert Guryuan, in the west of the continent. Using their special characteristic, the tribe caught 80% of the marine products that appeared in the market in this continent. It was the reason why they were publicly protected by Herlicht Kingdom, even though they are demi-human race. In the end, it was all about the money, since they were protected because they could be used even while the discrimination continued. That was why it was unbelievable for a person of the Sea Dwellers tribe, who were being protected, to be washed away in the drainage of an inland's big city, even more so when it was a child. The smell of crime was intense. As they were thinking of the girl from the Sea Dwellers tribe, her nose twitched, her eyes opened and blinked. Then, the big circle pupils began to stare at Hajime. Hajime, whose gaze somehow met hers, didn't look away and stared back. With the unknown tension floating around, Shia, who seemed to know something, approached her with an amazed expression. Suddenly, the stomach of the girl from the Sea Dwellers tribe let out a cute growling sound. With her nose twitching again, she moved her gaze from Hajime and her eyes locked on the wrappers Shia bought from the stalls. These? Shia thought as she tilted her head and moved the wrappings with skewered meats inside from right to left. Just like Magnet, the Jeer's gaze followed. Apparently, she was gite hungry. Shia tried to take out the skewered meats from the wrapping while Hajime began talking to the girl while transmuting. "Okay, what's your name?" The girl, whose eyes were captivated by the skewered meats Shia was holding, was surprised and ducked her body when bright sparks suddenly appeared from the ground, followed by a floating square box. Hajime asked her name once more, and after her gaze wandered around for a while, she said her name in small whisper.
Meow.
"I see. I am Hajime, and this is Shia. Then, Mew, if you want to eat the skewered meat, first wash off the dirt from your body." Hajime took out clean water he saved inside the treasure box and filled the bathtub he just transmuted. In addition, he adjusted the water temperature using a flame oar, and the improvised bath was completed. It is very dangerous to eat a meal with a body dirtied by drainage. Because she seemed to have drank the drainage water, it was necessary to take detoxifying and bactericidal medicines, marketed commodities. Not long afterwards, Miyu responded by taking off the blanket along with her clothes dirtied by the drainage and entered the bathtub. Eck! Though her body was cringed as though she was frightened, she then narrowed her eyes when her body gradually got warmed up. Hajime handed the medicines and towel to Shia, passed the soap to Mew, and he went out to the back alley to buy Mew some clothing. When Hajime returned from the back alley after purchasing Mew's clothing, Mew had already gotten out of the bathtub and was currently being held by Shia, wrapped in a new blanket. While Shia was holding on to Mew, she said, "Ah!" as she peeled off pieces of meat and fed it to Mew's small mouth, chewing to the utmost. Her dirtied hair regained its emerald green shine, and the reflected light created a halo around her head.
Ah, Hajime-san. Welcome back. Although it's amateur judgment, there's no problem with Miyu-chan.
When Shia noticed Hajime's return, she reported while continuously stroking Mew's moist hair. Maybe because she also noticed Hajime's presence, she began to stare at him again while still chewing. She might be judging whether he was a good or bad person. Hajime responded to Shia's words by nodding and took out the clothes he bought. It was a milk-white feminine one-piece dress, one that looked similar to the one Shia was wearing. In addition, there was a gladiator's sandal-like footwear and underwear. Because the items were for children, he was worried about the shop clerk's eyes when he bought them. Hajime walked towards Mew, took off the blanket, and put on the one-piece dress over her head, quickly followed by the underwear. He knelt before Mew and put the sandals on each foot. In addition, he took out an artifact that lets out warm air, in other words, a blow dryer, from the treasure box and dried Miu's moist hair. Miu stood completely still, but although she continued to stare at Hajime, she gradually narrowed her eyes when pleasant warm air blew.
What can I say? Looks like Hajime-san is good at taking care of others.
What are you saying out of the blue? Although Hajime frowned at Shia's words while he was still drying Miu's hair, his appearance was the evidence he was good at taking care of others, so Shia's cheeks loosened with a smile. Hajime somehow felt embarrassed and averted the topic. Well, about what to do?
About what we should do with Miu-chan, right?
Because she understood the two were talking about her. Miu alternately looked up between Shia and Hajime. For now, Hajime and Shia decided to hear Miu's situation. As a result, the content Miu spoke of with her faltering voice was almost exactly what Hajime had expected. On a certain day, she got lost while she was swimming with her mother in a nearby coastline, and while she was wandering around, she was suddenly captured by a man from the human race. After many harsh days had passed, she was transported guided distance to Fjorden and was then put in a dim, prison-like place. Inside the place, there were a lot of children of the human race. After she spent who knows how many days inside, several children who were with her were taken out on a daily basis but never returned. A slightly older boy said they were going to be displayed to guests and priced. When it was finally Miu's turn, there was by chance a drainage maintenance that day, so the hole leading to the underground waterway was open. Miu, who heard the nostalgic sound of the water, immediately jumped inside. Usually, there was nothing a 3- or 4-year-old could do because the hurdle was too high, but fortunately she wasn't handcuffed. Miu swam with all her might while enduring the unpleasantness of the filthy sewage. Though she was young, she was a child of the Sea Dwellers tribe. The men could do nothing but run on the passageway to try and catch her, but failed to do so while she rode the current. However, because she wasn't accustomed to long travels, coupled by the stress of getting kidnapped, the unpalatable food, and the bad environment where she was soaked inside the drainage for a long time, Miu finally lost her consciousness when she reached both her physical and mental limits. Her consciousness faintly returned, thanks to being wrapped in a warm back, and she noticed she was being held by Hajime. The guests set the price. An auction, huh? For children ranging from the human race and Sea Dwellers tribe to be there, it should be an underground auction.
Hajime-san, what should we do?
Shia, who looked distressed, embraced Miu closely. Her eyes were clearing, expressing she wanted to do something about it. It was normal for the demi-human race to be captured and turned into slaves. Shia, who was deprived of her family because of it, understood the fear and pain. However, Hajime shook his head. It should be better to entrust her to the security office.
You're going to abandon this child and the other children.
When Shia heard Hajime's words, she gritted her teeth. She closely embraced Miu as she received the shock and looked at Hajime. What Hajime meant as security office was an organization similar to the police force on Earth. By entrusting her to the government-like facility, Miu could be separated from them. Although it wasn't an abandonment but a regular procedure of finding lost children, Shia didn't think so. Hajime tried to explain it to Shia in an easy-to-understand manner. You know, Shia, it is the natural thing to send the lost children you find to the security office. Even more so when Miu is a child of the Sea Dweller tribe. She will surely be protected by them. In addition, to auction someone from Sea Dweller tribe is a great problem. They will investigate it, and the other children will be saved. Isn't that enough? Though I'm just guessing, this is probably the dark side of this big city. When Miu was caught, she would surely place in a location where the public officials couldn't get their hands there. In other words, this is Furin's problem. That's why, isn't it necessary to report it? Considering your circumstance, I understand your feelings of wanting to do something, but...
That is true. But at the very least, can we be the one who take this child? After all, we are going to the sea in the west.
Ha! Listen, we are going to the great volcano first. Don't tell me, are you going to take her along to the dungeon? Or are you going to tell her to wait in the desert alone? In the first place, we will be considered as the kidnapper's comrade if we take the kidnapped child of Sea Dweller tribe without permission. So, don't say anything unreasonable like this.
I understand.
Apparently, in just a short time, Shia had come to adore Miu Yu. Maybe because she read the mood regarding her situation, Miu Yu clung on to Shia tightly. Miu Yu seemed to like Shia as well, and felt the need to resist parting from her. However, what Hajime had suggested was the right thing, so Shia could only nod and droop her shoulders. Hajime bowed to match Miu's gaze, and began to explain in a way Miu could understand him. Listen, Miu, we are going to bring you to people who will protect you. Though it might take time, you will surely be returned to the sea in the west.
What about Oniya-chan and Winnie-chan?
I am sorry, but it will be a goodbye.
No.
Wait, it shouldn't be.
No. Miu is okay with Oni-chan and Winnie-chan. Miu want to be together.
Hajime flinched because of the strong rejection. Miu began to flail around on Shia's lap, just like a spoiled child. Until now, they thought of her as a Gaia child, but that apparently was because she was still trying to ascertain Hajime's and Shia's character. Maybe because she judged them to be people she could trust, she acted spoiled. However, she might still be an originally Gaia and a bright child. Hajime didn't feel bad to be trusted by her, but it was necessary to report the situation to the official, and they could not take Miu along, as they were going to conquer one of the great dungeons, Great Volcano, on their way. Even so, Miu Yu rejected with all her might, so he gave up on persuading her and just took her in his arms to bring her to the security office. Because Miu didn't want to separate from the people she met miraculously and could actually trust, she strongly pulled Hajime's hair, eye patch, and scratched his cheeks on the way to the security office as a form of resistance. If not for Shia's smiling courtesy beside him, Hajime would have likely been reported as a kidnapper. With his hair in a mess, one eye shut because his eye patch was removed, and the scratches on his cheeks, Hajime arrived at the security office and explained the circumstances to the pop-eyed security personnel. The expression of the security member who heard the circumstances steepened and promised to protect Miu inside the security office, together with the investigation and procedure to bring Miu back to her home. Just as Hajime had expected, it was a big problem, and he wanted to excuse himself since the reinforcement should arrive immediately from their headquarters. However,
Does Oniya-chan hate Mayu?
said by the little girl with moistened eyes together with an upward gaze, no sane person would be able to endure it, including Hajime. Oh, he groaned. Although he perseveringly explained she would be able to return home if she was with the security uncle, Miu's sorrowful expression didn't let up in the slightest. The security member couldn't endure it any longer, somewhat forcefully separated Miu from Hajime's party while he was trying to calm her, and Miu pulled the man's hair while letting out a sad voice. Hajime and Shia had finally left the security office, but naturally they didn't feel like continuing their date. Shia's eyebrows were wrinkling in worry while she kept looking back at the security office. Before long, the security office was no longer in sight, and Hajime wanted to say something to make the depressed Shia feel better in a place considerably far away from the office. But at that time,
Ajimi-san, over there is...
the security office. That's right. The place the black smoke was coming from was the security office where they were before. The two nodded at each other and ran back towards the security office. The worst thing that could happen with such timing entered their minds. The organization which kidnapped Miu Yu blasted the security office along with Miu Yu to prevent information leakage. Suppressing their impatience, they reached the security office. What entered their view were the spectacle of windows' glasses along with the door of the office blown and scattered into the street. However, the building itself didn't that damage, so there's no worry of it collapsing. Hajime and Shia entered the building and they discovered the uncle from security collapsed under a cover. The security officer had both his arms broken and was unconscious. Similar thing happened to the other security members. Fortunately, there was no life-threatening injury. While Hajime was looking at the security members, Shia went to investigate other places and returned with a hurried look.
Hajime-san, I can't find Miyu-chan. Beside this.
What Shia handed over was a sheet of paper with something written on it. If you don't want the child of Sea Dweller tribe to die, come too, with the white-haired girl from Rabbit Man tribe.
Hajime-san, this is...
Looks like these guys are greedy ones. Hajime crumpled the paper in his hand and revealed a savage smile. Those guys probably heard the conversation between Miu and Hajime's parties in the security office by some means. Afterwards, they judged Miu was useful as a hostage, and they didn't kill her to silence her because of the thought of obtaining a rare rabbit man. Beside Hajime was Shia, who wore a resolute expression.
Hajime-san,
Say no more. I know it now. These guys are my enemies. No more tedious talk. We will crush them all and take Miu back.
Yes!
Truthfully, Hajime thought it would be better to quickly separate from Miu because he didn't want her to have to accompany them to such a dangerous journey. After all, Miu would only have painful times if they unskillfully gave affection to a mentally cornered child. However, he could not leave her when she has been kidnapped for the second time. There was time, and there was something he could do. So to leave such a small child while she's in a predicament would surely be a lonely way of life. In addition, if he decided to abandon her with the reason of her being unrelated to them, Shia would surely grieve about it. Furthermore, the other party was also trying to get their hands on Shia. To want to covet Hajime's important person, they are considered as enemies. There was no need to pardon them or hold back. These guys had crossed the line not meant to be crossed. Hajime and Shia readied their arms, and the monsters quickly ran towards the location of the fools who had woken them up. And that's happened. When we arrived at the specified location, there were a crowd of armed thugs, but Miu herself wasn't there. From the very beginning, they probably thought of killing me and take Shia. For the time being, we massacred everyone except several of them since we wanted to ask Miu's whereabouts, but they didn't know anything. I tortured the others to find where their hideout is, and the same thing happened.
Not only me, they were also planning to kidnap Yui-san and Tio-san. That's why this time, we decided to give them a warning by crushing all of the things related to their organization.
Yua and Tio, who heard Hajime and Shia's explanation as they moved, with an amazed expressions towards their constitution towards trouble, wondered how the normal date could have turned into something involving the underground organization of this big city.
So we just need to look for a child called Miu?
Yep, what I found from the guestioning was they are a considerably large organization, so there are a lot of facilities related to them. Will you help us?
Leave it to me.
This one will certainly do it if it's something asked by Master.
Yue and Tio unhesitatingly answered. Hajime told them what he found out in regards to the whereabouts of the underground organization's hideouts. They then proceeded to search for Miu and crush the organization in groups of 2, consisting Hajime Yu and Shia Tio. Hajime and Shia went separate ways because they thought it would be better to have someone acquainted to Miu when they find her. Nearby the outer wall of Commercial Ward, there was a place separated from Sightseeing and Craftsman Wards. It was a place where the government eyes couldn't reach, a complete underworld, the dark side of this big city. It was dim despite it being daytime, and the people walked with gloomy atmosphere. In the corner of the place, there was a 7-story building. Although it was an employment agency on the surface, it was actually the headquarters of the biggest underground organization specializing in people trafficking, Flithoff. Normally, the headquarters has an eerily and Gaiad atmosphere, but now it was noisy with people wandering around. The expressions of the thug-like subordinates who served as messengers were perplexed and irritated, which then warped into fear. Among tens of people that were always going in and out, 2 people clad in robes from head to toe slipped in during the confusion and infiltrated Flithoff's headquarters without much difficulty. They advanced while avoiding people who were running around, and finally arriving before a conspicuous room at the highest floor. A man's hoarse yell reverberated into the corridor through the door. Hearing him, the robed people quietly removed their hoods and moved stealthily.
Stop fucking around. Ah! Say it again, you bastard!
Hi. Like I reported before, the number of destroyed hideouts has exceeded 50. The attackers were 2 groups of a pair.
Then, what's wrong with that? Are you saying Flithoff will be destroyed by 4 shitty bastards?
That's not I.
Inside the room, when they thinking the yell had stopped, something let out thud sound, and silence ruled for a moment. Apparently, the man who was reporting was knocked down by the yelling man.
You guys, no matter how you do it, bring back those shitty bastards before me, alive. I don't care what state they are in as long as they are alive. If this keeps up, Flithoff's reputation will be ruined. That's why I'm going to let those bastards see hell while they are alive. It is necessary to show a warning to the others. I will reward the guy who can bring them here with 5 million ruta. 5 millions each. Tell this to all of the members of the organization.
Because of the instructions of the man, the room became hectic. Just like what the man had instructed, all the members inside the room left to deliver the message to all of the members in the organization. The 2 eavesdroppers put their hoods on, looked at each other, nodded once. One of them took out a warhammer on her back and took a pose. The moment the person inside placed his hand on the doorknob, the super heavy warhammer was swung with considerably centrifugal and gravitational force. With a thunderous sound, the door was crushed into pieces. The man who was holding onto the doorknob had his right half crushed. In addition, the people behind him had their whole bodies pierced by the splinters and were instantly had wounds them. They were blown to the other side of the wall.
There's no need to inform your employees. The people in Gaston have come.
This one will be responsible for people on the outside. Shia, finish this Gikli, okay?
Thank you very much, Tio-san.
The people who cultivated the tragedy and casually entered the room were Shia and Tio. Realizing the door had suddenly burst into pieces and how his subordinates were blown away to the wall across the room, both done so effortlessly, the head of Flithoff, Hansen, stiffened and stared wide-eyed. He regained his senses when he heard Shia's and Tio's voices. He then quickly took out his weapon and spoke like a yakuza.
Ya bastards are the assailants, huh? That figures. Shh. Ain't ya da ones from the list? Shia and Tio, was it? Da other one is the lil one you. Indeed, y'all's appearances are first rate. Oi, y'all's lives will be saved if you surrender now, you know? Don't tell me you think you can return alive after putting your hands on Flithoff's headguard. Ooh-gia.
Hansen, who began to speak while looking at Shia and Tio with lust, was coldly cut off by Shia, who fired the shotgun, since there was no need for discussion. The numerous iron balls blew off Hansen's right arm, which spun and crashed into the wall behind, while Guy himself screamed and crouched. Though the organization members who heard the commotion came running, Tio used fire magic to burn the stairs, and they could only stand still because they lost the only way up. Furthermore, she used the scaled-down version of breath, casually mowing them down, and everything on 7th floor turned completely charred except Hansen's room. With that, there was an unobstructed view of the Flithoff's headquarters. Tio fired wind blades and fire bullets, just like a machine gun, towards the organization members who could do nothing but vacantly look up at the upper floor. Because of the merciless attacks, the organization members tried to disperse and scattered about in escape, but only few survived. While Tio handled the people outside, Shia shouldered Doryukin, approached the screaming and writhing Hansen, and pushed Doryukin to his abdomen. Gwa! He let out sounds of agony as he tried to move the sledgehammer away, but his right hand was useless against the super-heavy Doryukin. The only thing Hansen could do was ungracefully pleaded for his life.
Please, spare me. You can take as much money as you like. I don't want to be involved with you anymore. That is Woodgeck?
Please don't speak without permission. You only have to answer my Geston. Understand? If you don't, the weight will increase every second, so I recommend you answer everything before your organs burst.
Shia, thou art master's companion after all. Thy speech and behavior are the same.
Tio, who retorted from behind, was ignored, and Shia asked Hansen about Mew. When she mentioned Mew, Hansen showed a dumbfounded expression for a moment, but when she asked about a child from the Sea Dweller tribe, he frantically answered with an anguished expression because Doryukin getting heavier by the second. Apparently, she had been transported to the basement of a hall where the underground auction would occur this evening. Hansen's subordinates, who probably heard the conversation between Shia's party and Miu, were the ones who planned on kidnapping Shia. They probably thought that by kidnapping her, they could raise their position inside the organization, since she was already in the organization's list to be kidnapped. Shia touched the telepathy stone on her choker, activated it, and contacted Hajime.
Hajime-san! Hajime-san! Can you hear me? It's me! Shia!
Shia. Yes, I can hear you. What's wrong?
I just got the information on Miu-chan's whereabouts. Hajime-san is currently in sightseeing ward, right? Please go ahead because it's around there.
Roger? Shia told Hajime the exact location using telepathy. Because of Doryuken's weight, Hansen's complexion had turned blue due to being unable to breathe. Shia deactivated the gravity magic in Doryuken, pulled the normal weighted Doryuken from Hansen and shouldered it. Though he was released from Doryuken's weight, Hansen's consciousness began to faint because of hemorrhage, and desperately asked for Shia's help.
Help me. Take me to the doctor.
It's too convenient for you to use children's lives as food source. In addition, Hajime-san and Yua-san will be angry at me if I let a human like you escape. That's why. Goodbye.
Stop!
Shia shook Doryuken that was swung mightily to brush off the blood stuck on it, put it on her back, and faced Tio.
Tio-san, let's quickly crush this place and meet with Hajime-san and Yue-san.
Whoa, Shia is also merciless, huh? It made this one throb slightly.
Did you just say something?
Nothing at all.
The words Tio said in a whisper somehow made Shia feel a chill, although when she asked Tio, there was nothing but her strange, feverish expression, so Shia tilted her head as they continued to diligently destroy the Flithoff's headquarters. When Shia and Tio left, what remained was numerous corpses and a mountain of rubble. Flithoff, in Furin, was one of the 3 biggest underground organizations, and today it was easily annihilated. After receiving the telepathy from Shia, Hajime and Yue rushed towards the informed location. Being sent to the auction, there was no need to worry about Miu's life, but she must have got the mental burden. Either way, they must rescue her quickly. When they arrived at their destination, 2 huge men dressed in black was standing at the entrance. Thinking Miu would be transported somewhere else if he made a commotion, Hajime moved to a back alley and used transmutation to infiltrate from the basement. Accompanied by Yue, they moved quickly while using sign interception. It was truly a shame that there was no cardboard. As long as they have it, there would be no need to use sign interception skill. Before long, numerous cages could be seen deep inside the basement. The only person who guarded the entrance was sleeping. They passed by the guard and found around 10 of human children inside, who were cowering from the cold stone floor. 9 out of 10 of these children were to be auctioned today. In truth, because most humans were believer of Church of the Saints, it was forbidden to sell or turn humans into slaves. Even so, criminals among human race could become trade goods. It was okay to sell or enslave those who betrayed God. However, the trembling children before their eyes couldn't have possibly fallen into such circumstances where they turned into criminals. To begin with, human who turned into slaves with regular procedures would not be sent to an auction. As such, they have been captured and to be sold illegally. Hajime went over to the cage and met the gazes of the children, who were frightened by the silhouette that appeared all of a sudden. He then asked them in a calm voice, "Was there a child from Sea Dweller tribe here?" The frightened children must have thought it was their turn to be sold, so they looked at each other, puzzled by the unexpected guestin. Miu's figure was not inside the cage, that's why. Hajime, he asked the children. He wondered whether there was another jail or she had already been taken out. The children stayed silent for a while, but when Yue squatted down beside Hajime, looked at them with gentle eyes, and muttered, "It's okay." They looked slightly at ease, and one of boy with age of around 7 to 8 years old timidly answered Hajime's Gestian.
That's the child from Sea Dweller tribe was taken a while ago. Oni-san, Woni-san, who are you?
It was as he expected. She had already been taken out. Hajime inwardly clicked his tongue and answered the uneasy boy simply. We've come to rescue you.
You're going to rescue us!
Hajime's words made the boy inadvertently shout and raised an astonished and joyed look. His voice resounded well inside the dim basement jail. Although the boy panically covered his mouth, the guard heard him shouted, "What's with the commotion?" as he woke up and trotted into the basement jail. Thus he found Hajime's party and stiffened for a moment before shouting, "Who are you bastards?" pulled a dagger and attacked them. The children screamed as they imagined visions of Hajime and Yue collapsing after being stabbed. However, it was something impossible for it to happen. Hajime casually gripped the thrusted dagger with his left hand, put his strength into it, and crushed the blade. Hajime opened his palm and dropped the blade's fragments. The guard could not register what happened. He was dumbfounded for a moment and cast his gaze down to the dagger on his hand, but he could only see the handle. Finally understanding what happened, the man turned pale and backed away while uttering, "Whoa, whoa!" Hajime immediately grabbed the man's head and threw him into the ground. The man immediately died, accompanied with a raw sound. A guard should first ring the alarm. Saying such a thing with an amazed expression, Hajime, who instantly killed the guard, made the children pop-eyed in surprise. Without minding their gazes, Hajime used transmutation to disassemble the iron bars. In the children's eyes, they saw the iron bars disappeared in an instant, which made them stiffened, and their mouths were wide open with surprise. Sorry, Yue, but can I entrust them to you? Looks like I can't do anything but rampage now.
Leave them to me.
The security officers should arrive soon, too, so it's okay to leave the children to them. The branch head Ilwa will help us, too. Let's leave the details to him. Yue was watching from a distance with a somewhat sympathized look. It was directed to the guild branch's head. Actually, before they came here, they had caught a suitable adventurer to deliver the telepathy stone to Ilwa, since they thought to explain the situation to him. Status plate with gold rank was useful in such a time, because after seeing Hajime's color, the adventurer stiffened for a moment, and his attitude turned into a formal one. It was similar to how the Japanese greeted a Hollywood star who came to the town. He even saluted as he agreed to listen to his guests. Incidentally, because telepathy stone could not be activated from Ilwa's side, he was made to hear the report one-sidedly about how they got in a fight against a huge underground organization, and that Hajime left the post-treatment to him, which made his face turned white in his office. Hajime once again transmuted a passage from the oubliette to the surface, entrusted the children to Yue, and quickly went towards the auction hall. At the same time, the boy from before called Hajime to a stop.
Me-chan, thank you for helping us. You can definitely save that girl, too. She was truly frightened. Even I couldn't do anything.
Apparently, this boy didn't care Mua was a demi-human, and seemed to have tried to encourage her. He was Gait the spirited boy, though he himself was caught. Hajime patted the head of the boy who felt bitter from his powerlessness.
Ash! What is it?
Well, if you feel it was mortifying, then you only have to become stronger. Rather, there's nothing but to do that. This time is my turn, but next time it's your turn if something comes up. After saying so, Hajime quickly turned his heels and went out of the oubliette. The boy held his padded head in blank surprise, his sparkling eyes the next moment, and clenched his fists with a slightly manly face. Yue gazed at the boy with pleased gaze and took the children to the surface. The auction hall was wrapped in its own bizarre atmosphere. The guests in the hall were around 100 people. All of them were wearing gutter masks, and no one was making any noise. They only gayly raised placards with numbers when the merchandise they want was up for auction. They hesitated to speak because they didn't want to be identified. Even those guests who were carefully trying not to let any sound out involuntarily raised their voices when that merchandise came out. What appeared was a little girl from Sea Dweller tribe inside a square water tank with a distance of 2 meters in all directions. She was stripped off her clothes, naked, and she shrunk her body as she held onto her knees in the corner of the water tank. Sea Dweller tribe could breathe inside water. It was the reason why she was put inside the water tank. to prove she was a genuine sea dweller. And maybe because she had escaped once, metallic shackles were put on her limbs. It was such a cruel sight for such small limbs. The numerous gazes that frightened Mew narrowed and began to compete. Her price went up at a ferocious pace. It was a one-time thing, so they probably thought they would be able to buy and hid the sea dweller. It was possibly because they had yet to know the commotions that occurred in the daytime. The noisy hall made Miu shrink more and more, while clenching her hand that held a black cloth. It was Hajime's eye patch. When they tried to separate from Miu, they were too busy trying to calm Miu down, and it was forgotten. Hajime remembered it later, and he wore a spare eye patch.
Hajime's eye patch had become Miu's small support. Being separated from her mother, forced to go through harsh travel, being put inside dark cage, soaked in the sewage, and she desperately ran away. When she thought it was the end, she was wrapped by something warm. She woke up due to a nice smell, and before her was a white-haired boy that wore the black cloth in one of his eyes. She quietly watched him in surprise, and when she tried to look away, he somehow turned to watch her. Miu also became somewhat obstinate and returned his gaze, when a delicious smell she missed tickled her nose. Afterwards, she answered when he asked her for her name, and when she saw beautiful red lights being emitted, she was put inside a warm bath. Then, a rabbit-eared big sister with similar hair color as the boy, though there were some blue hues, washed her body. Unbeknownst to her, she called the big sister who introduced herself as Shia with Oni-chan, due to the pleasant feeling from the warm bath and gentle washing. Being held, sitting on her lap, while being able to eat the delicious meats, Miu would surely not forget this throughout her life. She was absorbed in being sad, and unbeknownst to her, the boy called Hajime had returned. Although she became slightly cautious, her cautiousness completely dissipated when he took out her lovely clothing, politely dressed her, and blowed her hair dry with warm and comfortable wind. That's why she was very sad when she heard they would be separated, because it was necessary to entrust her to the security office. After being separated from her mother while enduring the solitude and fear for a long time, Miu didn't want to be separated from the gentle Ogi-chan and Loni-chan she met in this faraway place. She wouldn't be able to endure being alone again. Therefore, Miu protested with all of her might. She pulled Hajime's hair, scratched his cheeks for so many times, and took the black cloth attached to his eye. She repeatedly said, Miu wants to stay together. However, the Oni-chan and Winia-chan could not stay with Miu, and as a result, Miu was left behind. Miu thought as her body shrunk more while thinking. As expected, am I left behind because I will be a pain? Are they mad because I took out this black cloth? Am I hated by Oni-chan and Woni-chan? She was very sad, and tears fell from her eyes. If I can meet them once again, I want to apologize for being a pain. I will return this black cloth, and this time, I want us to somehow stay together. Oni-chan, Nani-chan? Oh, Woni-chan, Nani-chan?
Miu muttered when suddenly the water tank let out a loud sound because of an impact. Eek! Miu became frightened, looked at the surrounding, and she frowned. There was a masked man in tuxedo nearby, and she noticed him shouting something as he repeatedly kicked the water tank. Apparently, he wanted to let the guests see her swim to further increase her price, and he kicked the water tank because he thought the unmoving Miu was sleeping. However, Miu became even more frightened, further shrunk her body, and didn't move at all, shrinking her body while strongly clenching onto Hajime's eye patch as she endured the impact sound and the shaking water tank. The man who was the host of the underground auction and member of Flithov feared the unmoving Miu was sick, which would drop her price, so he told a man to bring a rod. It was to be directly thrusted at her to force her to move. He unintentionally cursed and became impatient due to the noises made by the guests.
Good grief, what an irritating brat. Don't you trouble a human like me, you dim-witted blockhead.
The host climbed the stepladder and tried to thrust the rod at Miu. Miu shut her eyes tightly and prepared for the impact. However, instead of the impact, what reached her was the voice of a person she wanted to hear the most. I will return those words back at you, okay? You shitty bastard. In the next moment, a shadow fell, fluttered from the ceiling, and trampled the host's head, who was crushed along with the stepladder when it fell because of the momentum. Blood splattered from the host as though he had exploded. He was literally crushed to death. The shadow, Hajime, who appeared with such an impact, didn't even glance at the collapsed man and hit the water tank with his artificial arm. The water tank was destroyed, accompanied with sound of something being crushed. Miyu was thrown outside along with the flowing water, and she screamed unintentionally. Miyu was immediately caught by something warm, and she timidly opened her eyes. There was the person she wanted to meet, the one she helplessly expected to come when she heard his voice. He was certainly here. She was held by him. Miyu blinked and quietly watched Hajime just like the first time they met. "Hey Miyu, why are you always sopping wet when we meet?" Hajime said jokingly and quietly watched Miyu. She then asked him in a whisper,
Onion?
"I don't know who this Oniya-chan is, but Hajime-san, whose hair you pulled, cheeks you scratched, and eye patch you took, is certainly me." Hajime answered with a wry smile, and Miyu's round pupil moistened. Following that,
Oni-chan!
she clung onto Hajime's neck tightly and began to sob. Hajime had a troubled expression and patted Miyu's back. Afterwards, he agilely wrapped her in blanket. And the two, Hajime and Miyu, who reunited once again near the water, were surrounded by men in black clothing who hurriedly rushed in. On the guests' seats, there was a commotion, and they wondered why Hajime didn't immediately run away. However, even now, he didn't look like he wanted to run away.
Brat, looks like you aren't that bright to lay your hands against Flithoff. Leave that merchandise and I will give you a nice death, 'kay?
Being surrounded by 20 strong-looking men, Miyu raised her face from Hajime's neck and looked up at him with uneasiness. Hajime drew his face closer to Miyu's ear and whispered, "It'll be troublesome, so close your ears and shut your eyes," and he placed Miyu's small hand to close her ear. Even though Miyu wondered why, she nodded, and she felt at ease because Hajime had a calm attitude without any impatience or anxiety. She obediently used her hands to cover her ears, closed her eyes, and she buried her face in Hajime's chest. Banes popped on the forehead of the men in black when they were completely ignored, and shouted loudly, "Don't hurt the merchandise, and kill the brat!" At the same time, with a dry, explosive sound, the head of the leader of the men in black burst. Everyone let out an "eh?" and became pop-eyed without being able to understand anything. They could only watch the man in black collapse with his brain matter scattered from the back of his head. Using that chance, Hajime further fired in succession. While everyone was stiffened due to not knowing what had happened, the sound of rapid fire rang out, and when they regained their senses, the number of the corpses who had their head burst totaled to 12. At that time, they finally noticed the boy before them was nothing ordinary, and the black-clothed men backed away while the guests began to flood the exits, screaming,
You, what are you? What, how, this?
Confused and trying to fight his fear, one of the men in black frantically acted brave by raising his voice. 10 more people came from the interior and flinched when they saw the disastrous scene in the hall. Seeing them, Hajime snorted. "Why, you ask? Don't you understand? Just by seeing me? I come here to take back the thing you took from me. Next is only a warning from me. This will happen to those who take something from me. That's why, shall I make the ending a flashy one?" Hajime said so, and used aerodynamic to go up to the ceiling of the hall, and, unbeknownst to others, he jumped outside from the hole and reached the roof. Miyu was safely secured. How's the thing on your end?
They have reached the shelter. The final will be after all the guests came out.
I see. Then let's make the finale a flashy one.
Nan!
Hajime used aerodynamic, jumping further into the sky. Then he spoke to Miyu, who faithfully closed her ears and buried her face into Hajime's chest. She blinked and looked at the surrounding when Hajime said, "It is okay now, Miyu," and it couldn't be helped, because when she opened her eyes, she was in the sky where she could see every part of the town. On the other side, the setting sun that seemed to be blazing, dyeing the evening sky in red. Above the ground were the man-made lights glittering, creating a beautiful illumination. Miu's eyes sparkled, seeing the magnificent spectacle for the first time, and she held Hajime's chest while saying Kia.
Oni-chan is amazing! Oni-chan can fly in the sky!
Not fly, I just jump. Well, whatever. More importantly, I will let Miu watch some flashy fireworks now, okay?
Fireworks?
Fireworks is something like explosion.
Explosion?
Though he could not give a good explanation, Hajime didn't mind it since the thing he needed to do was still the same. While he holding Miu with his right arm, he used aerodynamic to stay in the sky and took out a ring from treasure box. It was a remote detonator of the bomb made with induction stone. In fact, he had scattered the bombs into suitable locations while looking for Miu. Well then, time to start, Tamaya.
Tamaya!
The moment Hajime and Miu's voice resounded in the evening sky, tremendous roars rang the entirety of Furen and horrendous impact ran through buildings related to Flithoff. Even the museum used as the underground auction hall where historical building, work of arts, Are Those Delicious was said to be crushed to bits. Flames burst out into the sky along with the tremendous explosions. The surrounding buildings in the sky were dyed in red by something other than the evening sun. What do you think, Miu? Were you surprised?
Fireworks? Scary?
Miu trembled because of the grand explosions and frantically clung to Hajime. When it came down to the final blow, dark clouds suddenly began to shroud the sky slightly away from them. Following that, 4 thunder dragons appeared, accompanied with thundering howls. The number had increased, though their sizes were half from when there was only 1. The 4 thunder dragons Yu created scattered into different directions of the blazing red evening sky. Almost all of the people in Furen witnessed their majestic forms. The 4 thunder dragons let out thundering roars and fell at the same time onto 4 of Flithoff's important bases that were left behind. Their lightnings dyed the surrounding sky, and the roaring sound of collapsing building resounded within Furen. With bursting flames and the scattered dust, the sunset in Furen, in addition to being dyed in red by flames, was just like a town in a wartime after an air raid. Incidentally, the common people unrelated to this event were unharmed. He had confirmed there was no one around unrelated to Flithoff by using unmanned reconnaissance planes into the related facilities in the building's circumferences. The people who were blown off and turned to cinders were only those related to Flithoff. Their identities, however, were unidentifiable.
Hajime-san, is Miu-chan okay?
Wait, Shia. That's too fast.
While he and Miuya was looking at the raising flames and smokes, a telepathy came from Shia. Since Hajime didn't let Shia in on the details of what he was going to do, she was surprised by the explosions and the thunder dragons. So she asked while panicking, "It's okay. She is safe. Looks like those bastards' bases are all destroyed. Perhaps we should meet at the branch head, Ilwa's place, though he might be screaming right now."
Thank God. Branchhead's place, is it? Roger. I will immediately go there, so please come quickly with Miu-chan, okay?
Okay. Then, see you there.
Yes.
Because Hajime was suddenly looking at the distance and silent, Miu looked at him in wonder. When Hajime said, "We will meet with Wani-chan soon, okay?" Miu smiled happily while saying, "Wani-chan." Hajime, who descended to the surface, met up with Yue, who had entrusted the children to the securities. She quietly watched Miu, who was held by Hajime. Miu restlessly looking around, and then looked up at Hajime. Her eyes were saying, "Who is One-chan? Is this person? Miu, she is Yue, my lover?"
Lover? Then Shia Wanikin?
My companion.
Not a lover?
Of course not.
No matter what?
I will say it again and again. My lover is Yue. After being introduced to Yue, Miu looking at Yue with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Yue was still watching Miu quietly. As if to ascertain something, Miu returned Yue's gaze. The two were staring at each other for a while, but the balance unexpectedly broken. Yue was trotting closer to them. Mew was cautious. However, Yue didn't mind Mew's cautiousness and took her away from Hajime. Yue made a kia sound as she tightly embraced Mew. Although Mew groaned and tried to resist, Yue didn't let her go. After that, she said,
So cute.
apparently, she had come to like Mew very much. Mew, who finally caught her breath, raised her face, and she and Yue were looking at each other in a close range.
Miyu, I am Yui. You've tried your best alone. Truly admirable.
Yu's eyes gently softened and patted Miyu's head while still embracing her, saying, Good girl, good girl. With her gentle hand and warm atmosphere, Miyu relaxed and tears began to flow. Then she began to cry loudly. When she met Hajime again, she still felt the tension, that's why she could not cry. However, at this moment she relaxed and could let out all of her feelings completely. With a wry smile, Hajime said, As expected of you, Ye, and they waited until Miyu finished crying before heading towards Adventurer Guild's branch headquarters.
Collapsed buildings numbered 22. Partially destroyed ones numbered 44. Completely annihilated buildings numbered 5. Death of 95 members of Flithoff confirmed. Disabled numbered 44. Serious injuries numbered 28. And 119 people are missing. Well, do you have anything to say?
It went according to the plan. There's neither regret nor a thing to reflect on. Inside the Adventurer Guild's reception room, Ilwa was glaring at Hajime with a written report in hand. However, from hearing words without any hint of remorse to the figure of a little girl from the Sea Dweller tribe who was eating the tea cake while sitting on his laps made Ilwa felt completely exhausted.
Although I thought it couldn't be, I heard Lehman escape from Mirstadt by destroying the water tank and walls, then flew to the sky. It wasn't not your doing, right?
Mew, this is delicious too, you know? Try eating it. Although Hajime calmly fed Mew the cake, Ilwa didn't miss Shia, who was sitting beside him, wavering for a moment. Thus, he once again let out a very, very deep sigh. He rubbed his stomach with a hand, and the head secretary, Dat, casually handed him some stomach medication.
Well, I won't deny that I felt you overdid it. However, we are also troubled by the underground organization, so I can honestly say you helped us in this matter. They always cleared any evidence with their outward appearance being a legitimate company, and they could just cut off arrested the ones like a lizard's tail. Frankly, their extermination was a dream for us, but with the balance of the underground world collapsing, it will need serious cooperation between the Security Bureau and the adventurers.
Well, that originally should have been managed by Furin's administrators. This matter only involved us because by some chance, someone wanted to put their hands on us, so we counterattacked.
For a counterattack, how did it become annihilating one of 3 biggest underground organizations based in Furin in just half a day? Seriously, I can't even joke about it.
Ilwa smiled bitterly and somehow looked like he aged for at least 10 more years. Because Hajime felt he was pitiful, he made a proposal to Ilwa. We gave those criminal groups such a grand warning, making them think twice of ever trying to meddle with us again. Also, it's okay for Branchhead to use our names, you know? After all, if it's known that the Branchhead was the one who hired Gold Ranks, it'll be a good deterrent, right?
Oh yeah, is it really okay? It will surely become a big help, but aren't you the type who dislikes being used?
Ilwa's expression says he wasn't expecting Hajime's words. However, his eyes clearly said, Seriously? Of course I will. Hajime shrugged his shoulders and smiled wryly. Well, it is a give and take. We have troubled you, that's why I don't mind it if it's just that much. I also know you, the branch head, will use it with caution. Besides, Furin will be involved in a war between underground organizations because of us, and I feel bad to involve the ordinary people.
Hajime-kun, aren't you changing slightly? When I first met you, I had a feeling you had no consideration for anyone besides your companions. Did something good happen in UI?
Well, at least it was not only bad things that happened there. As expected of this big city's guild branch head, he could clearly judge people. He was able to notice the slight change in Hajime. Since this change was also desirable for Ilwa, he gratefully accepted Hajime's proposal. Later on, Although the two organizations planned on raising their influences by taking advantage of Flithoff's annihilation, it didn't become just a big win thanks to Ilwa's effective use of the names of Hajime's party, similar to how adults would scare children by saying, Namahage will come. But because of this, Hajime gained various nicknames such as Right-Hand Man of Furin's Branchhead, White-Haired Eye Patch, Blazing Flame User, and Little Girl Killer. However, Hajime didn't know of it, and it's no big deal if he had no knowledge of it. In regards to dealing with Hajime's party who caused such a grand rampage thanks to Ilwa's effort, connections, and the unexpected help from the Security Bureau who defends the public peace, it became a legitimate case of self-defense. Thus, there was no problem at all. Apparently, even for the Security Bureau, the case where a child they were entrusted with was kidnapped along with the bombing of one of their office had become guided hit on the head. In addition, they could not tolerate the underground organization which kept doing illegal acts while making a mockery of them. The bureau director came to greet Hajime's party with truly manly smile to conclude all things, and when he left, somehow his steps were light, as though it was humming, La Dida Dida.
Next, about Mayu-kun.
Ilwa turned his gaze towards Mew, who was munching a cookie she held with both hands like a squirrel. Mew twitched because of his gaze, uneasily looking up at Hajime, Yue, and Shia due to not wanting to be separated again. The reason she didn't look at Tio was, it was the elder's role to prevent a child from seeing something harmful.
They could be entrusted to us and be sent to Ellison according to the legal procedures, or she could be entrusted you to be returned in a form of a commission. Those two are the only ways. What will you choose?
Hajime inclined his head and wondered if it was okay not to entrust the kidnapped child of Sea Dweller tribe to the officials. According to Ilwa's explanation, it would be okay to leave her to them because from the beginning, the Gold's rampage was to protect her, Mew.
Hajime-san! I will absolutely protect this child. That's why, let her come with us, please.
Shia bowed her head to Hajime. By all means, she wanted to be together with Mew until she was safely returned. Ye and Tio was watching Hajime in silence, leaving the decision up to Hajime.
Ani-chan! Stay together! Please? Hurry!
It was foul play to say please while sending an upward gaze from his own lap. More importantly, when he got Miyu back, he had already considered to take her along if she wished for it, so his decision had been made. Well, it would have been a big help in beginning, but now I hold her dear, so I can't just say something like goodbye.
Hajime-san! Ani-chan!
Shia and Miyu were elated and smiled widely. Although it was necessary to conquer the great dungeon in Great Volcano before they traveled to seaside town Ellison, Hajime decided to allow Miyu to accompany and determined in his mind, manage somehow. However, Mew, can you stop calling me Oni-chan? It's okay to just call me Hajime. What can I say? The way you call me make me itch. Because Mew was hugging him in joy, Hajime said his demand while feeling half embarrassed. For an otaku to be called Oni-chan, various things might happen. Hajime's demand made Mew puzzled for a moment, but before long she nodded as though she understood it, and she answered with something completely different from what everyone had expected.
Papa!
What? Sorry, Miyu. I seems I didn't hear it correctly. Please say it again.
Papa!
It must be that, right? A word that means Oni-chan or Hajime in Sea Dweller tribe's language, right?
Papa is Papa.
Wait a sec. Hajime used his hand to massage his forehead and Shia timidly asked Mew why she used the word Papa to call Hajime. Then,
You know, Mew doesn't have a papa. He had gone to where the god is before Mew was born. He-chan, Mei-chan, and Me-chan have theirs, but only Mew doesn't. That's why Oni-chan is papa.
I somehow understand, but I want to tsukomi your that's why, Mew. Please, anything but Papa. I'm still only 17 years old, you know.
No, it's Papa!
Okay, then Omiya-chan is okay. I don't want such an extravagant title, so stop with Papa.
No! Papa is Mew's papa!
Afterwards, he tried various things to get Miyu to stop calling him Papa, But Miu displayed unexpected stubbornness, even more than the time she called him Oni-chan, and as the result, it was not revoked. As such, he could do nothing but made her mother persuade her when they arrived in Elysian. Hajime's expression looked like he was suffering his greatest damage since the time he came out of the abyss. The discussion with Ilwa was over. They returned to the inn, and a dispute broke out in regards to whom would be called Mama by Miu, and for the time being, Tio, who would become a bad influence to Miam, was rolling on the floor because Hajime had tied her. Naturally, she was excited by it. Then, in the end, she didn't want to call anyone Mama except her real Mama. So Yu, Shia, and even Tio settled with Wone-chan. Then, at the night, everyone slept together in a Kawano-ji style because Miyu wished for it. Once again, problem occurred on who would sleep beside Miyu and across Hajime. However, the exhausted Hajime made Miyu sleep in between him and Yue. Shia was dissatisfied by this and threw a tantrum, but somehow she was able to sleep after she finished saying all of her complaints. That day, the 17-years-old Hajime became a papa, and now the journey, together with a child, began.
Hajime,
Nen? What is it, Yue?
I want a child.
Yue, silently appealing with her eyes. Someday.
That's Hajime-san. Me too. Fidget! Fidget!
I won't.
Master, this opening.
Only those existing can joke around. Tio. Ha, ha! Only this one got an immediate reply. Moreover, a merciless one. Ha! Ha! I can't hold it anymore. It was so intense that it could be described as severe, and even the far distant wall shook from time to time. Numerous silver-colored sword trails were beautifully drawn in the empty space. Flame bullets, flame spears, wind blades, and water lasers flew about like a barrage. Sound of something hitting tough flesh, angry roars for their companions, and war cries filled the should-be-silent space, suddenly turning into a battlefield.
O light cutting through all creation, wind bring forth destruction, scatters and dances around like a whirlpool, and become the storm of light that cut my enemies. Soaring severation!
The holy sword he had in his hand, along with his wrist blurring as they accelerated, and numerous swords of light released with him, Kauki as the core. The attacking bat-like demonic beast with the length of about 50 centimeters was instantly cut into 10 pieces and fell into the ground without being able to successfully attack as its blood splattered.
Vanguard! Counting 10. Roger.
Ant-like demonic beasts that moved their jaws, bat-like flying demonic beasts, and sea anemone-like demonic beasts with numerous wriggling tentacles. He wriggled and moved around inside the 30 meters in diameter round-shaped room. The demonic beasts were coming from the 8 tunnels all around the room. This place was Orcus' Great Dungeon, 89th floor. The vanguards, Kuki, Ryutaro, Shizuku, Nadeyama, Hiyama, and Kondo, were matching the countdown timing of the rear guard's all-out magic attack. The demonic beasts, which managed to attack the rear guards, were repelled and defeated by Kuki and the vanguards as they wait for the countdown. The troublesome bat-like flying demonic beasts rushed to attack the rear guards using the space between the vanguard's defense, but were stopped thanks to rampart made by the reliable barrier user.
Oh, ephemeral storm! Oh, invisible shield! Rage, blow, swirl, and stop everything! Wall of furious tempest!
Taniguchi Suzu activated the offensive defense magic. The chanted spell went right before the rear guards, and breeze could be felt by their outstretched hands. No change could be seen with naked eyes. Even the bat-like demonic beasts didn't notice its presence and were not alarmed by their instinct. They kept trying to attack the rear guards who were about to activate large-scale attack magic spells. However, before they reached what met the charging demonic beasts was a wall of air that looked like a huge distortion of space appearing all of a sudden. Tens of those bat-like demonic beasts collided against the wall one after another, but the wall of air only bent without letting even one through. When all of the charging bat-like demonic beasts had collided, the distorted space exploded, causing great impact as if it had reached its limit. The generated impact was tremendous, and the flesh is crushed by it, immediately splattered on the dungeon's walls with sound of raw and death.
I won't let you pass that easily.
The voice of the class's mood maker, Suzu, rang in the middle of the intense sound of battle. At the same time, the rear guards simultaneously fired their best attacks. It was an attack where it was necessary for them to be at a distance, since it would defeat the enemies and struck all those who were close to it.
Retreat!
With Kuki's order, the vanguards immediately backed away from the demonic beasts. In the next moment, the magic attacks of 6 people arrived with such perfect timing. A huge fireball crashed and simultaneously caused a huge explosion. Meanwhile, a tornado trampled the battlefield, bringing forth vacuum blades which sucked the demonic beasts and cut them up. On the ground, stone spears shot off with tremendous speed and pierced the demonic beasts' lower parts. At the same time, the icicles falling from above created holes in the demonic beasts' upper bodies. There was no way a living thing would be able to survive inside the sublime space that looked like it was receiving the wrath of nature. The attacks only last for tens of seconds. However, more than 90% of the demonic beasts were dead, while the rest were on verge of dying due to grave injuries.
All right, this is good. Let's finish the leftover ones quickly.
With Kuki's shout, the vanguards once again went forwards, and the demonic beasts on the brink of death couldn't even fight back thanks to the all-out magic attacks, were finished one by one. Not even 5 minutes had passed when all of the demonic beasts were annihilated. The battle ended, but Kuki's party didn't relax their guards and searched their surroundings to see if there were more enemies.
Phew, next is the 90th floor, huh? We were able to defeat the demonic beasts in this floor without much difficulty, and it looks like the end of the combat training inside this dungeon is near.
That's why. Don't let your guard down. After all, we don't know what kind of demonic beasts and traps are ahead.
Aren't you worrying too much about it, Shizuku? Didn't we just an easy battle in a floor no one ever reached? No matter what may come, I will defeat them, even if it's the demon race.
Shizuku cautioned Kuki, who muttered so in deep thought, and the muscle-headed Ryutaro replied with a hearty laugh. Nevertheless, Kuki made fist-to-fist greeting with Ryutaro and revealed a fearless smile. Seeing them, Shizuku sighed while rubbing her creased forehead. She came and had followed the extremeness of the two, which ascended her to a stage of a wordly wise man. My wrinkle hasn't increased again, right? Was her worry as the number of times Shizuku looked in a mirror had sublimely increased. Even so, she didn't restrict the two as she followed them. Truly a good-natured person.
Hiyama-kun, Kondo-kun, I think you must have recovered by now. But how are you?
Ah, there's no problem now. Thank you, Shirasaki.
Oh, it's okay now. Thanks.
Himaya, who was healed by Kaori, was daydreaming due to the close proximity of Kaori's face, and answered absent-mindedly. It was obvious he was charmed by her. Even Kondo was saying his gratitude with his reddened ears. Because they were the vanguards, Hiyama and Kondo were frequently in care of Kaori's healing, and yet they still could not get used to coming in contact with Kaori. Although Kondo's attitude was just like a child in puberty, there was darkness inside Hiyama's eyes when he looked at Kaori. The darkness became thicker as days go by, but almost no one noticed it. Hearing their gratitude, Kaori said, "You're welcome," with a smile. Then she stood and turned around. When she confirmed no one else was in need of healing, she secretly sighed, and she began to look at the dim passage ahead with eyes filled with anxiety. Surprise! Noticing Kaori's state, Shizuku understood what her best friend felt. Kaori's mind was filled with worries. There were 10 more floors until the lowest floor, the general opinion, yet they didn't find any sign of Hajime at all. Although it meant there was hope, the despair was far stronger. Even if she decided to not believe Hajime was dead until she saw it herself, another floor was conquered, and the negative thoughts that surged when nothing was found could not be easily put aside. Furthermore, 4 months had passed since the day Hajime fell into the abyss. Even if her determination was strong, it was enough time for negative thoughts to begin invading her mind. Seeing Kaori's appearance while she embraced her artifact, a white staff, tightly, Shizuku called out to her since she could no longer endure it. And, before Shizuku moved, the small mood maker said, "As if I will let Kaori keep worrying like that," and ran towards her. Bounce! She jumped and embraced Kaori from behind.
There's no need to heal those guys. Just heal Suzu's A. Lot! Heal me with this and that.
Hiya, Suzu-chan, where are you touching? Rather, Suzu-chan should not have any injury.
There is! Suzu's glass-like heart is injured. That's why, spoil me. To put it concretely, use Kaorin's big breasts.
Bibrea, I said stop. Hey, Yan, Shizuku-chan, help.
Is this good? How about over here? Young lady, you are quite, but... Stop it already, Suzu. I know you don't mind the boy's gaze, but you should...
Suzu had transformed into a perverted old man and was groping Kaori's breasts with an expression so sloppy that it couldn't be shown to other human. It was the reason why she received a head chop from Shizuku and collapsed. Incidentally, some of the guys who watched Suzu and Kaori's Yuri scene had also collapsed. Suzu was convulsing with lump on her head and was looked after by Nakamura Eri with a wry smile.
Thank you, Shizuku-chan. That was embarrassing.
All right. It is okay now. I have exterminated the pervert, okay?
Kaori, who clung to her with teary eyes, was gently patted by Shizuku. It was seen that could often be seen recently. Shizuku took a look at Kaori's complexion while she gently stroked Kaori's silky hair. Kaori was looking at Eri, who was looking after Suzu with troubled but somewhat happy expression, and her anxiety from before was no longer there. Apparently, her feeling had changed even if it was a temporary thing. One way or another, Shizuku felt admiration in her mind as she thought, as expected of the class's mood maker, Suzu, Oldman version.
There are only 10 floors left. Let's do our best, Kaori.
Shizuku put her hands on Kaori's shoulders, and then put some strength into them as she looked straight at Kaori. It was her way to encourage her best friend so she would not break. Seeing Shizuku, Kaori noticed she had become slightly more timid, so she slapped both of her cheeks and returned Shizuku's gaze with a powerful gaze.
Thank you, Shizuku-chan.
Shizuku's worry made Kaori realize again how much Shizuku would support her, and Kaori conveyed her gratitude as her gaze softened as she smiled. Shizuku quietly nodded, and her gaze also softened. Lily flowers were blooming on their sides, but they didn't notice it. Koki and others who were looking around awkwardly were also unnoticed by Shizuku and Kaori. They were already in their own world after all.
If it is now, can I protect him?
I see. I am sure you can. We are different from that time. Even our levels have surpassed Meldeson and the other knights. However, isn't it possible that he has also become stronger? Even that time, he was the one who helped us in the end.
Haha, Shizuku-chan.
Kaori believed in Hajime's survival, but she was looking down on her current self, wondering if she could protect him this time, and that's why Shizuku was poking fun at her as a joke. Actually, they would be dumbfounded for various reasons when they found their target, but that is something for the near future. Incidentally, the ones here were Kuki, Ryutaro, Shizuku, Kaori, Suzu, Eri, 5 people including Nagayama Jugo and Hiyama's gang of 4, a total of 15 people, while Meld and the Knights were standing by at 70th floor. Actually, they were able to start from the 70th floor since a teleport magic circle that connected 30th and 70th floor was discovered. Though it became easier to move to the lower floor, 70th floor was the limit for Meld and the Knights. To begin with, there were only Meld and few others who could keep up while accompanied by Kuki's party when they were around the 60th floor. Thus, they had only become a hindrance to Kuki's party when they reached 70th floor. Even Meld was conscious of that. He taught Kuki's party of all the know-how about the dungeon. That's why he and the Knights decided to try their best to secure a safety zone around the teleportation circle, and only Kuki's party were to move on. Meld wanted to show a bitter smile due to being exceeded in only 4 months. But even so, after associating with Kuki's party, he and the Knights were satisfied if their abilities could safely secure a safety zone in 70th floor. Kaori's healing magic and light element aptitude skills were at the extreme. Her healing magic in particular was in the highest rank possible. Just judging by the amount of skills, Kaori's was at least amounted to 4 people. Furthermore, her current number of skills even exceeded the hero Koki. With tit for tat, everything was definitely for her promise. Believing in his survival this time, she would be the one to protect him. It was the result of her single-mindedly repeated the things she could do while spared little time for sleep.
I think it's about the time to leave. Is it okay now?
Kuki timidly called out to Kaori and Shizuku, who were still looking at each other. Before, he had witnessed Kaori and Shizuku embracing each other in Kaori's room, so sometimes Kaori's attitude became suspicious, which had taken Kaori aback, but Shizuku knew what was in his mind and only quietly watched him. Her eyes were truly expressing, "Until when are you going to keep this strange misunderstanding, you fool?" Pretending he didn't notice Shizuku's gaze, Koki ordered the other members. They had explored 90% of the 89th floor, and the route they were to go now was the last place to explore. Thinking about the structure of the floors up until now, it was about time for them to see the stairs. The prediction turned out right, and the party discovered the stairs 10 minutes after they moved out. They descended the dim, spiral staircase while confirming the existence of trap. After they descended for around 10 meters, Kuki's party arrived at the 90th floor. For now, Kuki's party were looking in vigilance for anything that might happen since it was the starting point. However, just by its external appearance, nothing had changed from 88-ish floors they had just finished exploring. They immediately began their exploration while mapping, even if the structure was the same, but they could not let their guard down because the demonic beasts that would appear might be strong ones. In vigilance, Koki's party explored the passages and rooms with the same structure as before. The exploration progressed easily, or so it should be, because before long, one by one they made doubtful expressions.
What's with this?
By the time the party reached a deep inside broad space, the incomprehensible feeling reached its peak, and Kuki leaked a guestioning voice with a perplexed expression. The other members were also perplexed just like him, so they halted when Kuki asked the Guestian,
Even though we have explored it so much, why we didn't encounter even one demonic beast?
Their exploration had reached the latter half part, excluding the unneeded passages. Up until now, they would not have been able to advance this easily, since they were furiously attacked by strong demonic beasts. Normally, they needed 2 days to reach the latter half of a floor. However, not even 3 hours had passed since Kuki's party started exploring the 90th floor. The reason for this progress was simple. They didn't encounter even one demonic beast in this floor. In the beginning, they thought the demonic beasts were observing Kuki's party from the shadows, but nothing popped up even when they used their perception skills and magic spells. It was strange for them not even feel the presence of a single demonic beast. It was obviously an abnormal situation.
How to say it, it feels eerie. Was nothing here since the beginning?
Similar to Ryutaru, the other members also talked about the other possibilities which remain unsolved. Their confusion only deepened.
Kuki, shouldn't we return for now? Somehow I feel an ominous premonition. Meldon Knights might know something about this situation.
Shizuku suggested to Koki while she strengthened her vigilance. Koki considered Shizuku's suggestion because he also had a bad feeling about it, but they must keep advancing no matter what happens, and he thought they would be fine because they could take it easy in the 89th floor, so he hesitated on answering. While Kuki was hesitating, the party members who explored the nearby surroundings unexpectedly raised their voice when they found something.
This is blood, right? It is hard to discern since the blood assimilate with the color of dim wall. They are all over the wall. Oi, this is quite the amount.
Nagayama advanced from within the paled party members, and he touched the ligate they thought as blood with his finger. Afterwards, he confirmed the details by looking and smelling the blood stuck on his finger.
Aminogawa, we should follow Yaegashi's suggestion. This is demonic beast's blood. Furthermore, it's still fresh.
Well, if that is demonic beast's blood, it means the demonic beasts around her have all been killed. Not only that, it also means there's strong one who did it. But won't we be unable to advance unless we defeat it?
Nagayama shook his head towards Kuki's rebuttal. Even though Nagayama was the second biggest after Ryutaru, he had a very prudent character unlike the other one. Nagayama watched the surrounding carefully while being prepared for battle and told Kuki what he thought about the situation.
Amanogawa, the demonic beast is likely not to go out of this room alone. We also haven't even encountered one in the passages and rooms up until now. In addition, it is the first time we discovered traces. In other words,
Something must have hidden the traces of the attacked demonic beasts, right?
Nagayama nodded at Shizuku's words. Even Kauki's expression showed he realized something because of those words. Then, just like Nagayama, he raised his vigilance to the maximum with a stern expression.
There's also the possibility of demonic beasts becoming more intelligent, but it was natural to think someone was here. In addition, for only traces in this room not to be hidden, either it means it didn't have the time to do it, or...
Here is the last stop.
What succeeded Kuki's words was a never-heard-before voice of a woman suddenly ringing out. It was a man-like, husky voice. Kuki's party became pop-eyed, and they immediately entered battle state. They turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. Sound of footsteps resounded, but what appeared from deep within the darkness of the spacious hall was a young woman with blazing red hair. The woman's ears were slightly pointed, and her skin was darkish. Kuki's party opened their eyes wide in astonishment. The woman's features were something they know very well. Though they have never seen it before, it was a race's characteristics that always appeared inside the lecture from Ishtal and the others. The enemy of the Church of Saints God, and also the archenemy of human race. It was...
Demon race.
Someone muttered, and the woman from Demon Race revealed a faint, cold smile. Similar to her hair, the color of her eyes were also red, and she wore a dull black rider suit-like clothing. Its design was fitting to her body, so her splendid curves could be seen well even in the dim dungeon. Moreover, there was the opening on the chest area, where the splendid twin hills seemed like it was going to spill out at any time. Furthermore, her flowing hair behind her, and her characteristically slightly pointed gauze was truly captivating. Most of the male students were blushing, even though they know it wasn't the right time.
You are the hero, right? Yes, you, the one wearing a stupidly sparkling armor.
Stupid? Shut up! I won't accept being called stupid by someone from Demon Race. Besides, why would a person from the Demon Race be in a place like this?
Kuki spoke without thinking, and used his slight anger to recover from his surprise, questioning the purpose of the woman of the Demon Race. However, the Demon Race woman thought of Koki's question as annoying and ignored it. Then, she very reluctantly continued, saying,
Pah. Even though this is absolutely unneeded, well, this is an order, after all. You, I mean the overly sparkling one. Won't you come to our side?
Huh? What did you say? Come to your... What do you mean?
Looks like your comprehensive ability is rather low. The meaning is exactly as I said. An invitation for Mr. Hero. I want you to come to our side. There are various preferential treatments too, you know.
Time was needed for Kuki's party to completely understand the unexpected words. Then, the classmates looked at Kuki, who glared at the woman from Demon Race with strained and disgusted expression. It was then when they understood what she meant.
I refuse! How dare you! Asking me to betray human race! My comrades and the people of this kingdom! It's exactly as I heard. The Demon Race is an evil existence. You purposely came here to invite me, but for you to come alone is too foolish! We have the numbers, so surrender now!
Kuki's words made the other classmates felt at ease. They thought Kuki would definitely refuse it, but they could not deny that they were slightly worried about it. However, his childhood friends, Ryutaro and Shizuku, didn't even worry about it. On the other side, the woman of the Demon Race didn't even pay any attention to the immediate refusal, and she muttered, I see. In fact, when Koki shouted his reply, it annoyed her.
Well, my superior also said it was okay for your comrades to come with you, you know. So, how about it?
My answer's still the same. No matter what you say, I absolutely won't betray human race.
Without discussing with his comrades, the representative, Kuki, immediately answered as such, and as though implying the invitation was something unpleasant, Kuki activated the holy sword, which then became cladded in light. There's no more need for discussion, and I will use force if you don't surrender. Behind him, Nagayama and Shizuku clicked their tongues in secret as they took maximum precaution to their surroundings over the demon race woman. Considering their situation, the two contemplated to change the location even if they must lie to the demon race woman. However, Kuki had already answered in anger before they could bring up their idea. Since it could not be helped now, they prepared for anything unexpected to happen. But if they thought about it, normally, no matter how adept the demon race were in using magic, they would not come to such a place alone. It was even more unbelievable that she flawlessly managed to annihilate the demonic beasts in the current floor, in addition to not leaving a single trace. If the demon race was so strong, and she was able to achieve all that, then they would have already trampled the human race by now. Besides, the demon race woman didn't even break a sweat when she reached this floor ahead of the 15 humans. Thinking of how she concealed the signs of combat, it made one fear thinking something laid in wait since they step into the floor, and one would think she had the geographical advantage. It would not be strange if something happened. The crisis the two had sensed was immediately proven to be correct.
I see. Then, I won't ask any more. Also, let me say this. To invite you is not my main priority, so don't even think of something naive like I won't kill you. Lutos, Havel, Enki. It's time to eat.
Shizuku and Nadayama's anguished voices when they were blown away at the same time.
Gah!
It was not known what blew the two away. With the order of the woman of the demon race, they sensed the left and right spaces of Kuki's party suddenly blurred. There were existences approaching them with speed comparable to ground shrinker, and attacked the unprepared classmates who were watching the conversation between Kuki and the woman of the demon race. Even with Shizuku and Nagayama's maximum precaution from the very beginning, they were barely able to notice the surprise attack, and they stood to protect the students who were suddenly the aim of their invisible enemy. Shizuku was a speed fighter, so her defense is low. Therefore, she drew her swords into a cross towards the blurring space and tried to jump back to dull the force when she received the impact. However, the enemy's attack power was far greater than she had imagined, so her defense was broken and she was thrown to the ground, sucking all the air in her lungs. There was even shallow cut on her abdomen. Nagayama was a great martial artist, which owned special aptitude towards defense, even among hand-to-hand fighter class. He had acquired the skill derived from body strengthening, called body hardening, which was similar to Vajra, and both skills had great credibility as they were far stronger than a steel shield. Coupled by his huge figure, his hard-to-break-through defend made him suitable to be called a human fortress. However, even Nadayama had his defense broken through by that existence, and was blown away while splattering blood from his deeply wounded arms. He barely escaped the additional damage of crashing into the ground by chance, and landed on Hiyama's gang who was in the rear. The glass cracking like crushed sounds came from the barrier magic Suzu had chanted beforehand, similar to how Shizuku took maximum caution. It was something she did immediately when she instinctively sensed the crisis. The location was at the rear side of the party. She didn't feel the existences there, but she somehow used the barrier to not only envelop Shizuku and Nadayama, but also everyone on the rear. It was something she did instinctively, which could also be said that it was due to her experience. Her action was extremely correct. Without Suzu's barrier, the third blurred space would mercilessly cut up Nagayama and other party members. However, Suzu was immediately blown backward as compensation of splendidly protecting her allies because she directly received the impact from the crushed barrier. Fortunately, Eri was right behind her, and she successfully caught Suzu, but the crisis had not ended yet when the third blurring space immediately began to move in pursuit just like the other two blurring spaces, wounding Shizuku and Nagayama. Because of the suddenness, those classmates who could not react towards the three approaching blurred spaces at that moment.
Give the grace and divine protection of light to us. Heavenly time, heavenly perimeter, heaven interruption.
Kaori activated 3 light magic at the same time with almost no chanting. She was able to omit some of her chants. The first magic spell was a mid-rank recovery magic, which immediately healed Shizuku and Nagayama, who were wounded, blown away, and landed on the ground. It was a magic spell capable of healing more than 2 people remotely away from her. Faint white lights poured on the 2 people who somehow managed to stand up while groaning because of the pain. Their wound recovery rate was abnormal. The second spell was used to allow Suzu and the others to be unnoticeable by the 3 blurred spaces. Similar faint white light poured into them. The light buoyantly expanded, and an area of light appeared at where they were at. Heavenly Perimeter was a mid-ranked recovery magic, and it was the so-called auto-regen. Although the duration was long, the amount recovered was little at a time. It had the feature of wrapping the surrounding with light made of magic power while the magic was activated. Kaori was using that feature, and the recovered amount was set to the lowest, to indirectly reveal the appearances of the unknown enemies. What appeared inside the white light were strange demonic beasts with lion head, dragon-like limbs, sharp claws, snake as the tails, and eagle-like wings on their backs, the so-called chimera. They must have peculiar magic for camouflaging. It was a gite troublesome ability since not only were their appearances camouflaged, their presences as well. However, the fact that they could not exhibit their full power in that state, and thus the blurred spaces, was a blessing in the midst of misfortunes. After all, even Shizuku and Nagayama, who held the best combat prowess among the classmates, were incapacitated with only a blow. They were enemies to be feared. Their powers were completely far above the demonic beasts the students had met on the previous floors, and obviously even stronger than the demonic beasts in this floor. The 3 chimeras readied their claws and fangs in pursuit as though they knew the location even inside the light. Their targets were Shizuku, Nagayama, and Suzu, these 3. However, their fangs and claws could not reach the 3 since 3 shields of light appeared before each of them and the attacks were averted in a hair's breadth, and the angle slightly moved while the shields were crushed by the chimera's attacks. They were the mid-ranked defense spell, Heaven's Interruption. It was the higher-ranking version of the beginner-ranked light defensive magic, Light's Interruption, where more than 2 shields produced at the same time. Even the barrier user, Suzu, was using this magic, and by replenishing the destroyed edges of the shield in high speed, it was possible to stall time, though it had soon to be destroyed when weakened. In this respect, Kaori could not reach Suzu, whose specialty was barrier, since she could not use it like such as even when her aptitude towards light element is high. At best, she could only do minute adjustments to the shield. However, the shields were helpful. At the moment Suzu's strong barrier was destroyed in a blow, Kaori realized her barrier would be useless, so she chose a method to avert the attack. To begin with, she didn't expect the incoming attacks would be the same as before, so it was more like a sink or swim situation. She was lucky it went well. The 3 chimeras whose attacks were averted became irritated and moved to attack again. The time she gained was only a moment. It was as though the chimeras didn't find it troublesome. However, there was no change that the most expensive thing to buy was time, even if it was just a moment. Kuki and the others didn't miss that moment.
Get away from Shizuku!
So is it okay to attack Nagayama? No one said just a sentence. Perhaps because of anger, Kuki roared and used Ground Shrinker to immediately reach the chimera near Shizuku. Kuki's movement speed was so fast that he left after images. He swung his holy sword towards the chimera's neck, and the sword became shinier. At the same time, Ryutaro took on the chimera that went to attack Nagayama with his thrusted fist in a karate stance. Rather than a direct attack, he thought it'd be faster to attack using the gauntlet-type artifact's ability, Shockwave. A war cry came from Ryutaro, and magic power was supplied to the gauntlet. Furthermore, Eri, who caught the blown-away Suzu, thrusted her hand out, began to chant when she felt the same crisis as Suzu, and powerful fire magic was activated. It was a mid-ranked magic called Sea of Flame, and just like the name, it was a ranged magic that manipulated tidal waves of flame. Even agile enemy would not be able to easily avoid it. With sublime power and speed, Kuki swung the holy sword down from an upper stance, while Ryutaro's thrusted fist drew out a form that couldn't even be more splendid and resulted in a violent shockwave that went forward, just like a cannonball. Eri's Deathbringer, crimson tidal wave, surged to swallow its target, turning it into ashes and dusts. However, Unbeknownst to them, some things had hidden themselves. 3 shadows roared and attacked Kuki's party right before their attacks would directly hit their targets. The suddenness of this situation made Kuki and Ryutaro felt chills running down their spines. 2 of the shadow rushed towards Kuki and Ryutaro with tremendous power, and the metal maces in their hands were swung with great speed. Kuki immediately used the sword's centrifugal force to twist his body, while Ryutaro raised his left hand towards the incoming mace instead of his thrusted-out right hand. With his balance broken, Kuki rolled on the ground, and Ryutaro was blown away by the enemy's second attack, a punch after he defended against the mace. What attacked Kuki and Ryutaro were demonic beasts with appearances similar to Brutal, with a height of 2.5 meters. However, even though they were similar to monsters in RPGs such as Orc and Ogre, the Brutals were like pigs, while these demonic beasts were considerably smart. Furthermore, their brutal-like bodies were strengthened to their limits. In fact, the strength and speed from the previous surprise attack could not be compared to Brutal's. On the other side, even though Eri didn't receive any direct attack, the psychological impact she received was greater than Kuki and Ryutaro's. Reason being, the shadow that suddenly appeared opened its mouth and begun to inhale the surging tidal waves at once. Whoa, 00, oosh! The expansive flame gathered at a single point and disappeared. The shadow inhaled all of the flame in only tens of seconds. What appeared in the space where the flame and heat disappeared was turtle-like demonic beast with 6 feet. The shell on its back was dyed in crimson, just like the rampaging flame that earlier changed its target to ashes. In the next moment, the turtle with 6 feet finished absorbing the flame and once again opened its mouth wide. At the same time, the shell on its back shined intensely and red light appeared inside its opened mouth. It was just like how energy was collected before a laser beam was fired. Seeing that, an impatient expression appeared on Eri's face. She had no room to spare since she had just fired her magic. However, her impatience was blown off by the usual cheerful voice of her best friend in her arms.
Don't underestimate me. Come in succession, O light of protection, and be revived as long as I have the will. Heaven's interruption!
In a moment, 10 light shields appeared in succession before Suzu and Eri. All of the shields were set up diagonally at 45-degree angle. The super high temperature beam was fired by the 6-legged turtle at the same time the shields appeared, and parried upward through where the shields were crushed. Even so, the power of the beam was greatly above the attack from the previous demonic beasts, since it only needed a moment to pulverize a shield. Suzu was gritting her teeth and chanted in succession to construct new shields one after another. It could be said it was as expected of a barrier user. The shield's construction speed rivaled the speed of the shield's destruction and succeeded in parrying the 6-legged turtle's beam. Barely. The parried beam hit the dungeon's ceiling, accompanied with great tremor, pulverizing its surroundings, and the scattered scorching minerals fell down like a rain.
Damn it. What's just happened?
Just what are those demonic beasts? Shit, let's defeat them now!
Only until the situation progressed this much did Hiyama's gang and Nagayama's party slipped out of their confusion and prepared to fight. The wounded Shizuku and Nagayama were also healed completely, and they began to respectively attack the chimeras. Shizuku entered the super high-speed world, and not even her afterimage could be seen. Vroom! Her figure disappeared with a sound of exploded air, appearing right behind the chimera in the next moment, and she used the sword-drawing technique to unsheath her swords that had returned to their sheaths before anyone noticed. No beat. It was a skill that enabled movement without preliminary action. Rather than simply moving with speed without leaving any afterimages, one just could not catch up with her movement, which rapidly quickened and slowed. In addition, her sword drawing and slashing speed were further increased by the skills derived from swordsmanship. The speed of the naked blades was even faster than what an ordinary living being would recognize as a swift flash. To return the blow she received a while ago, she used one of the Yaegashi-style secret techniques, void severing. It cut even the space just like its name. At one moment one could see the silver-colored trajectory of the sword, and the chimera's snake tail was severed into 2 in the next moment. Raising roar of anger, the chimera turned around and swung its sharp claws. However, its attack only cut through the air. Shizuku had already moved to the other side. She swung her two swords and cut the chimera's flank.
Cool!
Shizuku used her speed to steadily damage the chimera. However, Shizuku's expression didn't clear up, inadvertently leaking a sound as though she had been bitten a bitter bug. It was because her calculation had been wrong. In reality, Shizuku had wanted to cut the chimera's body apart with the first strike, but she could not do that, and the snake tail entered her slashing range instead. Even the second slash that's supposed to cut the chimera's body in even halves were stopped when it quickly bent its body right before the slashes reached it. The chimera could not keep up with Shizuku's speed. However, it was not like it could not respond to her. It could not see her figure, so it was barely able to respond to Shizuku's extreme speed using its reflex speed, a truly troublesome opponent. It was something more than troublesome for Shizuku, who wanted to finish the fight quickly and rescue the others. Afterwards, she swung her swords for the third and fourth times, and though there were numerous wounds on the chimera's body, they were too shallow to become a mortal wound. In addition, the chimera began to become accustomed to Shizuku's speed. An impatient expression appeared on Shizuku's face. The bad things continued for Shizuku, no for all of them. When she heard a shriek suddenly resounding around the room, dark red light wrapped the severed tail and wings before her, and the chimera's wounds immediately healed. Kaori's heavenly perimeters effect had been significantly lowered, and thus wounds were not supposed to be healed easily, no matter how shallow they were. Shizuku opened her eyes wide and looked at the source of the shriek, while she kept caution towards the healed chimera. Thus, unbeknownst to her, the demon race woman who was standing idly like an unconcerned spectator had a double-headed white crow riding on her shoulder, with one head turned toward Shizuku. More accurately, it was facing the chimera before Shizuku.
There's even a healer?
She thought she finally wounded the difficult enemy, but it was immediately healed. Even at the best of times, lots of time would have passed before she could attain the victory. However, now, there was an excellent healer in standby for the chimera. Such a situation made Shizuku scream instinctively. Not only Shizuku, her comrades at the other places similarly raised bitter screams. Kuki, who fought the brutal look-alike while receiving support, had almost finished after he deeply cut the brutal-like body from shoulder to the waist, but the crow's other head was looking at the wound, and when it shrieked, it was healed as though time had rewinded. The same thing happened to Ryutaru and Nagayama. The second brutal look-alike Ryutaru was fighting had its abdomen hollowed out as though it had exploded, and one of its arms was broken. However, it was immediately healed when the head that was looking at the chimera Shizuku was fighting against turned towards it and shrieked. Even the chimera Nagayama had battled against that had parts of its body caved in, was immediately healed.
Looks like you have Gite the hard time. What will you do? Will you come to our side now? If it is now, I will let you think for a while, you know.
Seeing Kuki's party having a hard fight, the woman of the demon race clapped her hands with composed attitude and once again spoke to invite them. To begin with, she asked the Gestian knowing what the answer will be, and her expression remained cold. Her expectation turned to be right.
Don't joke around. We won't yield to your threat. We won't be defeated. And I will give you the proof. Here I go. Limit break!
The words of the woman of the demon race made Kuki raise an expression of indignation. He used the holy sword to counter the brutal look-alike swung-down mace, and used the chance to activate Limit Break. Cladded in divine light, Kuki shouted this would be the end, and charged towards the woman of the demon race. Limit Break, a skill that temporarily triples one's basic stats using magic power, however. It is literally breaking one's limit, so it cannot be used for a long period, and the user will be weakened proportionally to the time it was used afterwards. That is because of the severe fatigue and results in the inability to use even half of one's original power. Therefore, the time and place to use this last resort skill should be thought out carefully. Because of the demonic beast's strength and recovery, Koki judged that the morale of his companions would plummet if this kept up, so he used Limit Break to immediately defeat the White Crow and the demon race woman. With Kuki's declaration of limit break, pure white light wrapped around his body. At the same time, the brutal lookalike, whose mace attack was counterattacked again, didn't notice the change in Kuki.
O blade like will, bear the light and tear my enemy. Light sword!
Kuki bent his body forward to dodge the brutal lookalike's mace. He then immediately slashed from below using the holy sword, which was extended by the blade of light. He had slashed the enemy before by using light sword, and although it received a severe wound, it wasn't life-threatening. However, this time he was using limit break, which tripled his stats, and with the effect of light sword, the brutal lookalike was diagonally cut in two, as though it was made of butter. One beat later, the brutal lookalike's body shifted diagonally, and boom, it crumbled with a raw sound. Kuki put strength into his legs and immediately accelerated fiercely towards the demon race woman. Nothing obstructed the space between Kuki and the demon race woman, although it was said that the demon race was a superior race in terms of magic, but it was too late for her to do anything. With this, she would be slashed along with the White Crow. The end. Everyone thought so. There were 6 blurred spaces, and they attacked Kuki while roaring loudly. Because the chimeras were attacking simultaneously from all sides, Kuki instinctively raised an astonished voice, and his eyes opened wide. He immediately slammed the brake, dodging the attack from the front, and used Holy Sword to slash the chimera attacking from his right. Next, he believed in the performance of the holy armor and endured the deadly attack he received on his back. However, those were the only things he could do. The claws of the chimera on his left hit his shoulder. He flew outside of the encirclement when the last chimera suddenly jumped, dug its foreleg claws on Kuki's shoulders, and pinned him.
Eck!
A cry slipped through his grit and his teeth. He was barely able to stop the chimera that was about to pierce its fangs in the scruff of his neck with Holy Sword. With claws digging into his shoulders, the power to block the jaws was reduced. Kauki, who had already broken his limit, was gradually cornered, and he could not bring forth enough power.
O light of grace, bring your healing and mourning to this place. Heavenly burn. Binding seal.
Seeing Kuki in such a pinch, Kaori promptly activated recovery magic spells. Heavenly Burn was a mid-ranked healing magic with a single target. Its effect was higher than the recovery magic, Heavenly Time, she used earlier to heal several people. However, the chimera's claws were digging in Kuki's shoulders, so it wouldn't be healed the way things were going. Therefore, she activated mid-ranked restraining magic of the light element, Binding Seal. At the same time, she activated the healing magic. Binding Seal was a magic that produced a cage of light centering on the confined object. Kaori used that magic on Kuki. The cage of light instantaneously expanded around Kuki and pushed the chimera away. With the claws coming out of his shoulders, Heavenly Burn demonstrated its effect, and Kauki's wounds were instantly healed. At the same time, some people from the rear, such as Susu and the rear guard group who were fighting against the chimera and the 6-legged turtle, released attack magics towards the chimeras attacking Koki. However, the distance was too far, and they could not get a good aim. Even when they had had the effects of Kaori's heavenly perimeter, they were still unable to deal great damages to the Kaorias. Even so, they were able to buy time for Kuki to regain his balance. Next, he readied his holy sword, chanted and charged to counterattack when he was fully healed.
Soaring four-wing blades!
He swung the holy sword, which drew a curve in the air, and 4 slashes of light appeared from the space where he swung at. The targeted chimera sensed the crisis beheld by Kuki's action strengthened by limit break, and immediately jumped away to evade.
Capture them. Restrain.
With a chantless-like short chant, Kaori activated mid-ranked restraining magic of the light element, Restrain. Numerous chains of light jumped out from the evading chimera's feet and twined around their neck and feet, though it was not difficult to get out of it with the strength the chimeras possessed. They were stopped for a moment and could not evade. As a result, the 4 chimeras were directly hit by Kuki's soaring blades and died as their blood splattered around. Kuki glared and pointed his holy sword towards the demon race woman.
How regrettable. Your last resort was ineffective against us. Now there's nothing else to protect you.
Upon hearing Kuki's words, the demon race woman looked dubiously, looked at Kuki with amazement. In her mind, she thought, why was it necessary for him to declare that now? Wouldn't it be better for him to immediately slash me? Even though the demon race woman should have been cornered, her composed attitude irritated Kuki. First she let out chimeras, next brutal lookalikes, and now chimeras again. Those surprise attacks were also the source of his irritation. You only used surprise attacks and didn't fight fairly. Moreover, you're just spectating. What a coward! Kuki shouted.
Well, that's not my last resort.
What a bluff!
Anyway, forget about whether or not it's a bluff, but what will you do after you repel those? I have confirmed your power as the heretic apostles, so I have no more business with you.
What up? 8?
The demon race woman said while going through the trouble of flipping her hair, when a scream rang out from behind him the same time Kuki was guestioning her. Kuki reflexively looked back, and what greeted his eyes were 5 brutal lookalikes and chimeras. Furthermore, there was a black 4-eyed wolf he had never seen before, who was ridden by a 60-centimeter black cat with 4 tentacles. They simultaneously attacked his comrades, and Kuki could see the spectacle where the black cat's tentacle pierced through the flank of one of his best friends in Nagayama's party, Nomura Kentaro. The one who screamed was Yoshino Mao, also from Nagayama's party.
Kentaro, damn you! Don't you get carried away!
Mao, calm down. I will heal him.
A member from their party, Endu Kosuke, slashed the tentacle that pierced Nomura, and he glared at the black cat with eyes blazing in anger. Nomura fell and raised an anguished voice which made Yoshino dumbfounded, but only to be scolded by Tsuji Ayako, who immediately activated healing magic. It was a blessing that she completed her chant, completed before the tentacle cut by Endao healed up.
There are still more.
As he looked back, Kuki made a surprise sound because there were new reinforcements that appeared unbeknownst to him.
The effect of Chimera's peculiar magic, camouflage, activates on whoever it touched. Or have you not thought of such a thing? Looks, there's more of them.
The large amount of demonic beasts that suddenly appeared had reversed the situation, and Kuki and his comrades were now the ones who were inferior in terms of numbers. Seeing that, Kuki hurriedly turned back. To Kuki, the demon race woman gave away the secret of the chimera's camouflage effect and further revealed more demonic beasts. 10 4-eyed wolves and black cats appeared from behind her and rushed towards Kuki. The black cat's tentacles extended at extraordinary speed and attacked Kuki from all directions. Kuki made a pinwheel rotation to cut the incoming tentacles using the holy sword, but one of the black cats had gotten close to his side and tried to hit him. It was aiming at Kuki's face, so the jumping black cat shouldn't have been able to avoid his attack mid-air. Kuki said, "One down," when he was convinced of the demonic beast's death. However, his conviction was easily overturned in the next moment. Somehow, the black cat did a somersault in mid-air and avoided Kuki's attack. Next, sharp claws that didn't suit the cat's physique targeted Kuki's neck. Kuki was barely able to move his head and avoided the attack, but he was unable to respond to a 4-eyed wolf's attack that came from behind him due to the collapse of his balance. It didn't result in a serious injury thanks to his defense of his armor and the strength from exceeding his limit. He then mightily jumped away and returned to his comrades. With that, the obviously abnormally strong demonic beasts surrounded Kuki's party. Everyone tried to fight back desperately, but what was even more troublesome was that the enemies had suddenly increased in numbers and were cooperating. In addition, the White Crow would immediately heal the demonic beasts if they didn't die in one hit. Although the front line somehow managed to avoid collapsing thanks to the continuous healing of Kaori and the other healer, Tsuji Ayako, they still could not do anything to break the situation. Kaupi dealt damage to the enemies using the power he gained from Limit Break, but it had become impossible for him to attack the demonic beasts with hit-and-run tactic while cooperating with the others. With high-speed movement comparable to Shizuku's no beat, the black cat and the four-eyed wolf that possessed a skill called prediction had excellent teamwork, which resulted in the evasion of what should have been a mortal wound. They desperately fought back, but shadows of despair gradually began to loom over the expression of the classmates. That feeling grew larger, thanks to the participation of the demon race woman in the battle.
The golden-eyed lizard sleeping in the depth of the ground, the magic-eyed king born in this world, the one who brought the curse of darkness within his view. What I seek is the eternal and everlasting prison of darkness. Neither terror, nor despair, nor sorrow to lock out my enemies with those eyes, and what remains would be demise, only cold sanctioned sculptures, crush everything and return them to the ground.
Immediately after the chant was finished, a gray orb appeared from the woman of the demon race's outstretched hand and flew towards Kuki's party, drawing a parabola. Although it could not be called fast, there's no one currently in Kuki's party who could not evade it. At a glance, it was truly not a marvelous magic, but the one whose abdomen pierced by the tentacle, Nomura Kentaru, was already pale-faced because of the blood loss, and became paler. He shouted,
Fuck. Tenaguchi. Stop that thing. Use your barrier.
Hey, Roger! Bring a sanctuary that won't let the god's enemy pass here. Holy interruption!
Nomura, who was at his wits' end, ordered, and Susu used shortened chants to invoke high-ranked defense magic of the light element. The shining barrier created a dome-like state and surrounded Kuki's party. Because Holy Interruption didn't have a function to detect friend or foe, there were lots of demonic beasts wrapped inside the dome-like barrier. Not only was it a strong magic, it also had high magic power consumption rate. It was the reason why it was often not used in meaningless fights. However, Nomura's shout told her the danger of the magic activated by the demon race woman, so at the very least, she wanted to use a strong barrier magic and immediately chose Holy Interruption. The gray-colored swirling orb immediately collided with the barrier right after Suzu expanded the Holy Interruption. The gray orb had tremendous pressure and strength belied by its appearance to break through the barrier. To not let it break through, Suzu gritted her teeth and desperately endured the feeling of her magic power being consumed. Then, as if they received an order from the demon race woman, the demonic beast's movements changed. Several, all of them, began to aim at Suzu simultaneously.
Suzu.
Protect Taniguchi.
Eri fired her magic to obstruct the approaching brutal look-alike as she called Suzu's name. With Suzu in the center, there was Eri with Saito Yoshiki and Kondo Reishi fighting against a chimera, and a four-eyed wolf in opposite of her. Nomura came to Suzu's side. However, a black cat suddenly appeared from the crack of their defense towards the unmoving Suzu, who could not move while maintaining Holy Interruption. Nomura immediately activated Stone Spear and skew it to the ground. However, the black cat was zigzagging mid-air, bent its body to avoid the stone spear, and thrust out all of its tentacles.
Tenaguchi!
Nomura called Suzu's name to warn her, but it was too late. The tentacles had instantly pierced the Suzu's stomach, thigh, and right arm, while she tried to dodge. Her small body was caught and was thrown to the side with a strong force. With splattered blood, Suzu's back struck the ground and her breath hung. Then, she screamed due to the incapability to endure the severe pain, the same time she regained her breath.
Suzu-chan?
Suzu.
Hearing her agonized voice, Kaori and Eri instantly screamed Suzu's name. Although Kaori tried to focus her mind to activate healing magic, but the shining barrier Suzu made had disappeared first.
Everyone, get away from that orb!
Nomura warned the others with a voice filled with frustration. However, up till now, no magic could rival Suzu's impregnable defense. Holy Interruption. That was why his warning came too slow. With the disappearance of the barrier, the swirling gray orb flew mightily, crashed into the ground and exploded soundlessly, and scattered gray smoke to the surroundings tremendously. Saito, Kondo, and Nomura ran towards Suzu, who had collapsed in agony nearby. The gray smoke immediately wrapped around them. There were no shadows of demonic beasts. All of them had simultaneously distanced themselves at once. The gray smoke continued to extend and tried to engulf Kuki and the others.
Karma wind! Wind bomb!
Kuki immediately used wind magic to create a squall, which pushed the gray smoke outside the room. Maybe because it was created with magic, the smoke didn't easily get blown out of the room unlike ordinary smoke. But because Kuki's magic was strengthened thanks to the limit break, he successfully blew the smoke away after some struggle into the dungeon passageway. Kuki and 7 passageway. However, what was left by the smoke was...
That can't be, Suzu.
Nomura-kun.
Kondu! Kondu!
Saitu and Kondu had completely petrified and became unable to speak, while Suzu had her lower half of her body petrified, and Nomura, who covered Suzu, had the left side of his body petrified. Saitu and Kondu were petrified with dumbfounded expressions because they didn't understand what had happened. Suzu, whose lower half petrified, coupled with severe pain, had lost her consciousness with a truly pained expression. On the other hand, the one who protected Suzu, Nomura, had the most negligible damage, but he still let out a pained groan while gritting his teeth, looking like he seemed to be enduring an acute pain. Nomura's damage was slight because he was an earth magic user. Carrying the highest aptitude to earth attribute, it was natural he had high resistance against magic from earth element. In addition, Nomura instantaneously saw through the demon race woman's magic because it was of the earth element, which he had studied, high-ranked offensive magic, final prison. It was a troublesome magic scattering petrifying gray smoke. Even if it was only a slight touch, the magic would gradually invade the body until one was completely petrified, and the only action to prevent it was to create barrier that'd hold up until the effect has worn off, or use strong magic to blow the smoke away. Moreover, the barrier would also be petrified unless it was a high-ranked one, and the smoke could also only be blown away using a high-ranked magic.
Bastard! How dare you!
Kuki raised an enraged expression because of the disaster that fell upon his comrades. Kuki, who was wrapped in a shining light due to the effect of limit break, began to shine in a brighter, dazzling light. He looked like he would charge towards the demon race woman at any moment. However, Shizuku acted as a stopper to Koki when she yelled with an admonishing voice, followed by telling him to withdraw with all of their might.
Stop, Cookie! Let's withdraw. The path of retreat is clear now.
After what had happened, how can I run away?
However, with his fury from seeing his comrades getting hurt, Kuki glared and objected to Shizuku's plan of retreating. The pressure Kuki released rushed towards Shizuku, but she received it as though it was nothing, and pressured him instead with a stern expression.
Listen, Kaori will surely cure them. However, it'll take time. There's also the possibility of it being too late if we are too slow to treat them. So it is necessary to withdraw now and recover. Besides, we lack 3 people now, so if you rush out, everyone won't be able to endure the next attack. We'll truly be annihilated.
But...
In addition, isn't it about time your limit break reached dangerous time? In this situation, it'll be truly the end if Kuki is weakened. Please calm down. Everyone also feels the same as you.
Hearing the logical words of his childhood friend, Kuka hesitated as he bit his lip when he noticed the bleeding at the edge of Shizuku's lips, and he felt his boiling head go cold. Shizuku was also mortified. Before she knew it, she had cut her lip. Her important comrades had been done in, and if possible, she wanted to immediately beat up her enemy.
Okay, everyone, time to retreat. Shizuku Ryutaro! Please endure it for a little longer.
Leave it to me!
Right on.
Koki thrusted up the holy sword and began a long chant. Until now, he didn't use any long chant because it would not have diffused their earlier situation. However, it was now the perfect magic to clear a path for their retreat. But it became necessary for him to entrust his defense to Shizuku and Ryutaro because he was completely defenseless when he's chanting. In other words, they must face the demonic beasts aiming for Kuki. Naturally, even if Shizuku and Ryutaro could not cope with it, they would still desperately fight back with considerable vigor even with injuries.
Do you think I'll let you escape?
When she said this, the demon race woman ordered the demonic beasts to block the passage behind Kuki's party. Then she began to chant magic, with the chanting Kuki as her target. However, that's when something abnormal began to happen to the demon race woman.
Why?
Somehow, 5 of the chimeras that should be her allies were attacking the woman. While being surprised with widely opened eyes, she immediately resumed and used a shortened chant to activate her magic. High density of dust clouds became swirling blades with the woman in the center, cutting 2 of the attacking chimeras. The attacks from the remaining chimeras were somehow avoided by blowing herself away using the dust clouds. The demon race woman yelled, "Why am I being attacked?" She was agitated while staring at the chimeras that attacked her. Then she noticed something. All of the chimeras had parts of their bodies destroyed. There's one that was headless, and one with a deep scar in its body which still had blood dripping from it even now.
These.
Just as the demon race woman noticed, the 5 chimeras that attacked her were the ones defeated by Kuki. The should-be-dead chimera stood up and attacked her. The situation was unreal until the demon race woman recalled a certain magic and muttered, "Don't tell me."
I won't let you disturb Kuki-kun.
As she shouted so, Eri swung her hand like a baton and made the corpses of the chimeras surround the demon race woman.
Necromancer, huh? I didn't get such information.
The demon race woman had prior investigations before she waited in ambush for Kuki's party. From the information, there's no mention of someone capable using super difficult magic such as necromancy, so this situation was completely unexpected. That was because, even though Eri had necromancer as her class, she was bad at it and never used necromancy in actual combat, but now this fact worked in their favor. Even if I am bad at it, I'll just overcome it, Eri thought, while she glared at the demon race woman with a powerful gaze and skillfully manipulated the chimeras as though it wasn't her first time doing it in actual combat. However, she was just going to buy time rather than defeating the demon race woman. In the meantime, Kaori used Focus and 10,000 Heavens on Suzu. Among the party members, Suzu was the one in the direst situation, which was why she decided on focusing healing Suzu first. 10,000 Heavens was a mid-ranked healing magic of the light element, capable of curing abnormal statuses. However, the petrification magic was a considerably strong magic, and she couldn't cure it at all. Though the holes in her abdomen and arm were immediately recovered, she had lost a considerable amount of blood. She was in such a critical situation where needed immediate rest. It was also necessary to heal the hole in her leg the moment her petrification is undone. Nomura, with a petrified left side of his body, had been diligently worked on to be released from his abnormal state by Tsuji Ayako. Tsuji Ayako had a high aptitude for healing magic, but the fact that Nomura had high resistance against earth magic made his recovery rate considerably faster. His petrified leg had already been cured. However, even with that, Tsuji Ayako could only grit her teeth when she sneaked a glance at Saito and Kondo, who were still completely petrified. Peek at Kaori swinging her white wand. Although their class was the same, healer, Kaori was obviously above her in terms of capability. Kaori was using magic to simultaneously heal Suzu, who had far more serious injuries than Nomura. In addition, she sometimes used healing magic on Shizuku and Ryutaro, who were in battle to defend Kuki. It was a feat impossible to be mimicked by Ayako. She was mortified and felt miserable because she couldn't heal all of her allies while being in a dire situation. Although Nomura seemed to want to say something to Ayako in regards to what she was feeling, he thought it was not the right time, so he bore the pain and muttered an incantation. With their fighting force deceased and Kuki out of the fight, Hiyama and Nakano were covered in wounds as they confronted many demonic beasts. On the other side, Nagayama's party and Eri, who were protecting the 2 healers, noticed they had almost reached their limits. With the current flow, it would only be several minutes before they completely exhaust themselves. Light gathered in Kuki's holy sword, but Nakano, who was about to cry at any moment, panicked when she thought of this as a suicidal action. The party members anxiously waited for the time, which finally came.
Here I go. Heavenly downpour.
One flashing line fired from the thrusted-up holy sword. The light exploded and scattered before the ceiling, pouring down towards the surrounding demonic beasts like meteors. This heavenly downpour was an attack magic from light element where it flew above enemies, could pinpoint several enemies, and attack them simultaneously. Its power wasn't that high, since its power was distributed among the scattered lights, and was originally used to clean up a lot of small fries. But in limit break state, this bombing-like magic was enough to clean up demonic beasts in 50th floor. However, the abnormally strong demonic beasts brought by the demon race woman didn't receive that much damage as expected, and at most, it only blew them away from his comrades as far as possible. But it was enough for Kuki. By creating a gap, his comrades would be able to retreat while the demon race woman was still occupied by the chimera controlled by Eri. Having confirmed so, Kuki demonstrated the characteristic of the magic which had a stupidly long chanting.
Converge!
As it poured down from the heaven, the rain of light that made the demonic beasts retreat temporarily once again converged into the holy sword. The spectacle where the meteors converged as they left trails was a fantastic scene. Kauki thrusted the holy sword straight, and it shone as it cladded in light towards the demonic beasts that positioned themselves before the passage the retreat path of him and his comrades. With a war cry, he pulled the last trigger from the series of magic.
Heavenly Claws Downpour.
Immediately, numerous meteors shot like a bombardment when his thrusted the holy sword forward. Even though it looked the same as previous attack, it had far stronger power since Kuki used his trump card, Heaven Might, and naturally it swept away the demonic beasts that closed their retreat path. Normally, even if he wanted to use Heaven Might, the chant was long, and he didn't want Shizuku and Ryutaro to protect him any longer than needed. Even so, Heavenly Claws Downpour was the best technique he had in the current situation. The meteor-like torrent of lights went straight towards the demonic beasts blocking their retreat path, and caused numerous explosions simultaneously at the moment of impact. The bombardment that consisted of numerous light bullets exploded like the cluster bomb. The consecutive impacts resulted in the broken balance of the demonic beasts as they were being blown away. The demonic beasts screamed as they closed their eyes. Heavenly Claws Downpour had an additional effect, blindness, caused by looking at the flash. The strong light generated in close proximity burnt their sights. Rubbing their eyes with their backhands, the demonic beasts blindly rampaged. These demonic beasts were already out of Kuki's party's path of retreat. A way had opened straight to the passage.
Now, let's retreat!
With Kuki's order, everyone simultaneously moved. Nagayama had carried the petrified Kondo and Saito on his shoulders, while Endo shouldered the fainted Suzu. Even though his left arm was still petrified, Nomura stood up by himself, endured the acute pain, and began to run towards the passage.
Don't let them escape. Capture them.
While fighting the last two chimeras, the demon race woman ordered the unharmed demonic beasts. The demonic beasts moved as instructed and began their pursuit at once. Chimeras, four-eyed wolves, and black cats, they were all swift-footed demonic beasts, and the distance between them and Kuki's party was shortened in less than no time. It was at that time Nomura turned around. With pained face, he thrusted out his right hand and revealed a fearless smile.
Don't ever think it'll be defeated in Earth magic. It's my payback. Final prison.
The same swirling gray orb, just like the demon race woman's magic, shot out from Nomura's hand. The magic orb transmitting petrification smoke collided with the incoming demonic beasts. When the demon race woman activated final prison a while ago, even without her saying anything, the demonic beasts immediately distanced themselves. That's why Nomura the demonic beasts could sense the danger that lies within the spell and chanted it in preparation to use on the pursuer as he was retreating. What Nomura concluded turned out to be true. The moment the gray orb shot out, the charging demonic beasts immediately slammed on their brakes and began to jump back to distance themselves and return to their previous location. At the same time, the smoke became a smokescreen, concealing the appearances of Kuki and his comrade as they were retreating. In addition, Endu used magic to erase the remains of magic power and traces of their smells. Endu's class was an assassin, so he had natural talent in covert magic, and the demonic beasts were likely unable to pursue them. The entrance of the previous room already looked smaller behind them, and maybe it was just their imagination, but mortified howls of demonic beasts seemed like it was resounding. Cookie's party felt mortified because of their ragged bodies and their comrades who could not open their eyes. However, they also feel glad they survived and continued to run away without saying anything. Their current location was the deepest room in the 89th floor. Currently, there were 4 entrances within the huge octagonal room, but there was actually one more passage that leads to a hidden room between 2 entrances. The size of the entrance to this closed room was about 10 tatami, and its entrance was splendidly camouflaged. Inside the room was Koki's party, who were resting in complete relief. However, their expressions were uniformly gloomy. There were only those who cast their gaze down in deep frustration. Everyone was covered in wounds, so a lot of them had expressions distorted by pain. Normally, Kuki would use his charisma to encourage everyone, but now his whole body was attacked by severe exhaustion due to the recoil from limit break, and he leaned his body in towards the wall, shutting his mouth in silence. In addition, at such a time, the class mood maker who could not read the mood in a good way had apple face due to the loss, blood, and was sleeping with rough breathing as she frowned in pain. This fact was also one of the reasons which made everyone depressed. Suzu's lower half was still petrified from the knees down, and so Kaori was still continuing the treatment. Her pierced thigh had already been healed. What was left was to undo her petrification. However, Suzu had lost a large amount of blood from the attacks of the tentacles. There was the possibility that her vital blood vessels were damaged. But it could also be said that Kaori made it in time for the healing because she was Kaori. To begin with, even Kaori was incapable of replenishing Suzu's lost blood. Thus, she was limited to making Suzu drink the blood-increasing medicine from this world. It was the reason why Suzu's physical condition would not return to normal immediately. It was necessary for her to rest. Kaori had spent all of her time on Suzu, so the others didn't receive her healing. Naturally, Seitu and Kondo, who were petrified into object-like things, were kept as they were. After Suzu's treatment ended, next were the petrified 2, and the other party members who understood there was still a long wait before it was their turn didn't complain, except for a small portion of them. It was simply because they did not have energy to do it. Inside the dim room where the gloomy atmosphere drifted about, Shizuku wrinkled her forehead and was puzzled on how to encourage the others. Naturally, the taciturn Shizuku could not skillfully change the atmosphere, unlike Suzu. However, there was no one else to do so since Kuki was also weakened due to the effect of limit break and his defeat, so she thought she must somehow do something. She was thinking in such manner because she naturally cared about others. A true worldly wise person. Shizuku herself was nearing her limit both physically and mentally, and she was gradually troubled by thinking of what to do. Thus, she decided to make an unable-to-read-the-mood-style gag with the resolution of dying an honorable death. However, when she considered again, she felt as though she felt herself breaking. Then, Nomura and Tsuji Ayako appeared from the improvised passage, and they conversed.
Phew, I think it somehow turned into a good camouflation, but as expected, I am exhausted after using such a delicate magic. PM already at my limit. It's not in your field of expertise to be able to transform it into wall without any sense of incompatibility, but you even used only one magic array to do that, so it can't be helped. Cheers for your hard work. You also worked hard to completely undo my petrification, right? Thanks.
From the conversation of these two people, the one who made this room and camouflaged the entrance into the surrounding wall was the Earth Magic user, Nomura Kentaru. Earth Magic user held high aptitude towards Earth element magic, which directly manipulates the ground, but it could not do delicate work such as manufacturing and forming such as transmutation. For example, it could create a bulge in the ground, make rocks fly up from the ground, harden the ground to create a stone spear, or controlling clouds of sand. In addition, for someone high-ranked, they could use petrification spells and create golems, completely non-independent doll. However, an Earth Magic user could not produce things by separating or mixing various minerals. That's why, though, it was possible to roughly create a hole on the wall using magic array at hand. To be able to form a wall, similar to the surrounding walls, Nomura could do nothing but constructed it using only one magic array. It should be noted that Tsuji Ayako had treated Nomura after he had undid his petrification.
Thanks for your hard work, Nomura-kun. We should be able to gain some time with this.
I hope so. Well, with this I can do nothing but pray we won't be found until everyone has recovered. About Kosuke, we can only pray too, huh? Kusuke should be okay. He won't lose to anyone in terms of the thinness of his shadow. No Jugo. Don't say that. I feel bad just by hearing it.
The talk about the increasing safety of their hiding place made the depressed atmosphere slightly relaxed, and Shizuku smiled as she treated Nomura kindly due to the cancellation of creating a black history of her. On the other hand, Nomura had a bitter smile as he prayed and looked into the distance towards one of his best friends who was not here now. That's right, currently one of their companions was not here. He was Endo Kusuke. With Assassin as his class, he was Nagayama Jugo, and Nomura Kentaru's best friend. He was neither gloomy nor a poor talker, but his existence was a forgettable one. He was a normal high school boy who could speak casually with anyone, but somehow his shadow is thin. His figure would be gone before anyone noticed it, while saying, "Huh? Where is he?" as they looked at the surrounding, only to be surprised that he was right beside them. He demonstrated elusiveness without any intention of doing it at all. And of course, it was also the same story when they were still in Japan. Though the person himself was extremely unwilling, his ability was currently the most useful. Endao alone separated from the party and went to explain the situation to Meld and the Knights. Normally, no matter how much of a cheat the summoned person was, it was suicidal to run through the level 80-ish floors alone. Even Kuki's party had little room to spare in conjuring the floors, only because there were 15 people cooperating. But if it was Endu, a man who could puff up his chest while saying the world's thinnest shadow, he could take full advantages of his stealth skills and possibly be capable of reaching the 70th floor where Meld and the Knights were without being found by any demonic beast. Thinking so, Kuki's party sent Endu off. When he left, Endu was slightly teary-eyed. Surely, he felt something by leaving alone to retreat from his companions. It could not be from his companions' persuasion words, such as, "If it's you with your thin shadow, even keen demonic beasts won't notice you. Only you have a thin shadow that won't lose to anyone, so you must be able to break through the demonic beasts without being noticed." Truthfully, Kuki's party wanted to immediately withdraw from the upper floors. However, to their regrets, they didn't have any reserve strength left to do so. Within the party members who were covered in wounds, 3 of them were in no condition for battle, while Koki was in a weakened state, so they didn't think they would be able to break through the 80s floors. Of course, they also didn't think Meld and the Knights would come to rescue them. Including Meld, only 6 people were capable of building their base on the 70th floor. In the party's minds, even by gaining help from other Knight members and the guild's high-ranked adventurers, whose strength came close to Meld, it should be within the safety margin for Meld and the others to reach the latter half of 70's floors. More than that was asking for the impossible. Even with that, it would not have any meaning if Kuki's party didn't break through the 80-ish floors by themselves. In other words, rather than to call for rescue, the purpose for Endo to go alone was to inform them about their situation and the demon race woman who lead the demonic beasts. Kuki's party had certainly heard from Ishtal and the others from the Church of the Saints that the demon race was amassing demonic beasts, not by brainwashing but enslavement, since the beasts still carried their own wills. But they never heard of such strong demonic beasts. And the astounding thing about the demonic beasts should be the number, not their individual strength. In fact, the demonic beasts the demon race woman lead had easily cleared the human untrodden 90th floor of Orcus' great dungeon and overwhelmed Koki's party even with the cheats they carried. Such things made it strange if the human race was not destroyed sooner. In other words, Ishta's information was not mistaken, and the conclusion was still that the demonic beasts the demon race controlled had become stronger. Not only their number, but also their individual strength was astounding. Kuki's party judged this information should be conveyed by all means.
Shirasuke-san, please take care of Kondu-kun and Saito-kun's depetrification. It'll take too much time if it is me. But leave the healing of the others to me.
Okay, don't push yourself too hard, Tsuji-san.
I will be okay. Rather, that's my line, sorry. If only I was stronger. Shirasaki-san's responsibility would be decreased.
On the side of the conversing with Nomura and the others, Ayako was drinking the potion for recovering magic power, and she said to Kaori, who was still continuing Suzu's treatment. Though both were healers, Ayako's abilities was far inferior compared to Kaori's, and even though she didn't show it, Ayako felt herself pathetic and full of apologies, since she could only add more responsibility to Kaori. There is no such thing. Kaori replied so with a wry smile. Then Ayako turned to heal their companions. Even if it's slight, darkness disappeared from their companions' faces when they recovered by Ayako's healing. Nomura was watching Ayako with a face as though he wanted to say something, but he could not raise a voice since he felt he'd only disturbing her work.
In such a situation, just speak if there's something you want to say. Shut up.
Nagayama said to Nomura with an expression as if he finds something amusing, but Nomura turned his face away as if sulking. After that, several tens of hours passed. Kuki's party's bodies and minds were gradually recovered, and they took turns to sleep. On the other side, one person, Endu Kusoke, was retreating with the entrusted information about the demon race. He walked steadily, aiming for 70th floor, where Meld and the knights were, without entering even one battle. In the 80th floors, if he was noticed by the demonic beasts, one-on-one would work out somehow, but multiple-on-one was an out for him. That's why, while hurrying up as much as possible, he advanced with prudent thoughts. Thanks to that, he was able to pass right before demonic beasts unnoticed. Even now, after the demonic beasts were out his sight, Endu got off of the ceiling where he stuck himself. The figure, which was completely clad in black to make the best use of invisibility, made him look just like an assassin. Surely even the demonic beasts he had just passed by earlier would receive huge damage if they were to receive a surprise attack from the ceiling. In his mind, he didn't think, at least feel a little of my presence. There was no glittering at the edge of his eyes when he saw the demonic beasts pass through without noticing him at all. Absolutely not.
I must hurry.
Endo understood the mission imposed on him. He had guessed Kuki and the others had sent him off to transmit the information, which also meant he must survive. Nagayama and Nomura said, "Do not return here," but their wish was transmitted without the need for words. However, after he fulfilled his duty, Endu was going to return to where Kuki and the others were. No matter what was said, he would not feel good if he was the only one who retreated to safety. He felt somewhat empty because the demonic beasts didn't notice him, but it was the best weapon for the current Endu as he traced the returning route memorized in his head, and finally he reached 70th floor. While suppressing his impatience, he went towards the room with the teleport circle where Meld and the others set their base. After a while, Endo's sign perception perceived the presence of 6 people. There's no mistake they were Meld and the knights. With this distance, the others should have noticed him since he had deactivated invisibility. Endo turned at the last corner and arrived at teleportation room where Meld and the knights were. However, even though his figure could completely be seen, Meld and the knights didn't notice him at all. Endo then approached Meld with eyes of a dead fish and called him.
Commander, it's me. Please notice me. It's an emergency.
Ooh, what? Is it enemy's attack?
At the moment Endu raised his voice, Meld yelled, drew his sword, jumped back, and looked at the surrounding with vigilance. Even the other knights were surprised and shaken for a moment. Then they entered battle stance.
Like I said, it's M.E. Seriously, please don't give such reactions.
A? Wait, it's Kausuke, huh? Don't surprise me like that. Rather, what happened to the others? Besides, aren't you somewhat ragged?
I said it before. There's an emergency.
When Meld and the knights understood it was Endu, they relaxed their shoulders because they knew how thin Endu's shadow was. However, Endu returned earlier than scheduled, and it was only him. Furthermore, Endu was ragged and covered in wounds. That's why their expressions became stern and guessed something must have happened. as he was hurting because of the fact even the kingdom's elite knights were incapable of noticing him unless he called out to them. However, Endu thought it was not the time for that, and he began to talk about the situation rapidly. At first, Meld and the knights put on dubious expressions, but their expression tightened as Endo advanced in his story. Then, maybe because his heart was shaken when his story reached to where he retreated alone, Endo was drowned in tears and his head was patted.
Don't cry, Kusuke. You are doing something only you can do. Do you think any of them can run through 20 floors in such a short time without even a fight? You've done well. You've certainly received your words.
Commander, I'll return to them now. Even though they'd be able to return here by themselves, even if this time they said they won't lose, Amanagawa was unable to defeat the enemies even with Limit Break. All we could do was to run away. Everyone is considerably exhausted, so even if their injuries heal, if they are attacked, we still don't understand everything about those bastard demonic beasts. That's why please return to the surface and convey this information.
So ashamed that he was crying, Endo rubbed his eyes with his sleeve and said with a resolute expression. Mel bit his lip in regret and handed over the tool bag filled with all of the highest grade healing potions and everything else inside. The other knights copied Meld's actions and entrusted their tool bags to Endo, feeling mortified.
I can only apologize, Kusuke. Although we want to rescue them together, we will just be a hindrance to you.
No, please don't worry about that. There's a considerable decrease in the number of our potions, so it will surely help us.
Saying that, Endu shook the tool bags where various potions were kept with a wry smile, but Meld's frown only deepened. It was not only because he was mortified with his incapability of helping them, but also due to the bitterness.
Kusuke, now, I will say the worst thing I can say. I don't care if you scorn me because it's natural. However, I want you to hear it.
Eh? What's with this all of a sudden?
No matter what happens, please take only Kauki back.
Huh?
Meld's words made Endu dumbfounded.
Kausuke, if the demonic beasts are so strong and capable of putting the current you into such a predicament, the human race won't have any future if we lose Kauki. Of course, I believe all of you can go through this and meet again with us, and I wish for that. However, I must say this as the commander of Herlick Kingdom's Knights. If by some chance it comes to that, please let Koki live.
Enda finally guessed what Meld meant and was dumbfounded. It was to sacrifice anyone to keep the more important one alive. A choice that must be done for someone with duty. It was something Enda never thought of. Therefore, Enda's expression had become awfully bitter.
Are we just extras added to Amanagawa?
Of course not. For it is true I wish and desire for everyone's survival. No, such words don't have any persuasiveness after I said that, Kusuke. At the very least, I want you to convey those words to Shizuku and Ryutaro.
Meld's words made Enda's feelings darken. Meld, Enda, and the others had spent much time together. He was always by their sides ever since their beginner days in this world, and they had fought together for a long time. Meld was a big, brother-like existence for the students who went to the front lines, and someone they trusted more than anyone in this world.
That's why Endo felt betrayed by Meld, who said to cast them away.
Still, he understood the necessity of what Meld said in the corner of his mind, so he could not curse him. With a dark expression, Endo only nodded and turned on his heels. However, at that moment,
Kausuke!
Against metal rang out, it came from the drawn sword swung in an arc. Following that, he rotated once and sent a splendid kick towards the blurred space. With such a sound, the blurred space was blown backward. Next, numerous claw marks appeared on the ground 5 meters from where they were. The claws were probably used to deaccelerate. Seeing that, Endu, who fell on his butt, turned pale and muttered,
Impossible. For them to catch up now.
As though using those words as a signal, demonic beasts that had tracked Endo and the knights appeared one by one. Endo remained sitting on the ground, shaken to be caught this fast. Until he arrived here, he had used assassin skills to erase his presence, smell, and magic trace while moving. The demon race woman was moving while searching for Kuki and the others, so it shouldn't be possible to catch up with Endo, who ran straight to the 70th floor. Endao's doubt was erased by the nightmare-like woman who appeared next.
Only one, huh? I thought they had escape here where the teleport circle was. Looking at this, looks like they are hiding somewhere.
Twirling her hair in irritation, the demon race woman who appeared riding on a four-eyed wolf's back made Meld and the knights enter battle mode. From her words, the woman thought Cookie's party would run towards the teleportation circle, and that's why she came straight to this floor. With her guess off, she seemed to be irritated because she now needed to search around to look for Cookie and the others. At the same time, it could be said Cookie and the others were still safe. Endu, Meld, and the knights looked relieved and smiled faintly. The demon race woman noticed them and snorted towards Endu and the knights.
Whatever. I also have a duty here. Let's quickly kill them and begin our search.
Immediately, all of the demonic beasts came attacking. The chimeras charged and made the space blur, while the black cats covered the distance like a gale. The brutal lookalikes were approaching with maces in their hands, and the four-eyed wolves were looking for a chance from behind.
Make a circle. Defend the teleport circle to the end. Kausuke, how long are you going to show that disgraceful attitude? Stand up and run away. To the surface.
Hey!
As expected of the kingdom's elites of the elites, Meld and the knights promptly made such a formation and cooperated against the incoming demonic beasts. From hearing Endu's story about the demonic beasts a little while ago, they clearly knew they were obviously inferior in terms of offense. That's why they chose to only defend and parry. Endu slipped a surprised voice when Meld said, "Escape to the surface. If it's escaping, it would be better if all of us go together." When Meld said for him to get away from this place, Endu felt that rather than going to the surface, he had a responsibility to return to where Cookie and the others were.
Stop daydreaming. Tell the surface about the demon race.
But Commander Meld and the knights.
We are going to make this place our graves. Kausuke, destroy the teleport circle once you get to the other side. It'll at least buy you some time.
That's...
Meld's intention was clear. Even if they went to the surface, the demonic beasts would immediately teleport too, if no one bought them even a little bit of time. If that happened, they'd lose the method to lose the pursuers, and they were likely to be killed when the pursuers catches up. Therefore, the best choice was for only one to escape, while the rest buys him some time. If the time could be bought, the other teleportation circle on 30th floor could be destroyed, and he'd lose the pursuers. The teleportation circle was the type carved on the ground, so it could be restored using transmutation. After one had escaped and told the station force on the surface about this, they only have to restore the circle, and it could be used again by Cookie and the others. The one chosen to escape was Endu, but because Meld previously said to cast away anyone other than Cookie, Endu was puzzled because this time he was told to escape at the expense of the knights. It was the reason why he could not move immediately. Toward such an Endu, Meld roared his deepest wish as the intense battle unfolded.
I am sorry for being powerless. I am sorry I could not help you. I am sorry you weren't the chosen one. Kosuke, this is the last wish of the worthless me, so please hear it.
Toward the puzzled Endu, the big bro-like man's last wish was conveyed.
Don't die.
Those words made Endu understand everything. Meld, in reality, never wanted to let anyone die. If someone must be sacrificed to let the others survive, it would rather be the knights. Meld and the knights wished for not only Cookie, but all of the students to survive. For him to be chosen made Endu full of bitterness. Endu bit his lip and used all of his might to turn on his heel towards the teleport circle. It was because he felt he would not be a man if he didn't answer the wish and resolution of Meltier.
Don't think you can.
The demon race woman raised her hand towards a black cat while activating her own magic. The black cat shot out the tentacles on its back with a great velocity. In addition, stone spears also flew in the air riding on her killing intent. Endao somehow managed to cut the tentacles with his short sword and bent his body to the side. It looked like he wouldn't be able to evade the following stone spears. The reason for his incapability of evading was because of the positioning of the tentacles and the wonderful timing of the spears that came in succession. Endao gritted his teeth and prepared to receive the impact. Even if he was to receive the attack, he was determined to keep running and jump into the teleport circle. However, the expected impact didn't come. One of the knight had jumped out of the formation and used his body to shield Endu.
Aeolon-san.
Don't worry, and go.
With the stone spear piercing his abdomen, the knight named Alan swung his sword to parry the attack of the incoming demonic beasts, and said to Endu, with a truly manly smile. Endu strongly bit his lip as though he was biting it off, and ran towards the teleport circle.
What persistent small fries. Aim for that boy.
The demon race woman sent out new order in a little haste, but it was too late.
Ha! This is our victory. Don't you look down on hair-like kingdom's knights.
Meld revealed a fearless smile as he shouted. At the same time, Endu activated the teleportation circle and disappeared. The demon race woman ignored Meld's words and thrust her hand towards the demonic beast. The demonic beast could directly manipulate magic power, so the teleportation circle could be activated without the need for troublesome chanting. Thus, she thought she could still make it in time if she was geeky enough.
I told you not to look down on us.
Meld and the knights had skillful techniques and teamwork Kuki's party didn't have. Using their experiences, they obstructed the incoming demonic beast's movements. They were outnumbered, but their defense skill and ability were praiseworthy. To begin with, it was abnormal for Meld and the knights to confront these many powerful demonic beasts, no matter how much of a desperate effort they put forth. Alan, whose abdomen pierced by stone spear, was finally exhausted and the balance was destroyed when he fell on his knees and could not persist against the demonic beasts anymore. With that opening, one of the chimeras breached their defense line and reached the teleport circle. The chimera disappeared the same time the glow of the magic circle was lost.
Ku, one past, huh? Kusuke, don't die.
Meld's mutters was erased by the demonic beast's roars. Unable to stomach that, she let Endu escape. The demon race woman sent the demonic beasts simultaneously towards Meld and the knights.
Well, we have decided our grave would be here, so let's rampage to the end. Guys, show them the spirit of Hairlick Kingdom's knights.
Oh!
With Meld's instruction, his subordinate knights answered with a high-spirited shout. The spirit put into their shouts, even though it was just for a moment, made the surrounding demonic beasts flinch. 10 minutes passed. Silence once again returned to the room with teleportation circle on the 70th floor. With a shout mixed in between scream and war cry, Endu jumped out from the teleportation circle in Orcus Great Dungeon's 30th floor, immediately wielded his short sword, and tried to destroy the magic circle before him.
What? You! What are you doing? Stop him! Catch him!
A black-clothed boy appeared from the teleportation circle, suddenly raised a shout and began to destroy the magic circle with the sword in his hand. This made the surrounding people, dressed as knights, stand in blank surprise for a moment. Then they raised angry roars and jumped at Endu to obstruct his destructive action. These guys were Meld's subordinates who was responsible of protecting the teleportation circle on the 30th floor. Because of the force deficiency, there were people who were at their limit just by guarding the 30th floor. Unable to destroy the magic circle with a blow, Endu struck for the second time, for the third time, and when he only needed one more swing to destroy the circle, he was barely stopped from destroying the magic circle.
LL, let go. If it's not destroyed, quickly. Those bastards will let go.
What? Aren't you from the hero's party? Why are you...
After seeing him closely, the knights knew the person acting like a madman was one of the hero's companions, and the knights spontaneously loosened their holds as they whispered voices of surprise. With that chance, Endu once again swung his short sword and destroyed a part of the magic circle, but he was one step too slow. The magic circle once again glowed and activated. Thus, in the next moment, a blurred space attacked Endu and the knights.
Damn it.
What?
Endau immediately jumped back and was barely able to evade the Chimera's attack. However, the knights who didn't know the situation and should have been able to evade defenselessly received the Chimera's claw attack and died with deeply torn armor. One of their comrades who suddenly sprayed blood made the other knights panic. Endau frantically shouted towards the knights with a voice filled with impatience.
It's an enemy. Be careful of the blurring space. More will come if we don't destroy the magic circle.
Endau's scream-like voice made the knights regain their senses. However, at the same time, one more person was slashed and blown away. There were 7 people guarding the teleportation circle on the 30th floor, and now 2 had been killed. Endo grit his teeth towards the fact and used an assassin skill called Wall Run to run on the ceiling and aim to destroy the magic circle from above. However, the Chimera noticed him and tried to intercept him by jumping. Although they still didn't understand what had happened, the knights guessed it was necessary and jumped towards the Chimera that was trying to attack Endu. However, the knights could only see the Chimera as a blurred space, so naturally they didn't understand what kind of attack it had. They understood nothing about it. That's why the knight who jumped behind the Chimera had his neck bitten by the tail snake, while the knight's right beside its flank was beaten by its wings and thrown to the ground. Nevertheless, it was not meaningless. The Chimera somewhat lost its balance, and Endo was able to evade its dangerous claws and fangs. It was not a complete evasion since his shoulder and flank were gouged, but the snake tail was slashed, and the Chimera fell into the ground when they passed each other. The Chimera flapped its wings to regain its balance to land on the ground slightly away from them, while Endu immediately stood up after he fell on his shoulder and simultaneously swung his short sword in his hand towards the previously damaged teleportation circle. At the same time it landed, the Chimera turned around and once again rushed to kill Endu. However, at that time, Endu's short sword was already pierced the magic circle with all of his might. Bam! A clear sound effect rang out. It was the evidence the magic circle had been destroyed. The trace of magic when the teleportation magic circle was used had disappeared.
With this, Ada
succeeded in destroying the teleportation circle, Endu inadvertently leaked a relieved sigh because no more pursuers would come. However, the Chimera's fangs bored into his right arm in the next moment, and he screamed due to the sharp pain. The strong jaws tried to bite off Endu's right arm. The knights charged towards it and used all of their might to attack the Chimera in order to disturb it. The Chimera, whose side were pierced by strengthened short spears, inadvertently loosened the force on its jaws. Endau pulled out his right arm, slipped out the concealed knife from his left sleeve, and slashed the Chimera's eye. The rampaging Chimera slashed 2 more knights to death when they approached it to give it the finishing blows. Endu threw the knife in his hand, but the Chimera, with a slashed eye, evaded by instinct. Immediately, one of the knights suddenly raised a scream. He inadvertently looked towards the source and saw the knight, who previously had his neck bitten by the snake, was beaten to the ground. The knight's lips turned purple, writhed in pain, and died in no time.
Damn it!
Seeing that, the last knight ran out to kill the snake, but it was a fatal mistake. The Chimera, whose back was turned to the knight, noticed the incoming enemy and immediately attacked. Covered in wounds, Endu squeezed out all of his remaining strength and activated his certain kill attack towards the neck of Chimera that attacked the knight.
Die.
Being separated from his companions, forced to desert Meld and the knights, for the knights he knew to be killed, and various grudges mixed into his shout, he struck a fatal blow demonstrating all of his power. He tore the Chimera's neck from the nape, and it died in a moment. Due to the inertia, Endau, who sprang from the Chimera's flank, crossed it and rolled tremendously once he reached the ground. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, right arm, and flank, Endau lifted his upper body with his left arm to confirm and burn the Chimera's death into his eyes. The Chimera laid quietly, looking to be completely dead due to the partly torn-up neck. However, Endu's expression was weak, as though he was going to cry rather than feeling joy, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Damn it." Before his gaze was the figure of the last knight who rushed out. He was falling prone, with sword gripped in his right hand. His face had turned purple. Beside him was the torn-up snake. Perhaps right before the chimera attacked, he slashed the snake that sprung to him, and his face might be bathed by the toxin inside its body. Resultantly, all of the knights who were guarding 30th floor had been annihilated. Because he could not save even one person, Endu cried as he shouted, "Damn it," many times. He shouted the same words for a while, and Endu, who thought he had died due to blood loss, took out the highest grade ointments and recovery potions from the tool bags he got from Meld and the knights. After his wounds were treated by the emergency set, he silently lined the knights' corpses in a corner of the room where the teleportation circle was. For a little while, Endu watched the knights' figures, and slowly turned around to advance a step toward the surface. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his eyes were hollow without any ambition. Thinking once again only I survived, Endu's heart was tightened by a heavy, cold chain. The current him moved his body just like a machine that only had to fulfill the role he was entrusted with, and he single-mindedly aimed towards the surface. Shaha! Yeah! As if such a sound could be heard, a dense, enormous, and fierce pressure mercilessly attacked the adventurers, aiming at Hajime's party. The bloodlust that was previously coming from the adventurers seemed nothing but a childish tantrum compared to this. As if also carrying physical force, the immature adventurers immediately lost their consciousness, while all of the standing adventurers were reseated without even having the time to tremble. With Raisin Grand Canyon to their left and a magnificent meadow to their right, the magic-driven 2- and 4-wheelers advanced toward the west with the sun at their backs. Raising a cloud of dust on the highway as it advanced by the 4-wheeler's side, the 2-wheeler went back and forth between the barren ground and the meadow by the canyon side, as it roared noisily, merrily even. Seems like Shia is in a good mood. She even shouted just like those guys from the end of the century.
I also want to try it.
In the 4-wheeler's driver's seat, Hajime muttered with an amazed expression, with one hand steering the vehicle, while the elbow of his other hand was on the window frame. Just as Hajime said, Shia was not riding on the 4-wheeler. She was driving the 2-wheeler alone. To begin with, Shia truly liked the feeling of cutting through the wind as the 2-wheeler advanced, but the number of people had increased recently, and their main transportation method changed to that of the 4-wheeler, which made her dissatisfied. Though she could feel the wind if she put her head out the window, she could not be satisfied with that, and she could not stick to Hajime like when they used the 2-wheeler, because the seat next to him was reserved for Yua. Thus she asked Hajime to teach her how to drive the 2-wheeler. The magic-driven 2-wheeler could be operated easily as long as one could use direct magic power manipulation. Depending on the circumstances, direct magic power manipulation could also be used to control the steering without the need to grip it. Thus, this was not that difficult for Shia, and she quickly learned how to drive it. Following that, she became enamored with the 2-wheeler. Even now, she moved left and right while squeaking. She even drifted and popped a wheelie. Furthermore, she also did jackknife and backride techniques, which would not lose to a professional extreme motorcycle stunt artist. The acceleration and braking could be done by manipulating her magic power, so it was far easier to operate than the one on Earth. Still, she kept up with Hajime's pace. Shia's rabbit ears even said, Hey, what do you think about my technique?" as they sometimes turned towards Hajime with a somewhat cheeky expression, which was simply irritating. Occasionally there were those whose character would change when they drive, and Shia might be one of them. Seeing Shia, Yue by Hajime's side also wanted to try driving it herself. Yu even said, "Yaha!" But Hajime decided to absolutely stop her as he felt the mood would become awful. Also beside Hajime was the 3 or 4-year-old Miu putting her head out of the window at Yue's side, as she steadily climbed from Yue's lap with sparkling eyes. Pointing her hand toward Shia, who began to stand while steering with one hand, Miu began pleading to Hajime.
Papa, Miyu also wants to do that.
Tao already said you can't. Sitting on Yu's lap, Miu, whose wish was denied, began to whine and said, "No, Miu wants to Hajime." So as to not let the whining Miu fall from the seat, Yue hugged her from behind and scolded her with, "Don't whine!" "Ooh!" Miu raised a cute groan, and Hajime showed a face, as though to say it couldn't be helped, towards the depressed Miu. "Miu, Pii drive it with you later, so be patient." Mm-hmm. I won't permit you to board it with Shia, but it's okay if it is with me.
So, Mew can't drive it with Shia One-Echin?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Just look at her. This time she's making a strange pose while steering. Though something come to my mind, I absolutely won't let you get on the vehicle with someone who drives dangerously. Standing above the steer, Shia raised an American-like laughter while making a strange pose where her right hand's fingers spreaded and hid her face, while her left arm hung down with the shoulder slightly raised. As he stared at Shia, who made joke-like pose, Hajime pointed at Mew. "Don't copy Shia, okay?" he said. "To begin with, I don't want you to get on the two-wheeler because it'll be dangerous. Should I make a child's seat? The materials will be mumble.
Iwe One-Echin. Papa is mumbling. How strange.
Hajime Papa is just worried about Mew, unexpectedly overprotective.
Fufu, does it mean Master is an unexpectedly indulgent person? This gap somehow, ha.
Iwe One-Echin. Pure One-Echin is panting.
I Tyson an incurable disease, so just ignore her.
Serving as Mew's conversation partner, Yue patted Mew's head, who was gazing up at her. Only a little time had passed since they started traveling with Mew, but Hajime had already given up about Mew calling him Papa. At first, he used every possible means to change the way she called him, but Mew began to tear up every time, and her trembling eyes silently appealed. "Is it bad? Does Papa hate Mew?"
Even Hajime, who is capable of beating the demonic beasts in the abyss to a pulp, could not win against you.
Resultantly, he could not change it, and it was established that he would be called Papa. As he gave up to call him Papa, Hajime began to worry about Mew. Even now, it could be said he was being overprotective. Shia is a shameless rabbit, while Tio is a pervert, so I must protect Mew until she returns to her mother, or so he thought. During the time when he begins to be too meddlesome, Yue was the one who became the stopper, as well as the one in charge of teaching Mew about common sense, and that's the current composition of Hajime's party. Because Mew was glued to Hajime, Yue couldn't flirt with him, and she became somewhat dissatisfied, but she felt it could not be helped, since she had also come to adore the cute Mew. While silently firing her magic towards Tio, who was panting and concentrating on her delusion in the back seat to silence her, Yu was covering Mew's ears since it would be bad for her education. Thus, with Hajime, who was still mumbling about making the seat for Mew, and Shia on the two-wheeler with only the rear wheel touching the ground, I must keep calm. Yu made an empty resolve. Hajime's party were currently at the post town, Holad. Normally they would just pass through here, but because of a reguest from the head of Foreign Branch Adventurer Guild Ilwa, they must stop on their way here. Even so, it didn't take too much time as they passed here along their way to Gur-Yuen, Great Desert. Hajime walked towards Halad Branch Guild along the main street with nostalgic gaze. Riding on Hajime's shoulders, Mew noticed his state and used her small hand to tap on Hajime in curiosity.
Papa, did something happen?
Nen? Well, we've come here before, though it's only been 4 months. It feels like years to me.
Hajime, are you okay?
Yue, whose hands were affixed on Hajime's arm, had a complex expression while looking at him anxiously. Hajime shrugged and his atmosphere returned to the usual in the next moment. There's no problem. It's just that I was absorbed in my emotions because it's been such a long time. I remember that everything started here. After a night spent in tension, fear, and even desperation, I went to the dungeon on the next day. And then I fell. Hajime felt that, in a way, that day could be called a fateful day. His monologue made Yue and the girls listen to him in a serious mood. Yue was silently looking at Hajime, and Tio asked Hajime questions out of curiosity.
Dost Master want to return to that day? After all, there's the case of Master's companions too, right? Though Master haste his own circumstances. After all, thither's not only those whom hast hurteth Master, right? Was thither not someone Master got along with?
Because Tio's relationship with Hajime's party was still shallow, she would sometimes frankly ask about things she should be careful about, even though she knew what was going through Hajime's mind. It was because she didn't want to only become a travel companion, so Tio put forth great effort to truly become a comrade in Hajime's party. Although she was Arifureta, in a way she favored Hajime. That's why Hajime listened to Tio's gestion without being bothered by it. Thus, he exhaled and recalled the midnight tea party under the moonlight. With the unpalatable tea, there was the white negligee and black hair which reflected the moonlight, whose owner swore to protect him, and at the last moment she stretched her hand out towards him with a bitter expression as her companions pinioned her. Unexpectedly, he felt a trembling hand on his arm which made him regain his senses. When he looked at the source, Yue was looking straight at him with strong, resolute gaze, and her trembling hand tightly grasped Hajime's sleeve. Hajime matched Yue's gaze and returned to silently gazing at her with a soft and gentle gaze. Certainly there was someone, however, even if I could return to those days, I will still tread on this path of mine.
Heh, why?
Although she knew the answer from Hajime's expression, Tio still asked with a slightly amused expression. Without averting his gaze from Yue, Hajime used his other hand to gently grasp Yue's hand, which was grasping his sleeve. Yue had a faintly smiling expression, and her cheeks were slightly dyed in red. Of course, it's because I want to meet Yue.
Hajime.
In the town of Holod, Orca's great dungeon made it possible to raise level quickly while selling the magic stones within the safety margin. Thus, adventurers, mercenaries, and kingdom soldiers gathered, together with a lot of merchants as their partner in business. The town displayed serious hustle and bustle. Naturally, the main street of such a town would have increased bustle. Within the main street where a lot of people were doing their activities, Hajime and Yue suddenly halted and were looking at each other. They created their own world without minding their surroundings. They reached out to each other's cheeks, and their atmosphere looked like they were about to kiss at any moment. Though they had somewhat gathered a crowd around them and they were showered by gazes filled with curiosity and jealousy, Hajime and Yue didn't notice them at all. They could only see each other.
Tio-san, did you hear that? It isn't you that Hajime-san wants to meet, is it? It's only Yue-san. Once again, they created their own world. They don't even care about their location and situation. And we can only watch them from the side, can't we? I feel it is about the time that such an atmosphere should be created between me and Hajime-san. Even though PM always prepared to receive such treatment, it always passed me by. And to be treated as a regrettable character, no, I understand, you know? I know Yui-san is special. I yearn for a relationship just like those two. That's why I want to stay together with them. What I mean is, it's natural Yue-san is special, and I feel it's a good thing. Rather, Hajime-san who neglects Yue-san is not Hajime-san. If that happens, and Ye-san becomes sad because of it, he'll be the one who beat Hajime-san to a pulp. However, it is however, Kay, recently Hajime-san has become slightly I wonder if it's about time I climbed the stairs to adulthood. I expected that, but it didn't come true. No matter how special Yue-san is, wouldn't it okay for Hajime-san to look at me a little more? It is shameful for a man to refuse a woman's offer. Even though it was easily understood that I welcomed him, he sloppily answered with a composed face to ignore it. This dimwit. One thought so, but I never thought of complaining. I just want to flirt. Then, doing this and that on the bed. Even the hardcore play he did with Ye-san. I thought of those. So, what does Tio-san, the representative of all perverts, think?
Shh, Shia. This one knows thou hast saved up thy resentment, but calm down. Rather, the one who shouted while not paying attention to the location is, art thou, also to casually speak ill of this one in the end, to be treated as a pervert in such a public place, ha-ha, made everyone look at this one with cold gazes, ha-ha, ning-ning.
In the middle of the main street, the rabbit-eared girl shouted she wanted to do erotic things while speaking ill of the perverted beautiful woman who began panting due to the atmosphere. The people who had gathered due to their curiosity were taken aback and they backed away.
Kapay, Shiat, Wanakan, and Tia Wanakan are.
Miu, don't look at them. Just act as if we don't know them.
Shia, next time, I will tie Hajime, and together with Shia.
Shia's shout was noticed by Hajime and Yue, and they returned to their senses. However, for now, they acted as though they didn't know either Shia or Tio, and not looked at them because Miu had become dumbfounded. Although Yu whispered something frightening, Hajime decided he didn't hear anything, but if he was worried about it, he would think of the possibility of the trap the next time he is with Yu. But he wanted to be pardoned from doing that. If it is Yu, such a thing would not happen, right? Surely, probably, it'll be safe even though there's a previous offense. Hajime tried to persuade himself, because from the distance, what's with this commotion? The town guards could be seen everywhere. Hajime reluctantly dragged Shia and Tio by the scruff of their necks to get out of this place. Every time they went to the town, gazes filled with envy and jealousy pierced Hajime, who was surrounded by beautiful girls and beautiful women. However, he didn't know why. Only this time he felt there were a lot of sympathetic gazes. Surely it's only his imagination. Ignoring the gazes of the people, Hajime's party finally arrived at Hallad Branch Adventurer Guild. With Miu on his shoulders just like before, Hajime opened the guild's door. Unlike the one in the other towns, the Hallad Branch's door was made of metal. The heavy sound became a signal that someone was entering the building. It was the first time he came here. Since the last time he was in town, he neither had business here, nor did he had the time to go to the Adventurer Guild. The atmosphere inside Hallad Branch was just like an Adventurer Guild Hajime had expected from the beginning. There were broken parts of the walls and floor which were roughly patched up. Mud and stains from something were here and there, giving an insanitary impression. The interior was just like the other branches, where the counter was near the entrance with a restaurant on the left. However, unlike the other branches, alcohol was served here, and there were old men hanging around to drink during the daytime. There was also the second floor where adventurer-like people were looking down by the handrails. The people in the second floor gave off the atmosphere of a strong group. He didn't know if it was an unspoken rule, but high-ranked adventurers seemed to be on the second floor. The atmosphere around the adventurers was also different from the other towns. Everyone was glaring at them, and there was none of the heartwarming atmosphere compared to the one in Brooktown. It could be said to be natural, because the adventurers and mercenaries were filled with spirit, since these experts in battle and fighting demonic beasts would voluntarily enter the dungeon. However, there was a tense atmosphere inside the guild, and something seemed unusual. Something had obviously occurred since the adventurers had serious expressions. At the moment Hajime's party entered the guild, the adventurers turned their gazes towards them simultaneously. Their gazes were so sharp that it felt like it would be able to penetrate through them, which made Miyu, who was still riding on Hajime's shoulders, to shout, "Eek!" And she quickly clung to Hajime's head. Because Hajime appeared with a little girl on his shoulders, while being surrounded by pretty girls and a beautiful woman, the adventurers began to let out their bloodlust, which contained various meaning. Miu trembled even more. She was put down from Hajime's shoulders and was now held with his right hand. Miu buried her head on Hajime's chest to completely shut herself out of the surroundings. With a youthful vigor, rather the adventurers were just intoxicated by their own vigor. Some of them began to stand from their seats. "Let's beat up this brat," was what their gazes implied. With an outburst of anger to release their resentment came from guild wrapped in bizarre atmosphere, and it was obvious they disliked Hajime's party. There was a possibility Hajime's party were clients, but these adventurers seemed to have never thought of that. The talk would be after they beat him up or something like that, and those who thought so stepped forward towards Hajime. However, Hajime, who recently became Papa, was an overprotective one. Even though it was temporary, he could not remain silent if someone frightened his daughter. Veins had already popped up on Hajime's forehead, and contrary to his hand, which was gently calming Miyu, his gaze was fierce. As if that sound could be heard, a dense, enormous, and fierce pressure mercilessly attacked the adventurers, aiming at Hajime's party. The bloodlust that previously came from the adventurers was a childish tantrum compared to this. As if carrying physical force too, the immature adventurers immediately lost their consciousness, while all of the standing adventurers were reseated without being given the time to tremble. Even those who didn't lose their consciousness from Hajime's pressure, and magic power emission were desperately supporting their body and consciousness, while most were trembling with pale faces and with cold sweat. After a moment that felt like an eternity, the pressure weakened. The adventurers used that chance to frantically take a breath. Though there were those who accidentally pissed and vomited on themselves, Hajime was smirking to them while he spoke. "Oi," to those aiming at us. The adventurers were surprised and shaken by Hajime's voice. The gazes that timidly looked at Hajime had fear stuck in them, as if they were looking at a monster. However, without caring about such a thing, Hajime ordered them, "Laugh." The adventurers were puzzled due to the situation, ignoring order. So, Hajime continued his words. "Did you not hear me? I said, laugh, smile, appeal to her that there's nothing to be afraid of. Wave your hands, too. This child is frightened because of you. What will you do if she gets traumatized by it? So, amend for it." "Then, don't bring such a young child here," was what the adventurers wanted to retort, but they could not since the other party was a monster. Because Hajime's sharp gaze pierced the puzzled them, they frantically tried to force a smile even though their cheeks were extremely stiff. Along with that, they began to wave their hands too. The appearance of the fierce-looking men with good body builds, floating smile with cramped cheeks while lightly waving their hands, was truly surreal. However, without worrying about such things, Hajime nodded and whispered to Miu, whose face was buried in Hajime's chest. Because of what he said, Miu timidly raised her face, and her moistened eyes looked up to Hajime. Next, she slowly turned around while being urged by Hajime's gaze. Naturally, there were the fierce and trained people desperately trying to look friendly. As expected, Miu was still frightened and returned to Hajime's chest. Hajime frowned, with more piercing glare at the adventurers that said, "Bastard, what's with this? Don't be unreasonable," was what the adventurers rebutted in their minds, and they finally turned their gazes towards Yue and the others by Hajime's side to plead for help. Receiving their gazes, Yue sighed deeply, approached Miu, and whispered something to her ear similar to what Hajime had done earlier. Thus, Miu once again timidly raised her face and looked at the adventurers. The adventurers panically tried to look friendly. For a while, Miu silently watched the adventurers, and, as if she understood something, she smiled and waved her small hand back. Because her smile and gesture were so lovely, the trained men inadvertently calmed down while forgetting the situation. Hajime was also satisfied, and once again carried Miu on his shoulders. Then he walked towards the counter as though he didn't have any more interest in the adventurers. The moment Hajime's party arrived before the counter, ignoring the crumbling sounds that rang out here and there, they told their purpose to the receptionist. By the way, the receptionist, a girl, was a lovely one, a cheerful girl who was at least as old as Hajime. It seemed the usual template was here, but most noticeable was the tension and big confusion that appeared on the attractive receptionist's expression. "Is the branch head here? I have a letter from Furin branch head, but he said to personally hand it over." As he said so, Hajime presented his status plate to the receptionist. Although she seemed to be filled with tension, the receptionist sat up and received the status plate just like a pro.
"Thank you. You can entrust it to me. Excuse me, just what kind of re-guest did the Furin's branch head had?"
Normally, no mere adventurer would receive any re-guest from a branch head, so the receptionist displayed a slightly dubious expression. However, her eyes opened wide when she saw the information displayed by Hajime's status plate.
"Gold rank!"
Among adventurers, not even 1056 of them were gold ranked. Thus, all of the guild personnel were told about the gold rank ones, so they would be able to recognize them. Naturally, this receptionist also knew of all the gold-ranked adventurers. However, she unintentionally leaked a surprised voice because she didn't know about Hajime. Her voice made the adventurers, guild staff members, and everyone inside the guild building open their eyes wide in surprise. And just like the receptionist, they stared at Hajime. The building interior became noisy. The receptionist turned pale as she realized she just exposed an individual's information loudly. Thus, she began to bow at tremendous pace.
I am sorry. I truly am sorry about it.
Ah, no need for that. It's not like I mind it. So, can you convey this to the branch head now?
Yes, please wait for a moment.
The receptionist, who seemed as though she would continue to apologize if he didn't say anything, made Hajime smile wryly. After the small battle in UI and the great rampage that annihilated an underground organization in Furin, he thought it'd already be too late to try to hide his identity. The gold-ranked adventurer boy, who brought along a child and a harem of pretty girls, as well as a beautiful woman, made him gather attention inside the guild building. Nevertheless, Hajime's party gave off a clear attitude that it was the usual, as they waited for the receptionist. Unaccustomed to being in the center of attention, Mew felt uncomfortable, only to be comforted by everyone in Hajime's party, because the way Tio comforted her was bad for Mew's education. A slap visited her cheek. Thus, it raised further commotion, but was ignored as expected. Before long, rather not even 5 minutes had passed, someone ran from inside the interior with loud footsteps. Hajime's party paid attention to the sound and wondered what happened. A boy clad in black jumped out from the passage behind the counter and skidded on the floor due to the momentum. As though he was looking for someone, the boy began to look around. Hajime remembered the person. He was dumbfounded, since he never thought he would meet him again in such a place, and thus he muttered inadvertently, "Endu?" Hajime's mutter made the black-clothed boy, Endu Kaosuke, respond with response similar to a certain cardboard-loving mercenary when an enemy appeared in a game. He kept looking around and began to shout as if he was irritated because he could not find the one he was looking for.
Nagumo! Are you here? Is it really you? Where are you? Nagumo! Come out if you're alive. Nagumo! Hajime!
Because his shout was too loud, one by one people began to shut their ears with their fingers. His voice was filled with desperation, since he wanted to ascertain whether the should-be dead classmate of his had survived. Yue and the girls turned their gazes towards Hajime. With an expression as if he didn't want to be involved in this, Hajime scratched his cheek and spoke towards Endu, who repeatedly shouted his name out loud. At Endu? I can hear you just fine, so stop repeatedly shouting my name.
Nagumo, where are you?
Endo turned his face toward Hajime, reacting to Hajime's voice. Hajime was inadvertently taken aback because Endo looked so desperate. For a moment, Endo's gaze met Hajime's, but he immediately averted his gaze and began to look around again.
Damn it! I can't see him even though I can hear his voice. Is he a ghost now? As expected, he returned as a ghost? So that's why I cannot see him?
No, I am right in front of you, you big idiot. Rather, calm down already, you whose thinness shadow ranked the best in the whole world.
Again? His voice? Wait, whose shadow did you say was so thin that even the convenience store's automatic door didn't react to it and disappears from time to time? The automatic door opened at least one of 3 tries.
So, it didn't open 2 times in 3 tries, as expected of you. After conversing that much, Endu finally noticed the source was the white-haired, eye-patched boy before him, and he began to carefully observe Hajime's face. Towards Hajime, who averted his face since he felt unpleasant due to not having a hobby where he'd be pleased from being watched by a man, Endu spoke as if he could not believe what he perceived.
You? Are you Nagumo?
Ha! Yeah, that's right. Though I look like this now, I am Nagumo Hajime. As he carefully observed Hajime from head to toe, Endu became dubious because Hajime was quite different from the one in his memory, but he finally believed Hajime after looking at his features and how he knew about the thinness of his shadow.
So, you are alive.
Of course, after all, I am right before you now.
Somehow, no, you have completely changed. Your looks, Atmosphere and tone?
I crawled up from that abyss with my own power, you know? So of course, Pive changed.
Is that so? No, but I see. You really are alive.
Although Endu was perplexed by Hajime's blunt attitude, his gaze softened as he was relieved that the classmate he thought to be dead was alive. No matter how he envied him like the other boys because Kaori paid attention to Hajime, and how he pretended to not see Hiyama's gang bullying Hajime, nothing was more frightening than thinking Hajime had died. Hajime's death had such a great impact. That's why Endu was purely glad his classmate was alive.
Rather, when did you become an adventurer? Moreover, a gold.
Well, it just happened. After Hajime replied, Endao's expression completely changed. The relieved expression he had because his classmate was alive had changed into an expression as if he was in a pinch. Hajime looked at Endu again, and he noticed Endu was in ragtag state. He tilted his head, wondering what had happened.
In other words, you came back alive from the depths of the dungeon by yourself, and became strong enough to gain the adventurer's highest rank? That's rather unbelievable.
Well, that's true, though. After Hajime confirmed what Endao said with a serious expression as the truth, Endao sprang up towards Hajime and gripped his shoulders, and in a voice filled with more desperation than before, he began to speak in sorrow.
Then, please enter the dungeon with me. We must hurry or else everyone will be dead. We need someone with battle potential, even if it is just one person. There's also the possibility that Kentaro and Kondu have died. That's why please help us, Nagumo.
Wait a sec. What's with you all of a sudden? I don't know the situation, you know? So what's with the dead thing? And can't Amanagawa somehow do something about it? There's also Commander Mield, so there's no need to worry about another failure like when we faced the behemoth. Hajime perplexedly asked back because even though he usually didn't stand, out Endao wore an expression as if he was truly at his wit's end. And at the moment Endao heard Commander Meld's name, he fell to his knees with a truly dark expression next. He muttered with a low, subdued voice,
Sexually.
Huh? I can't hear you. So, what did you say?
Isai, they are dead. Commander Meld Alan-san and the other knights are dead. All of the knights who entered the dungeon are dead. They died to let me escape because of me. They are dead. They died.
I see. They died, Endu said repeatedly like a child throwing a tantrum, and Hajime only replied with 2 words. Hajime's class was not a fighting one, so he didn't have much encounter with Commander Meld. However, he remembered that Commander Meld was a good person, and he recalled that Commander Meld believed the incompetent him before Hajime fell into the abyss. If it was Hajime who just got out of the abyss and heard of Meld's death, he would have probably just said, so what? However, the current him thought it was little regrettable. At the very least, he prayed for their happiness in the next world.
How's that? That's base.
So, what happened?
That's...
Still on his knees, Endu tried to explain the situation to answer Hajime's question while he hung his head. However, a hoarse voice interrupted him.
Please continue your conversation inside. After all, you are my guests.
The owner of the voice was a powerful man, with a good body build and had a large scar in his left eye, who was around 60 years of age. It was obvious his eye had the ability to perceive the situation, polished for years, and ambition was overflowing from his body. With the previous receptionist by the man's side, Hajime guessed the man must be the head of this guild branch, and because Endao's wails and shouts made the guild atmosphere return to one of high tension similar to the time Hajime's party entered the hall, he thought this was not an appropriate place to have such a talk, and obediently followed the man. Endao had probably already made such a commotion earlier and exposed that something had happened to the heroes' group and the knights, and that was the cause of the strange atmosphere when Hajime's party entered the guild. The man Hajime, thought of as the branch head, grabbed Endu's arm to force him to stand up and lead them to the guild interior without saying anything. Endu was considerably emotionally unstable and currently had lost all of his strength, because the content would not be something pleasant. Hajime's party moved after the man while expecting the unpleasant. Demon race, huh? Hajime's mutter rang out inside the reception room of Halad Branch Adventurer Guild. Seated on the sofa before him were the Halad Branch's head, Lorvao Abith, and Endu Kauske, and seated beside Hajime were Yue, Shia with Tio at Shia's side. Miyu was sitting on Hajime's lap. Hajime's first response after hearing the situation from Endu was something Endu had said during his explanation. The talk of how the hero's party was attacked by the demon race and was in pinch made Endu and Lors put on serious expressions, and the room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Or, S0 it should be, but the little girl sitting on Hajime's lap was munching on the snacks, and it made her cheeks swell up like a squirrel, so she didn't even notice the serious atmosphere. The conversation between Hajime and the others was slightly difficult for Miyu, and she could feel the uneasy atmosphere. However, Hajime gave her a snack so to divert her attention from being uneasy.
More importantly, what's with that? Who's that child? Why is she eating the cake? Doesn't she understand the situation? Everyone might have to dead, you know.
Eek! Papa!
Unable to endure Miyu's existence, who destroyed the mood in the room, Endu stood up and said with an angry voice while pointing at her. Surprised, Miyu raised a small scream and clung to Hajime. Naturally, bloodlust far above an ordinary person could emit overflowed from Hajime. Papa would not forgive his daughter's enemy. Bastard, who are you to snarl at Mayu, huh? Should I kill you?
Eek!
Screaming just like Miyu, Endu dropped into the sofa. Because of what Hajime said, really Hajime's completely a papa now, or before Hajime-san casually said, our child, right? Or, in the end, this one wonders whether Master will be able to separate from this child once we arrive at Elizan. Could be heard only to be ignored by him. It was more important for him to calm the frightened Miyu. While Hajime calming Miyu down, he leered at trembling Endu trembling after he had collapsed into the sofa. Lore entered the conversation with an amazed expression.
How then, Hajime? I have roughly understood your situation from Ilwa's letter. You've geeked the rampage, haven't you?
Well, all of them were just the course of events. Although they were not situations that normally appeared as the course of events, Hajime, who shrugged his shoulders as though nothing big had happened, made Lore curve the edge of his lips, finding it amusing.
From the letter, with the acceptance of you as gold rank, it was written that you want to be accommodated in the best possible way. I've roughly understood the situation, but to annihilate around 60,000 demonic beasts with just a handful of people and decimate the underground organization based in Foreign in just half a day, that is something unbelievable, but for Ilwa to purposely tell me this through a letter, I won't think it is strange if someone said you are actually one of the demon lords now.
Lore's words made Endu opened his eyes wide to show how surprised he was. Even though he thought Hajime must have gotten stronger since he had escaped from the depths of Orca's great dungeon, he thought Hajime was still weaker than himself. After all, Hajime's class was Transmutation Master, which was a non-fighting class, and he was also called as incompetent. Even if someone said he was gold rank, it was just the standard of being an adventurer in this different world, and couldn't be compared to those summoned here. That's why he thought, at the very least, Hajime should be able to repair the destroyed teleportation circle and become his support in battle. To begin with, Endu came to the Adventurers Guild to ask high-ranked adventurers to help him in rescuing Kuki's party. Surely, even if he could not take them to the dungeon depth, they would at least be able to protect the area around the teleportation circle. And though there were also stationed knights, they would not do anything before they reported this to the kingdom, and their level was so low that at most they could do was protect the teleportation circle on 30th floor. He needed adventurers with at least silver rank to protect the 70th floor's teleportation circle. He entered the Adventurer Guild with such thoughts and grandly exposed the current situation to those in second floor. He thought he could ask for the adventurers' cooperation for heroes, who were the humanity's hope, fell into such a predicament along with the annihilation of the elite knights. However, in addition to the unexpected request to protect 70th floor's teleportation circle, made everyone avert their gazes and at the same time uneasiness about what would happen to the humanity spreaded. Noticing the commotion, Lure grabbed Ndu by the scruff of his neck and dragged him inside to question him, when the receptionist ran inside with Hajime's status plate. As such, Ndu noticed he had underestimated Hajime's ability, and the possibility that Hajime was even more powerful than him made Ndu astonished when he compared the current and past Hajime. Even though Ndu was stiffened due to the shock, Lore and Hajime's talk kept advancing.
Please don't say such a stupid thing. How could you think we are as weak as the Demon Lords?
So even Demon Lords are small fries, huh? What confidence! But if that's the truth, I want you to receive a commission with Hollid Branch Adventurer Guild's head as the referral. Rescuing the heroes, right? Endau returned to his senses when he heard the word rescue. Next, he leaned forward and spoke to Hajime.
That's it. Nagumo, come with me and help them. If you are that strong, we can surely save everyone.
Although Endu's eyes shined because he could see the hope, but Hajime's reaction was an unfavorable one. He was looking at the distance as though he was thinking of something. Endu naturally had thought Hajime would surely help him to rescue the others, so he was perplexed because there was no prompt answer.
What's with you? Even now, they might be dying, you know. Don't hesitate. Aren't we comrades?
Comrades? Hajime, who averted his gaze earlier while thinking of something, was once again looking back at the heated-up Endu with a cold expression. Endu instinctively backed away due to the coldness in Hajime's eyes. He hesitated after recalling Hajime's earlier bloodlust, but he obstinately answered because Hajime was a valuable force that could not be missed.
Yeah, we are comrades. So it's natural to
Don't selfishly make me your comrade. Frankly, I only recognize you as nothing but a human from the same world. No more, no less. You are no different than the others.
Huh? Why? Why did you say that?
Hajime's unexpectedly cold words and leer made Endu confused. Hajime resumed thinking. In other words, he thought of the demerits from rescuing Kuki's party. Just as Hajime said, he recognized the classmates as nothing more than acquaintances. Until now, he neither thought of using his power to return to the way he was in the past, nor revenge. He was truly disinterested and thought them as trivial things. However, he could not just bluntly answer with a no. As for the reason, he connected that answer to the words Aiko said, lonely way of life. Furthermore, Hajime recalled the conversation under the moonlight. Having been called incompetent and weakest in this different world, there was the girl who said to Hajime, "It will protect Nagumo-kun." In the end, Hajime was reckless and disappeared as he fell into the abyss, just like what the girl was uneasy about. She had promised to protect him, to remove her uneasiness, but that promise could not be accomplished. And somehow, Hajime had fragrantly recalled the time he was about to fall into the abyss and the girl who outstretched her hand with bitter expression after returning to this town. "Shirasaki, is she safe?" Hajime muttered and asked the confused Endu. "Letting out, eh?" The dubious voice. Because of the sudden gestion, Endu panically began to speak about Kaori since he thought Hajime would not cooperate if he didn't say anything.
Yeah. Shirasaki-san is safe. Rather, we would not have survived if not for her. Jiugo and Yagashi-san were dying from the first attack, but Shirasaki-san was truly amazing. Her healing magic was unbelievable. Rather, she turned ghastly since the day you fell, you know. She trained so hard, so much that we wanted to stop her. And her aura also changed? She somehow looked mature as though she was always thinking of something, and the fluffy atmosphere around her had disappeared.
EC. Hajime only replied as such to the Endu, who frantically talked even about the unnecessary things. Thus, Hajime looked at his precious partner, who watched him as he scratched his head.
If it's something Hajime wants to do, PII follow you to wherever it is.
With affectionate gaze, Yue said so and Gayatri grasped Hajime's hand. Hajime returned her grasp, watched her gently, and thanked her.
Me too. To follow Hajime-san to wherever it is.
Of course this one will too. Master.
That's Mew, too!
Because Hajime and Yue began to create their own world, Shia and Tio panicky asserted. Although she didn't understand it well, Mew clung and insisted so because she didn't want to be left behind. Before them, Endu said, "Eh? What's with this harem?" with an amazed expression to which Hajime responded with a leer, while telling his comrades what he wanted to do. "Everyone, thank you. Although I don't want to purposely make connection between us and the God-chosen heroes, I have someone I'm indebted to. That's why I thought to at least help." "Well, if it's them, then they might be able to do something themselves." Hajime's real intention was not to help Koki's party. He didn't want to purposely approach either the heroes or the mad god who chose them. However, he thought to at least show his face to Kaori, who pushed herself to find him. In addition, he'd help her if she was truly in a pinch. In other words, he had an obligation to Kaori, who wanted to protect him and still believed his survival even now. He didn't even worry about the risk involved. He had fought the four-eyed wolf in Endu's story, and the Chimera's strength should be below 10th floor of Abyss Dungeon, so there was no problem at all.
Excuse me, S0, will you go with him?
Ah, branch head lore. For now, I also want to re-guest something from you.
You don't want to be seen unconditionally helping them by the ones above, right?
Yes, there's one more thing. I want you lend me a room from you until we return.
Ah, I don't mind.
Resultantly, Endu, who breathed a sigh of relief because Hajime would come with him, was ignored while Hajime continued his conversation with Lore. As expected, he could not just take a child into the depth of the dungeon, so he entrusted Mew to the guild. Although Mew fiercely resisted, somehow everyone was able to calm her down, and Tio was entrusted with babysitting and guarding her. Finally, Hajime's party were able to depart with Endu as their guide.
Oi, guide us quickly, Endu.
Whoa, don't kick my butt. Rather, you were changing too much.
How noisy. As for the time, a day. No, let's end this in half a day. Though reluctant, we left Miyu behind, so we need to return quickly. PM also worried because she's with that pervert.
You, S0, you really are her father. To create a harem of beautiful girls? Just what has happened to turn that Nagumo into this?
While dashing towards the depth of the dungeon, Endu muttered, trying to comprehend something from Hajime's attitude and the surroundings. With such powerful help, Endu's mind regained some composure. If he had the time to talk, he wanted to use it to run faster, since he had confidence in his high agility, but it had been smashed to pieces. In addition, Endu was praying for his best friend's safety. With Suzu raising a groan and slowly opening her eyes, Kaori and Eri, who were always beside her, called Suzu's name with anxious voices mixed with relief. Suzu spaced out for a while with only her gaze moving around, and finally opened her mouth.
I don't know this ceiling. Suzu, I know you like acting, but wouldn't it be better if you didn't say something like that at a time like this?
She should be thirsty. However, Suzu desperately said so with hoarse voice, which made Shizuku retorted in a half-amazed, half-praising tone when she heard her. Afterwards, Suzu moistened her throat using the water from the leather flask by her side. With lovely sound of gulping, Suzu, who sated her thirst, said, "I'm revived, literally, words that couldn't be taken as a joke," and she tried her best to stand up with Kaori and Eri supporting her. The class's moodmaker, who regained her consciousness from a critical condition, radiated a cheerful atmosphere which made the classmates who had been depressed until now show smiles. However, the bright atmosphere was very contrary to Suzu's complexion. She was exhausted and suffered blood loss. With a pale face and thin lines below her eyes just like a bear's, her smile looked miserable. Some parts of her body were pierced, but it was unmistakably her strength to be able to smile as soon as she got up. Shizuku and Kaori watched her with respect.
Suzu-chan, it's okay for you to rest some more. After all, your blood shouldn't have been replenished yet, even if your wounds have recovered. Oh, You mean, so that's why I feel dizzy, that bastard to pierce the beautiful Suzu, even though, can I penetrate you now? It's better to be set in bed.
Suzu, that's vulgar. Be more prudent.
Suzu said while hatefully gazing at empty space, and Eri scolded Suzu with flushed cheeks. Some of the male students inadvertently, BFF, but averted their gazes due to Shizuku's glare.
Suzu, thank God you woke up. We were worried, you know?
Yo, are you really okay? Isn't your face completely pale?
Because Suzu suddenly caused a commotion after she woke up, Koki and Ryutaro approached her. While being weakened for a period of time as an effect from using Limit Break, Koki became depressed because they were severely beaten. However, he seemed to have recovered somehow since a moderate amount of time had passed after they had retreated and hid where they currently were.
Morning, Cookie-kun. Ryutaro-kun. Looks like we somehow got away, huh? Is everyone safe? Wait, one is missing.
Yeah, it's Indu. He retreated ahead alone. We think he should be able to break through the floors alone by hiding himself.
After greeting Kuki and Ryutaru with a smile, Suzu noticed one person was missing from the surrounding classmates. Suzu had lost her consciousness in the midst of battle, so Kuki and the others answered her doubt while they explained the current situation. Incidentally, Kondo and Saito had been depetrified, woke up earlier than Suzu, and had already been debriefed of the situation.
I see. Looks like a lot of time had passed since Suzu fainted. That's right. Karen, thanks. Karen has become Suzu's life benefactor. Suzu-chan, it's my duty to heal everyone, so don't exaggerate it by calling me your life benefactor because it was a natural thing for me to do. Even stoic Karen is wonderful. Shall we get married? Suzu... It's eerie if you say that with pale face. For now, shouldn't you rest some more?
Suzu was scolded by Eri while she was clinging to Kaori. If she overdid it, Shizuku would physically stop her. It was the usual way of things. Even the classmates who wondered whether they'd be able to survive and return to surface again gradually regained their composure thanks to Suzu and the girls' conversation that didn't mind their defeat. However, the atmosphere, which was starting to turn bright, was doused with water by a person who always ruined the ambience.
What are you grinning about? We almost died, you know? Moreover, our situation hasn't changed even now. Think of how we can get out of here if you have time to joke around.
The one who shouted while glaring at Suzu was Kondo Reiichi, and though he didn't express it, Saito Yoshiki by his side also watched her with criticizing gaze.
Oi, Kondo, can you not say such a thing? Suzu only did this to change the mood.
Shut up! It's not like you could say anything to me. After all, you lost. I almost died. Shit! What a hero you...
Although Kauki tried to admonish Kondo due to his remark, Kondo suddenly burst like fire that got poured with oil and began to criticize Kauki.
Bastard! Thanks to whom do you think we could retreat, huh? We could do that because Kuki opened a path for us. To begin with, there's no need for us to retreat if he wins. More importantly, we obviously had our chance. It would have been all right for us to receive the invitation from Demon Race and defeat them later. But you selfishly started the fight. Everything is your fault. This is your responsibility.
This time, Ryutaru began to admonish such a Kondo. Kondo stood up and confronted Ryuraru. Sympathizing with Kondo, Saito and Nakanano also stood up and faced Ryutaru.
Ryutaru, I am okay for accept my responsibility, Kondo. We won't lose this time. We already understood the characteristics of the demonic beasts, and we won't get attacked by surprise again. So, we will absolutely win this time.
Although Koki made a gesture where he clasped his clenched fist, Saito muttered with darkened eyes.
But you could not win even with Limit Break.
That's... it won't be okay now.
Why?
To use divine might and attack the demon race woman from the beginning. That's why, if everyone could cover me...
But won't she know a troublesome attack is coming with such a long chant? Even our enemies will have their own plans, right? Besides, we don't know if those were all of the demonic beasts she has.
Even if Kuki said it'd be okay, Kondo and gang complained while beginning to doubt Kuki's ability and were looking at him with doubtful eyes. With this, even though Kuki could not help but take responsibility to make sure they win. They would not calm down because of the fact that they had almost died as a result of the enemy's unbelievable strength and number. The main cause for them to heat up were because Ryutaro had a low angry point, while Kondo and gang were being belligerent by objecting constantly.
Gradually, Ayako, Yoshino, and Nomura tried to stop their Garl, but a dangerous mood began to drift around.
As such, Ryutaro began to ready his fists, while Kondo re-edged his spear. Tension immediately filled their location. Kuki shouted, "Ryutaro!" and gripped his shoulder to stop him. However, Ryutaro could not be stopped, and veins popped on his head while glaring at Kondo. Even Kondo and gang were partly obstinate about it.
Everyone, please calm down. No matter what you say, we can only bet on Kuki to survive. We must defeat the demon race woman even if Kuki was at the time limit of his limit break. We can only do that since she won't let us escape. You understand that, right?
Shizuku entered between them and frantically tried to persuade them to calm down, but it didn't work either. Swaying while standing, Suzu seemed to not want to hear what Kondo said, even if he apologized. Finally, Kaori thought she needed to restrain everyone and began to prepare her restraining magic when they heard something. A growl so familiar, so low that came from the bottom of abdomen. The appearances of chimeras and the four red-eyed wolves crossed their minds. The dangerous mood immediately dissipated and everyone stiffened. Even the smallest breathing seemed to resound, and their breathing became smaller. Their gazes turned towards the passage, camouflaged as a wall before them. Someone was gulping. Even trace of their smells should have been erased by Endu, so the demonic beasts shouldn't be able to perceive that Kuki's party were inside no matter how strong they were. Even though they thought so, they were tensed and unpleasant sweats flowed. Some time was still needed before they completely recovered. Suzu was not in condition to fight. Kaori and Ayako had used too much magic to heal the others and had hardly recovered. The vanguard group were almost fully recovered, but the magic users in the rear group only had recovered half of their magic power. The healing potions they had also been exhausted, so they still need to wait for some times to recover at the earliest. They could not overlook the holes in terms of roles created by Kaori and Ayako as the healers and the barrier user, Suzu. That's why Kauki's party were hoping they would not be found out now, as they watched the wall separating the outside and the hidden room. The demonic beasts wandered outside for a while, but their presences gradually began to fade before long. Thus, silence returned once again. Even so, everyone was standing still for a while, and breathed great sighs of relief when they knew the demonic beasts had completely disappeared. Some of them crumpled on the spot. The extreme tension made their sweats overflow like a flood.
We'll be found out if we keep making a commotion. That's why please just calm down and recover for now.
Yeah. No.
You are right.
Shizuku wiped the sweat off her cheek, which fell and created weird dripping sound. Kondo and the others replied while stammering and withdrew their arms. It was as though they got doused by cold water. Having thought the crisis was through, everyone relaxed, and at that moment,
Kya!
The wall's fragments were blown like bullets due to the impact into the hidden room, and hit Kondo and Yoshino, who were in its trajectory. The two spontaneously fell flat on their butts as they raised screams. In the next moment, before the dumbfounded Kuki's party were the incoming blurred spaces, whom they still didn't want to meet.
Prepare to fight.
Damn it, how did they find us?
While ordering so, Kuki immediately drew and slashed the chimeras with the holy sword. They didn't move because they would lose sight of the enemies if they distanced themselves from them. As he cursed, Ryutaro positioned himself before the passage connected to the outside and tried to prevent the demonic beasts from invading any more than this. A brutal lookalike immediately hurled its steel-like body like a cannonball into the room. Thus, it grappled into Ryutaro with tremendous momentum and pushed him down. Using that chance, tens of black cats dashed into the room and immediately fired tens of tentacles. Fired like a barrage, they mercilessly attacked Kondo and the others who remained on their spots. And though Kondo and the others immediately readied their weapons, the tentacles were too much in number and would skewer them as is.
Heaven interruption.
15 shields of light slantly appeared in the space before Kondo and the others and managed to deviate the trajectories of the attacks. To be capable of activating the shields even with such short chance would make anyone marveled. 10 of the shields were Suzu's, while the other 5 were Kaori's. However, even though they immediately cast them, Suzu's physical condition was still in a bad shape while Kaori's magic power was still exhausted. Those facts affected the strength of the shields. They should have been able to change the trajectories and endure the impact, but vigorous attacks from the tentacles broke the shields one after another. Thus, several of the tentacles' trajectories could not be changed by the crushed shields and attacked Nakano and Saito. The two immediately bent their bodies. Since both were in the rear group, their physical strength weren't that high. Because of that, even though they avoided mortal wound, Nakano's shoulder and Saito's thigh were gouged, and they raised screams as they were thrown to the ground.
Shinji, Yoshiki, shit! Daisuke, help them!
Ah, of course.
Always brooding over something since they escaped into the hidden room, Hiyama did not pay much attention to what Kondo said. However, the situation didn't let him say anything otherwise, so he dragged the wounded Nakano and Saito towards Suzu's side. Even though her physical condition was not good, the area around Suzu, whose magic power still had a lot remaining, was the safest. Besides, they would be gassily healed by Kaori at Suzu's side.
Kuki. Use limit break and get outside. We will do something about these guys inside this room.
But Suzu and the others cannot move.
We will face them as is. Please, break through them and kill the demon race woman.
Kuki, leave this place to us. I absolutely won't let them die.
Okay, I will leave this place to you. Limit break.
After thinking about Shizuku and Ryutaru's words for a moment, he thought it was certainly the only way to break through this situation. With a resolute expression, Kuki activated Limit Break for the second time today. The reason Limit Break must not be used for more than once a day was because it put considerable burden into the body. That's why Limit Break, which usually had an 8-minute limit, but it might be shorter now. Expecting that, Kuki would ignore the others and only concentrate on defeating the demon race woman, he went out of the hidden room.
You made me waste too much time. I also have other missions too.
Shut up! I will surely defeat you. Prepare yourself.
Declaring so, Kuki used Short Chant, and magic power was immediately sent into the Holy Sword. Divine Might would normally reach the demon race woman, but even so, he used the Chantomission version of Divine Might, since he believed it would be able to open Apeth for him. However, the demon race woman showed a smile before the Holy Sword, whose radiance increased, and she ordered the brutal look-alike standing by near her to drag something from the back. Kuki put a dubious expression at first, which then turned into an aghast expression when he saw that something. He instinctively lowered the Holy Sword with eyes wide opened and called his name with a trembling voice.
Meld-san?
That's right, there was the dying Meld whose limbs were crushed and whole body drenched in blood, being dragged by the brutal look-alike by the scruff of his neck. With a glance, his whole body was limp and seemed to have died, but sometimes small groans arose and demonstrated that he was alive.
You! Let go of Meldar-sen!
Kuki was enraged because of Meld's state, and in a split moment he tried to rush towards the demon race woman, losing himself. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over Kuki as though it had been waiting for such existent timing. Ha! Before Kuki noticed it and turned his gaze, there was the spectacle's wall-like fist approaching him with tremendous momentum that made even the air exploded. Although Kuki spontaneously used his left arm to guard, the fist swung with tremendous force easily crushed his guard, and Kuki's left arm and body received a powerful impact. Kuki flew towards a wall and crashed into it with tremendous speed, incomparable to being run over by a dump truck. The wall behind him was crushed radically by the impact.
Gah!
Because of the impact he had taken, Kalki air was released from his lungs, and he slipped down from the wall in all fours. Kalki desperately tried to support his body using his healthy right arm, but a lot of blood flowed from his mouth. The earlier attack had most likely damaged his organs. He might have died instantly if it wasn't for the skill derived from physical resistance, mitigation of impact. In addition, because of a concussion to his head, he desperately tried to understand the situation, even with an unfocused gaze. Then, he saw it. A 3-meter, huge demonic beast was in the location where Kuki was before, with its fist thrusted. It had a horse-like head where fangs grew, 4 thick, heavy arms growing from its muscular body, and its lower half was that of a monstrous gorilla. Glaring at Kuki with bloodshot eyes, steam gushed out from the long horse-like mouth every time it breathed. Its atmosphere was obviously different from the demonic beasts he had faced until now. The horse head withdrew its fist and immediately rushed out while firing a dense bloodlust to the still unable to stand Kuki mercilessly. Jumping only a little away from the place where Kuki was crouching, it swung its fist down with tremendous momentum towards Kuki. Because of the warning from his instincts, Kuki laid on the ground and rolled over, desperately getting out of his location. Immediately, the horsehead's fist pierced the ground, and at the same time, a reddish-black ripple extended on the ground along with a roar. The destruction was just like an explosion. This was the horsehead's peculiar magic shockwave. It was an ability to convert magic power into a shockwave. However, as simple as it might be, it was an immensely powerful, peculiar magic. Due to the skill derived from physical resistance, recovery rate increased. Koki somehow recovered from his head concussion. He desperately stood up and readied the holy sword. At that time, the horsehead had already approached before him and swung its fist once again. With a crushed left arm, Kuki used holy sword as a shield, and the impact received by his right arm blew him away again. Afterwards, even though Kuki managed to avoid a mortal wound, the 4 arms sent out magic shockwave with all of their might, and he, whose movement had slowed down due to the damage from the first impact, couldn't counterattack at all.
Cool. What's with this thing's strength, even though I should be strengthened by limit break?
With pained expression, Kuki was frustrated because the horsehead demonic beast could overpower him, who was under limit break, and he went for a counterattack, prepared for damages while thinking he couldn't let it continue. Right before he began, the limit of Kuki's limit break had arrived, and power suddenly left him. Because he used it twice in such a short time, he was attacked by powerlessness incomparable to what he felt earlier, and he fell on his knee with no power entering his legs. The horsehead didn't miss that chance. With him suddenly losing his power and balance, Kuki was in a hopeless situation as the horsehead's fist, bam, hit his abdomen with a sound of impact. Splurting blood, Kuki's body was made into shape, blown away, and crashed into the wall once again. Being weakened thanks to the side effect of limit break, Kuki's consciousness was drifting away. Being mortally injured, he fell down without even twitching. Rather, it was strange for him not to die instantly in his current state. Perhaps the horsehead was taking it easy, so he wouldn't. The horsehead approached Kuki and lifted him by grabbing the back of his neck. The unconscious and completely powerless Kuki was hung by the horsehead to show his state to the demon race woman. The demon race woman nodded in satisfaction and ordered the demonic beasts that rushed into the hidden room to withdraw. After a while, Shizuku and the others went out with full caution. Their expressions were dyed in despair when they saw the powerless Kuki being lifted by the huge horse-headed demonic beast they had never seen before.
It's Ally, right? How can Kuki lose?
No way.
No. Why?
Coming out from the hidden room, Kuki's comrades were bewildered in seeing him being hung, and they uttered incoherent words. Even Shizuku, Kaori, and Suzu were speechless. Towards the classmates who had lost their fighting spirit, the demon race woman spoke with a cold attitude.
It looks like if I'll be able to catch you guys easily. I have underestimated you brats, but it looks like it'll work out just fine.
What did you do?
It's this. You know this.
After replying to the Gestian, the demon race woman turned her gaze towards Commander Meld, who was gripped by a brutal look-alike even now. Following her gaze, Shizuku came to understand the moment she saw the dying Commander Meld. Commander Meld was used to divert Kauki's attention. If his acquaintance was caught and was dying, Kauki would surely react to it. Furthermore, he would have considerably lost his composure. the demon race woman had most likely to understood Kuki's straightforward character from their previous fight. Thus, using Chimera's peculiar ability, she hit a strong demonic beast who aimed at the moment Kauki jumped in anger.
S0, what do you want from us? You must want something since you're purposely letting us live and started to converse with us, right?
Ah, as expected, you're the one who can understand situation the best. What? It's not such a special conversation. When I saw you guys earlier, I thought to once again invite you guys. Look, before it was this Hiro-kun who selfishly decided everything, right? And there are also excellent people among you, so I want to ask you again. So, what do you think?
Some people reacted to the demon race woman's words. Because of that, Shizuku narrowed her eyes and questioned the woman again.
What about Cookie?
For what a fast learner. Sorry, but I can't let Hiro-kun alive. He didn't want to come to our side, so it's impossible to persuade him, right? After all, he is the self-contained type. That's why I don't have any reason to keep such a dangerous creature alive.
Isn't that the same with us?
Of course. Why did you think I let you live? Even though I know it'll only make me anxious of my back.
Haven't you thought that we might join now and betray you later?
Naturally, I have thought that. That's why P'll make you wear collars. There's no need to worry. It's only make you unable to rebel against us. No one will be deprived of their freedoms.
That's just like slaves with high degree of freedom. What you mean is we will keep our free will, but we won't be able to harm you.
That's right. It helps me that you're quick to understand. Also, it's good that this conversation is going somewhere, until the one with Hiro-kun.
Although the classmates were silently listening to the conversation between Shizuku and the demon race, they were also looking at each other with fear-stricken eyes and full of worries. If they did not accept the invitation from demon race, then 9 out of 10 they would be killed by the demonic beasts that were even difficult for Kauki to defeat, but they would not be able to fight against demon race again if they sided with demon race and wore the collar. In other words, they would no longer be God's apostles. If it turned to that, would Church of the Saints, whom they had been summoned to protect, became useless? And would it be possible for them to return to their original world? No matter what option they chose, they could not see a bright future.
I think we should accept that person's invitation.
Among the silent crowd, Eri unexpectedly desperately spoke while trembling. Thus, the classmates opened their eyes wide in surprise and carefully paid attention to her. To such an Eri, Ryutaro shouted back with face red in anger.
Eri, you! So, you are going to abandon Kuki.
Hi?
Ryutaru, please calm down. Eri, why do you think so?
Ryutaru's attitude made Eri frightened, and she stepped back as a result. However, Shizuku admonished Ryutaru and was somehow able to stop him. Thus, Eri took a deep breath and spoke her mind with tightly clenched fists.
I just don't want everyone to die. Even I don't know what to do with Kuki. Gulp.
Eri spun her words with all of her might, with tearing streaming down her eyes. Seeing her, the other party members' hearts were shaken. Thus, one person who agreed with Eri appeared.
To also agree with Nakamura. Our loss has already been decided. Between annihilation and survival, there's no need to hesitate, right?
Kiyayama, you mean you don't care what happened to Kuki, huh?
Then, Sakagami, are you trying to do double suicide with Koki who could not fight anymore, and with all of us involved?
That's not it. I'll see P do that.
Then please shut your mouth if you don't have any alternative. Right now, it should take precedence on how to survive by ourselves.
With Hiyama's remark, the atmosphere turned into one where it looked like it was necessary for them to accept the invitation. And just like what Hiyama said, they only had one choice if they wanted to survive. However, they could not just choose that since they felt guilty, thinking 1S it really okay for us to survive while Kuki gets killed. It was as though they were boldly sacrificing Kuki for their survival. To their dilemma, the demon race woman made another proposal with such perfect timing.
If you guys are that worried about Hiro-kun, shall I keep him alive? Naturally, a collar with stronger effect than yours will be put on him. But I want all of you to side with Demon Race first.
Shizuku secretly clicked her tongue when she heard the proposal. It was because she had guessed since the beginning that the Demon Race woman would propose it. It was strange for Kuki to be kept alive if she had already decided to kill him. The woman only had to kill him if there was no need for discussion after all. That's why by not killing him and keeping him alive, we're all for this moment. The Demon Race woman had likely acknowledged that Kuki and the others were useful after the last fight. However, she was convinced she could not make Kauki waver even through talking. But the others didn't know of that. So she planned to draw in the others aside from Kuki. First, she did not kill Kuki to not raise the animosity of the others. Second, she told them to make a choice while she cornered them between choice of death or survival. Third, she guided them to think. If we do that, and she chose that time to erase the problem from their thought. Actually, by making the best use of Koki, the atmosphere changed to one where they thought it'd be okay to side with Demon Race if they survive. Though in reality, they didn't have any guarantee Koki would be kept alive. Even if they regretted if he was killed after this, they could no longer act against the Demon Race. Shizuku noticed that, but she kept silent as she told herself they currently could do nothing but to side with Demon Race if they want to survive. There should be a way to save Kuki as long as they were alive. There were huge merits for the Demon Race woman if she got her hand on Shizuku and the others. First, needless to say, it'll give an impact to the human side. After all, the gods' apostles who were humanity's hope are siding with Demon Race. That impact, no, it was much more like despair, will be a huge advantage to the Demon Race. The second, she would get new battle force. It would be a good thing to obtain Shizuku and the others as fighting force to replenish the demonic beasts killed by Kuki's party.
If this keeps up, she would obtain Shizuku and the others. The Demon Race woman floated a faint smile as she realized the mood. However, her smile was immediately erased by the pained voice that suddenly rang out.
Everyone, this is bad. Please run away.
Koki! Kauki-kun.
Don't believe her. She killed Alan-san and the other knights. Don't be fooled. You'll be used as slaves to fight humans, so run away. I am okay. Just escape by...
With feeble breathing, Kuki told the danger of the deal and insisted for them to leave him and bet on running away, which once again shook the hearts of the classmates.
In this situation, just how many do you think will survive? Just look at the reality already. We already lost. Even the knights were killed. So there's no other choice. We can do nothing but accepting the invitation if we want to survive. Hiyama's angry voice rang out. He angrily looked at Kauki, who still didn't come to terms with the situation. Hiyama certainly wanted to survive. At worst, he would make sure Kaori and himself survive even if the others didn't. However, the possibility of doing that if he bet on escaping would be too low. If he went to the Demon Race side, there's enough possibility of being promoted to an important position if he displayed his usefulness, and he'd be able to obtain Kaori. Naturally, he'd limit her freedom using the collar. Hiyama did not care whether she had free will or not. He'd be satisfied as long as he made Kaori his.
Because of Hiyama's angry voice, the others were charmed by the more certain and nearer future. At that moment, a pained but powerful voice rang inside the room. Even though it was a small voice, it resounded well to others. It was a voice that had encouraged them many times in the battlefields. The person calmly judged any kind of situations, said words without any hesitation, and a model for them who also had a reliable back. For everyone, he was like a big brother and even a father they were fond of. Meld's voice rang out,
You guys, you only need to think on how to survive. Advance on the path you believed in. I am sorry involving you to our war. Even though the time I spent with you isn't that long, Preve regretted involving you. That's why I live and return to your world. No need to worry about human race. In the first place, this war should be fought by the human in this world.
Meld's words weren't words of a Herla Kingdom's commanding knight. They were words of Amon, Meld Loggins, his true feelings as he cast aside his position. He exposed his feelings because he realized here would be the end for him. Kuki and the others had their eyes wide opened while muttering Meld's name, and Meld shook off the brutal look-alike, while a light shone from his whole body. Then, he immediately grappled the Demon Race woman.
You demon, let's die together!
That is... self-destruction? How brave. I can say I don't hate it.
Shut it! The light wrapping Meld was similar to Kauki's limit break in a glance while magic power gushed out of his body. However, it was actually not from his body but the crystal hanging on his neck. Seeing that, The demon race woman instantly saw through his personality and satisfyingly praised him. The crystal's name was Last Loyalty, an evil tool to self-destruct, just like the demon race woman said. It would be used in time of emergence so the memory could not be read, along with the intention of involving the enemy with the self-destruction. Meld's last attack that risked his life made Kookie's party screamed out his name. However, unlike them, the demon race woman was still calm, even though she'd be swallowed by the explosion and die. Thus, the Last Loyalty Meld carried increased its shine further, and one sentence was muttered right before it activated.
Devour it, Absod.
Immediately, after the demon race woman's voice rang out, the Last Loyalty on its limit let out tremendous lights and lost its shine.
What? What happened?
If one looked carefully, the overflowing lights were flowing into a certain direction. Meld frantically moved only his gaze towards that direction, while still pinning the demon race woman, and there was the six-legged turtle-shaped demonic beast whose opened mouth was inhaling the lights, wrapping Meld. The six-legged turtle demonic beast was called Absod. Its peculiar magic was magic storage. It was a skill to freely take and stock magic inside its body. However, the storage could even store high-ranked magic. It was a natural enemy for people who fight using magic. The light wrapping Meld from Last Loyalty rapidly lost, and it exhausted all its powers and became a normal crystal. Suddenly, an impact from an attack hit Meld, who was flabbergasted because his last struggle had been obstructed in an unexpected way. But the impact wasn't that strong. What is it? Meld looked down towards his abdomen where the impact came from. A reddish-brown blade could be seen. Accurately, a blade of sand had pierced through Meld's abdomen from his back. The blade piercing him from behind had blood dripping at the tip.
Meld said.
Kookie shouted Meld's name without minding his vomited blood. Meld reacted to his call, and the gaze on his abdomen shifted to Kookie. He then frowned. He moved his mouth to say sorry, while revealing a mortified smile. Immediately the sand blade swung horizontally and Meld was blown away. Just like a powerless doll, thud, he was thrown to the ground. The pool of blood spread little by little. Anyone see it would think of it as a mortal wound. It was already a miracle he was capable of moving while covered in wounds. But everyone knew that this time it was the true end. Even though she understood she would not make it in time, Kaori immediately used ranged recovery magic on Meld. Although the amount of bleeding had slightly decreased, Kaori could not block Meld's wound, since she herself hardly have any magic power.
Please be healed.
Even as she fell to her knee due to the severe exhaustion from magic power depletion, Kaori desperately continued using healing magic.
I never thought he'd be able to stand up, and pinned me with such wounds. As expected of the kingdom's knight leader, he's worthy of praise. However, this is the end. This'll be your last. So, what do you think?
The demon race woman glared at Kookie and the others as she swung the sand blade dyed in red. Seeing someone close to them dying once again, everyone, except some, were trembling. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they'd be the next to die if they did not accept the demon race woman's proposal. Representing the others, Hiyama was about to say they accept the proposal. However, at that time, Kookie, who powerlessly tried to escape from being hung by the horse head, muttered something with a small voice. Even though he shouldn't be able to create any miracle, since he covered in wounds, Hiyama swallowed his words. He somehow could not ignore the pressure coming from Kookie.
Huh? What did you say? So, you want to die?
The demon race woman heard Kaukie's mutter. She snorted and asked him, thinking it was just another rave. Kaukie raised his cast-down gaze, and his straight glare pierced the demon race woman. The demon race woman instinctively held her breath when she saw Kookie's glare. After all, the color of his irises had changed to silvery white as it shone. Instinctively backing away due to an unknown pressure, she ordered the horsehead according to the warning her instinct was telling her. She instinctively realized it was not the time to think about the advantage and disadvantage of gaining Shizuku and the others.
Ahad, kill him!
The horsehead named Ahatad faithfully executed the demon race woman's order. It tried to crush the suspended Kuki's sides using 2 fists equipped with magic shockwave. Tremendous light overflowed from Kuki. It became a torrent and rose into the ceiling just like a tornado. Next, Kuki swung his right fist towards Ahat's arm and the arm was easily crushed. With a roar different from a while ago, Ahat inadvertently dropped Kuki, and Kuki moved to make a roundhouse kick as though he could not feel his injury. Ahat's huge body was bent into and was blown towards the wall behind with an extraordinary momentum. Ahatid, who was crushed into the wall accompanied with a thunderous roar, could not move well its body thanks to the impact, desperately trying to slip out of the wall, but resulted in nothing. With a swaying body, Kuki picked up the dropped holy sword and glared at the demon race woman with a piercing gaze that could almost kill. At the same time, similar torrent, that of a tornado, rose and began to envelop Kuki's body. A skill derived from limit break, supreme break. If the normal limit break increased the basic states by 3 times within the time limit, supreme break was higher skill, and basic stats were multiplied by 5. However, he had to use limit break to now forcibly drag out his power. That's why the current Kuki only had 30 seconds until the limit. The effective time had been cut greatly because of the side effect. However, without minding that, Kuki rushed towards the demon race woman in anger. The only thing in his mind was to beat Meld's enemy. Only revenge. The demon race woman raised a panicked expression and ordered the surrounding demonic beasts to attack Kuki. Chimeras were sneaked attacking, the black cats were firing their tentacles, and the brutal lookalikes swung their maces. However, Kuki ignored those demonic beasts. Without swinging holy sword, he kept advancing and raised angry cry towards where the demon race woman was.
Bitch! How dare you do that to Mail-san?
Kuki unhesitatingly swung down the holy sword that was held in upper stance. The demon race woman clicked her tongue and she immediately densified the sand into a shield. But clad in torrent of light, the holy sword easily cut through the shield and slashed the demon race woman behind it. Although she was not cut in 2, she backed away and created the sand shield. The demon race woman had a deeply cut diagonally on her body and blown backward, spraying blood. Her back crashed into the wall behind the demon race woman, skidded down from the crushed wall, and Kuki approached her as he shook of the blood off the holy sword.
What luck. To have the situation reversed just like this. It's as if I am looking at a cheap drama.
Having the table reversed, thanks to him awakening his hidden power due to him being in a pinch, made the demon race woman say sarcastic words, while her wandering gaze was looking at the approaching Kuki in resignation. Even though the white crow on her side activated its peculiar magic, her wound was too deep that it could not be healed immediately, and Kuki won't give her such a time either. It was a true checkmate, and the demon race woman endured the severe pain, moved her right hand, and took out a locket pendant from her breast pocket. Seeing that, Kuki sharpened his expression, thinking it was the same self-destruction tool similar to the one Mailed used, and he suddenly dashed out. Regardless of the demon race woman's death, he could not let the explosion swallow his comrades. That's why I will defeat her before it activates.
He attacked to stop her!
I'm sorry. I'm going to die before you. I love you, Mikhail.
Looking at the locket pendant in her hand dearly, the demon race woman muttered, which made Kuki inadvertently stop the holy sword. Due to the attack not being delivered, the demon race woman dubiously raised her face and she noticed the holy sword had stopped just a few millimeters overhead. Kuki's expression was aghast as he looked down at the demon race woman with wide open eyes. His eyes expressed, but when he noticed something, it generated fear and hesitation. Seeing his eyes, the demon race woman realized the thing that made him stopped his sword and watched him with a condemning gaze. Her gaze made Kuki shaken further.
Jam, amazed. Did you notice it only now, that you are going to kill a person?
Care? That's right. For Kuki, the demon race was a cruel and cowardly higher-ranked demonic beasts. It also meant they were recognized as existences evolved from demonic beasts. That was what the Ishtar had taught him about the demon race. Actually, they were recognized as such because they were accompanied by the demonic beasts, their slaves. However, just like a normal human, they love and loved, desperately tried to survive for the sake of something. But Kuki never thought he was going to fight people. In a way, it could be said he unconsciously did not want to think so. The recognition was overturned when the demon race woman dearly called the name of her loved person. Whether he liked it or not, the one he was fighting was not a demonic beast. He noticed she was in truth a person just like him. He recognized what he was trying to do was murder.
Surely you did not admit us as people. What arrogance.
No, I didn't know.
Ha! Isn't it you did not try to know? See? So, what's wrong? After all, what you're doing is not fighting, but hunting, right? There's one animal before you here, you know? Even though you have thought like that until now.
Let's just talk. Surely if we talk...
Kauki said as he lowered Holy Sword. Demon Race Woman looked at him with pure scorn, and she shouted an order instead of answering him.
Ahat! Aim at the swordswoman! The others! Attack!
Having recovered from the impact, Ahat had approached Shizuku with tremendous momentum, exactly what the Demon Race Woman had ordered. Within Kuki's party, although her charisma to lead people could not be compared to him, to excel in making calm judgment of the situation made her the most troublesome enemy, so Shizuku was the first to be targeted. The other's demonic beasts also began attacking the other party members. Rather than the merits gained by making them betray their allies with attached collars, she judged, because of his last attack, it was necessary to kill Kuki. The Demon Race Woman felt Kuki's latest attack was a threat.
Why?
You're a boy without any self-awareness. We are at war. You who possessed huge power with immature mind is too dangerous. You are going to die here, no matter what. Look, your comrades will be annihilated if you don't help them.
Kuki shouted at the Demon Race Woman who ignored his suggestion, but the woman didn't care at all. Next, Kuki turned around because of the woman's words, and at the same time, Shizuku was blown away and she crashed into the ground. Ahatid was already a monster that had already far surpassed the strong demonic beasts. It overpowered Kuki, who was using Limit Break even if it was just a surprise attack, so Shizuku should not be able to fight it by herself. Kuki turned pale and used the power from Supreme Break to instantly move between Ahad and Shizuku and caught the magic shockwave attack. Next, he counterattacked by swinging Holy Sword, which cut off its arms. However, by the time he was before its bosom to finish it off with a stab, just like before, he fell to his knees, lost his strength, and fell forward. Supreme Limit had reached its time limit. It was the worst-case scenario. Not only was weakened because of the after effect he had accumulated one impossible plight after another, he also could not move his body as though he was paralyzed.
At such a time.
Kauki!
Covering Koki, Shizuku slashed towards the wound Ahat had on its arm that was cut off. Unable to calm down after its wound was slashed, Ahat screamed and retreated. At that moment, Shizuku grabbed and threw Koki to where their comrades were. With Koki incapable of moving, his comrades could only defend against the encircling demonic beasts. Then, I must do something! Shizuku aimed at the Demon Race Woman. Her gaze unmistakably carried killing intent.
Heh, you seem be conscious about the murder. Rather, aren't you the one most suitable to be called as hero?
I don't care. It is our fault Kuki did not realize it. That's why I will pay for that debt.
Completely healed by the White Crow's peculiar magic, the Demon Race Woman stood up steadily and commented on Shizuku's actions. Shizuku should have known Kuki's straightforward character, and how deeply he sets his heart on something. She gritted her teeth because she felt responsible that it was only until now that Kuki realized they were killing people, and how he didn't realize they're true enemies during this war.
Shizuku had no experience of murder and she felt she did not want to experience it either. However, she was prepared such a day would come if she was going into a war. By learning swordsmanship, the heaviness of hurting people was driven into her. However, now that the time has come, her resolution was easily shaken because of fear neither from the shame nor honor, but because she wanted to cry due to the thing she was going to do. Even so, she bit her lip and gritted her teeth to desperately suppress her fear.
Thus, she took a stance as she activated No Beat to kill the demon race woman using the Godspeed from the sword drawing technique. However, in that moment, a chill ran along her spine because her instinct warned her to imminent danger. Immediately, from the side of the location where she jumped back from, a black cat's tentacles was fired.
He never told the other demonic beasts to not aim at you. Do you think you can kill me with a heart and other demonic beasts as your enemies?
Coo!
Saying, "Of course, I am also going to kill you," the demon race woman began to chant. Shizuku somehow managed to break through the waves of attacks from the demonic beasts, using acceleration and deceleration without preliminary action of No Beat, but her expression was gradually dyed in despair when she tried to move before the demon race woman through an opening. The most difficult was that Ahatad had speed similar to Shizuku. The sturdy and gigantic figure was certainly seen by Shizuku, so even if she used the chance to jump towards the demon race woman, its swung fist gave an explosion-like impact that would immediately reach Shizuku. Shizuku was a swordsman who specialized in speed, so her defense was extremely brittle. Evasion and parry were the basic of her defense. Besides, damages would accumulated little by little from magic shockwaves after effect. Also, she could neither completely evade nor parry. Following that, Shizuku's movement had slightly become duller because of the accumulated damages, and that was fatal in a fight to death such as this. Although she immediately used the sword and sheath as shields, Ahatad's fist crushed Shizuku's partner and hit her shoulder, having blown parallel to the ground, forcefully crashing and continued skidding on the ground. Shizuku laid down helplessly. The arm on her right shoulder was bent into an impossible angle. It was completely crushed, and because the impact was passed into her body, she sometimes coughed up blood.
Shizuku-chan.
Kaori called Shizuku with tone overflowed with uneasiness, but Shizuku could not move at all, even as she gripped the handle of her broken sword while crouching. At that time, the things about her comrades, formation, and her exhausted magic power, there was no meaning for her to come to Shizuku's side, but other logical reasons had completely disappeared from her mind. Kaori's only thought was, she must go to her important best friend's side. Kaori dashed out due to impulse. Her body was swaying and her feet weren't steady because she hardly had any magic power. Although there were voices behind that tried to stop her, they did not reach Kaori's ears. She was only trying her best to recklessly rush towards Shizuku. Naturally, the demonic beasts did not overlook the defenseless Kaori, and merciless attacks poured towards her. However, all of those attacks were received by shining shields. Moreover, the numerous shields were standing just like a passage between Kaori and Shizuku.
As expected, being alone is unpleasant. Suzu said with a pale expression. She held out her right hand straight towards Shizuku and used all of her shields to make a beeline between Kaori and Shizuku. A faint smile floated on her face. Suzu had realized it herself, realized they could not survive at all. That's why she thought of using her magic to allow her to be together with the best friends she loved, even in the last moment. Naturally, the defense on the other comrades had become thinner as the effect, so Suzu, I am sorry, apologized in her mind and continued to put up her shield for Kaori and Shizuku.
With Suzu's shields, Kaori reached Shizuku with only few wounds. Then she embraced Shizuku's body tightly.
Kaori, what are you doing? Get back, hurry! It's dangerous here.
It is the same anywhere. That's why it's okay for me to be by Shizuku-chan's side.
Tam, sorry. I can't win.
Me too. I am sorry I can't really do anything. I have hardly any magic power.
Supporting Shizuku, Kaori was frowning while smiling, while using her magic to lessen Shizuku's pain. Shizuku, on the other hand, used her solid right arm to grasp the hand Kaori was using to support her, and sported a troubled smile. A shadow appeared before the two. It was Ahat. With bloodshot eyes it approached and looked down at Kaori and Shizuku. Roo! Unbeknownst to them, Suzu's shields had been put between Ahat and Kaori and Shizuku to interrupt it from coming any closer. However, it just ignores such barriers. It was probably because it was convinced that its swung fist would easily destroy the shields just like papers, and use the shockwave to crush Kaori and Shizuku. Currently, with the iron hammer of death swinging before them, various scenes passed through Kaori's mind. Ah, I wonder, is this the revolving lantern? And she strangely calmed down, but Kaori, who was flooded with memories, had her heart shaken by the latest scene that appeared.
It was the tea party under the moonlight, the memories of the two conversing. The night when she said a vow, the disappeared him who made a troubled smile. How she began to realize her love once he disappeared. How she chased after him, believing in his survival. However, those would also end here. In the end, I was once again unable to hold up my promise. Thinking so, tears flowed on Kaori's cheeks before she was aware of it. First, I want to call out to him if we ever meet again. Kaori thought so. With such a wish, at the very least, I will call his name at the end.
And she naturally said,
Hajime-kun.
The ceiling above Ahat fell with a roaring sound, and at the same time, a huge jet-black stake flew out, with an extreme power cladded in red thunder. Raising sparks, the jet-black stake pierced through Ahat as though it was a tofu, and it then pierced and was stuck on the ground. With length around 120 centimeters, the huge stake buried itself into the ground while releasing red sparks. Flesh and blood scattered from the center where Ahad's remains were, with its original form nowhere to be seen. The spectacle made Kaori, Shizuku, and of course Koki's party, the demonic beasts attacking them, and the demon race woman stiffened. A silent unbecoming of a battlefield ruled the room. No one, not even a thing, understood what had happened, as they stood in bewilderment. Suddenly, a shadow jumped down from the open ceiling. The person landed and lightly trampled down on the Ahatad's remains, with his back before Kaori and Shizuku, and when he got off it, the person glared at the surroundings. When he looked over his shoulder, he saw Kaori and Shizuku who were embracing each other. The moment the person turned around, their eyes met, and a lightning ran through Kaori's body. Her heart had been cold, accompanied by sorrow. No, probably it was freezing, since the day her important person disappeared, but a sudden fire lighted it and heated it up. Thump, thump, her heart began to throb intensely. Your relationship is good as usual, you two, the person said with a wry smile, and Kaori's mind was filled with delight, even before she could think about it. The hair color was different, the aura was different, the tone was different, and the appearance was different. However, she knew, it is him. It is he whose survival she believed in, while she looked for him. That's right.
Hajime-kun! Hajime-kun? Wait, Nagumo-kun? What? What do you mean?
Kaori's ecstatic shout made Shizuku, who was by her side, confused and looked alternately between Kaori and Hajime. Apparently, Kaori was able to see through the white-haired, eye-patched, black-coated person before her as Hajime with just a single glance, but Shizuku was still unable to recognize him. However, when she saw the boy's face who was looking back over his shoulder with a wry smile, it immediately overlapped with Nagumo Hajime in her memory, and Shizuku with widened eyes raised a surprised voice.
Really? Is he really Nagumo-kun? What? What's really happening here?
Well, just calm down, Yaegashi. Aren't calm, cool, and collected your main selling point? The chain of events happened after Shizuku, just like Kaori, was prepared to die, which made her perplexed and she forgot her pain. Admonishing her as he said Shizuku's name, Hajime suddenly looked overhead, feeling their presences. Thus, the falling blonde-haired girl, Yue, was caught by him in Princess Carrie style, and he carefully let her down. Next, he received the rabbit-eared girl, Shia, who jumped down the same way. The last to jump down was a boy dressed in black, Endo Kusuke.
Nah, Nagumo, I was blown away by that. Wait, what was that just now? It suddenly pierced the dungeon's floors.
Endo looked at the surrounding, started complaining. Then he saw his best friends and the others together with a group of demonic beasts. After noticing that he was being watched by his stiffened classmates, Nuo, and released a strange shout. To Endo, Their voices were half filled with joy because of their reunion, and anger because he came back.
Kusuke!
Gyugo, Kentaro, I have come with help.
Reacting to TV Come With Help, Kuki's party and the demon race woman finally returned to their sense. Then, they once again stared at Hajime and the two girls. However, not minding the gazes of those in his surroundings, Hajime quickly ordered Yue and Shia with a slightly irritated expression. Yue, sorry, but please protect those people gathered there. Shia, please look at the condition of the fallen man in knight's armor there.
Leave it to me.
Roger!
Yue calmly walked without caring about the surrounding demonic beasts, while Shia used her marvelous jumping power to jump overhead the group of demonic beasts and landed beside the collapsed Meld.
Hajime-kun.
Kaori once again called Hajime's name with a shaking voice. Her tone was probably filled with joy due to the reunion, yet there was also sorrow. It was because she thought Hajime had came here to die, although Kaori didn't know the details. Her expression was telling him to immediately get away from the place. Shrugging his shoulders, he returned Kaori's gaze. Hajime briefly said, "It's okay now, so just wait there." After saying that, he activated Lightspeed, which greatly improved his perception. Then, he took out 3 cross bits from Treasure Box, which surrounded Kaori and Shizuku like shields. The floating cross-like objects that suddenly appeared from empty space surprised Kaori and Shizuku. With his back before the two, Hajime made a proposal towards the demon race woman, whose appearance could be seen as nothing but arrogance. It was his mercy, since the demon race woman was still not his enemy. The red-haired woman over there. I won't do anything if you leave immediately. Just disappear quickly from here if you don't want to die.
What did you say?
It was not a remark that could be said by an ordinary human while being surrounded by demonic beasts. It was the reason why the demon race woman inadvertently asked back as a response. Hajime repeated himself with an amazed expression. Prompt decisions are needed in battlefields. That's why I said, just disappear from here quickly if you don't want to die. Understand now? Knowing she did not hear it wrong, the demon race woman erased her expression and ordered the demonic beasts, while pointing at Hajime, kill him. This time, the too abrupt situation, especially the death of her treasured Ahat due to an unknown attack, made the demon race woman lose her calm and make a fatal mistake. Even if Hajime had his own objection, the woman was too enraged by Hajime, who by the course of events treaded on Ahat, a demonic beast she didn't want to lose since it was given to her by her revered superior. In addition, there was the confusion due to the unbelievable situation where the dungeon ceiling had been destroyed just because he wanted to go downstairs. In any case, she would have been able to make a more careful judgment if it was the usual her. However, the glove had been thrown out. I see. So I take it that you're an enemy, right? Hajime muttered at the same time the chimera attacked him. Behind Hajime, Hajime-kun and Nagumo-kun, warning voices filled with urgency could be heard. However, Hajime casually clawed the chimera attacking from his left with his artificial arm and lifted it without any difficulty. The chimera was surprised and struggled to escape, which made the space blurred intensely. Looking at it, Hajime looked at it with scorn. Hui, what is this? This half-assed peculiar magic. Are you a street performer? Because there's no meaning if one's presence and figure disappears when spaces blurs when it moves. Hajime inadvertently retorted. Even in the abyss, there were demonic beasts that could conceal their presences, and figuring out what each of them has was extremely troublesome. Comparing it to them, Hajime thought it was too childish that the concealment exposed when it moved. Standing still while he raised a chimera with huge body weighing several hundreds kilograms as it's struggling mid-air, Haji made the demon race woman, Kaori, and the others dumbfounded. Hajime leered at them and used great arm to throw the chimera on the ground as though he had lost his interest in it. With a raw sound ringing out, the chimera had its head crushed and made a crater on the ground. Next, having drawn out Donner, Hajime turned the railgun towards the space that seemed to be empty at a glance, and fired it in succession. Dry, explosive sounds rang out and 2 flashes cut through the air, mercilessly piercing respective targets. The space blurred for a moment, then a chimera with a blasted head and a brutal look-alike whose heart had been shot through appeared. They stood still for a second, swayed, and crumbled to ground. Not moving, but could not conceal the wind flow, the shaking of the air and ground. Their gazes, killing intent, flow of magic, and temperature made them nothing but unmoving targets for Hajime. Without even looking at the demonic beasts he instantly killed, Hajime took a step forward into the battlefield. No, the execution ground. What started could not even be called deathmatch. It was a one-sided execution by the monster who shouldn't be made into an enemy. The demon race woman was shocked seeing the demonic beasts were killed casually and easily, while the classmates stood still feeling the chill from the weapon that shouldn't exist in this world. Leaving aside those stiffened people, the demonic beasts were attacking Hajime one after another, faithfully executing the demon race woman's order. A black cat creeped behind him and fired its tentacles, but Hajime didn't turn around and only turned the wrist of his lowered arm where Donner was and fired behind. The bullet, exceeding the speed of sound, easily gouged through the black cat's forehead. Without stopping to look at their companion, 4-eyed wolves rushed towards him from left and right at the same time. However, Schlag, unknown as to when it was drawn, blew the enemy on his left, while Donner blown off the one on the right. At that moment, the black cats hidden behind the annihilated 4-eyed wolves shot their tentacles in cooperation with the chimeras that were approaching Hajime's back. However, Hajime had jumped several meters above, flipped midair, and while hanging upside down, the floating black cats and the 2 chimera, who lost sight of their target, became praise for the railgun. Within the scattered flesh and blood that looked like flower storm, 2 brutal lookalikes came and swung their maces, aiming for the moment Hajime landed. However, such an easily predicted future wouldn't work on a monster such as Hajime, and he jumped further using aerodynamic midair. He then fired Donnerschlag to his left and right in succession while spinning like a top. The released wind of killing intent not only moved towards the 2 brutal lookalikes that were waiting for him, but it also pierced and burst to pieces the heads of the chimeras and 4-eyed wolves that were approaching from behind. While each of the demonic beasts sprayed and scattered blood, Hajime descended as though to follow the law of inertia and dulled the momentum right before he landed. Landing soundlessly in the center of the corpses and the ground dyed with blood, Hajime took out ammo from an empty space and used gunspin to reload them. And at that time, Kuwa, a strange sound rang out all of a sudden. Hajime turned toward the source, and there was the 6-legged turtle-like demonic beasts, Absad, whose wide-opened mouth was turned towards Hajime. Inside its mouth was a compression of tremendous power, shining a pure white light. It was the previously stored huge magic power from Commander Meld's Last Loyalty. The Last Loyalty's range was only few meters, but its power was more than enough to decimate a person. The magic power was compressed to the limit, and in the next moment it was launched like a laser towards its target, Hajime. The death light approached as it gouged out the ground on its track. However, Hajime calmly took out a large coffin-like shield from an empty space. It gripped it on his left arm and activated Vajra the same time he held up the shield. Just like a huge tree whose roots were firmly rooted on the ground, there was no impatience in Hajime's eyes which showed his firm will. A tremendous roar resounded the moment the laser-like magic power hit, and the trembling air expressed how strong it was. However, Hajime, who received the direct hit, didn't even move a step away, but rather, he sported a mischievous smile and began to slant the shield to parry the attack. The destination of where the attack was averted to was...
Cave? Damn it.
It was the demon race woman. Since the time Hajime began to easily kill the demonic beasts, she sensed the crisis and began to chant powerful magic with an exaggerated chant. But Hajime noticed it and redirected Absad's attack towards the demon race woman to obstruct her. The unexpected situation made the demon race woman take an evasive action in a panic, but Hajime only adjusted the angle of his shield for the attack to reach her. The torrent of light approached her and destroyed the wall, made the demon race woman frantically ran on the side of the wall. Her expression was one where there was not the slightest hint of composure remained. However, The attack gradually drew near her back, and when she thought she would be mowed down by the attack she had ordered to be released, the magic power stored by Absad had reached the bottom and the attack ended. Without any room to react to Hajime, who clicked his tongue, the demon race woman breathed a sigh of relief, only to be frozen in the next moment. An explosive sound roared along with the feeling of heat passing right beside her right cheek, and something white splattered. That something was the remains of the white crow, which was previously stood on the demon race woman's shoulder. Although things had not been going the way he expected, Hajime countered by firing Donner aiming at Absad, while Schlag was aimed at the white crow, even if Absad tried to evade only to endure the bullet. So even with its tremendous velocity, it would only leave a small sound, but it could not even sense the bullet, which ended up piercing through its open mouth, and its consciousness fell into darkness for eternity. Even the white crow had its body burst open and had died in an instant, scattering white feathers along with its flesh and blood. Receiving the after effect of the railgun, the demon race woman lost her balance, fell on her butt, and absent-mindedly patted her own cheek. What stuck there were the white crow's flesh and blood, and at the same time she felt the heat from the severe burn. If it shifted just by a few centimeters, the demon race woman was trembling when she thought of what might have happened. In other words, Hajime, whose matchless strength allowed him to playfully kill the army of demonic beasts, as though he was killing bugs before her eyes, and could have also killed her at any time. Even now, her life was in the palm of his hands. The demon race woman had a strong pride as a warrior, but she could not stop her trembling body before the monster-like existence. What was that? Why did such a thing exist? How can I survive from that monster? Such thoughts filled the demon race woman's mind, and it continued to circle round and round inside her. Kauki and the others felt the same as her. They could not immediately see through the white-haired, eye-patched boy as Hajime. They could not understand who was the unknown person who easily annihilated the demonic beasts that had put them into such predicament.
What was that? Just who in this world is he?
Kuki muttered while his unmoving body was laid on the ground. Everyone around him also had the same questions forming in their minds. The one who answered was the person they asked to retreat, only to return here by his own will, Endu.
Haha, I know it is unbelievable, but he is Nagumo.
Ha! Ha!
Endau's words made Kuki and the others leaked those words at the same time. Seeing Endau, they is this guy's head okay? And made some gesture with their hands, thinking, it can't be helped, huh? Endau could only shrug his shoulders because he was only stating the truth.
Like I said, he is Nagumo, Nagumo Hajime, the Nagumo who fell from the bridge at that day. He survived in the depth of the dungeon and climbed up with his own power. When coming here, he treated the demonic beasts as if they are just small fries. It's seriously unbelievable. I thought so too, but it is the truth.
Nagumo, eh? You mean Nagumo is alive?
Kuki said with a surprised voice. Thus, the others also simultaneously tried to look at the boy with monstrous strength who was advancing the annihilation progress. But as expected, they tried to deny it while thinking, just how is he Nagumo? Endo understood their feelings, and with a gesture he said, well, it's true, although he has completely changed. They've seen his status plate. Endo told them again that the boy was Nagumo Hajime, while sporting a dry smile. Everyone felt it was unbelievable as they vacantly looked at Hajime's peerlessness, and a person who was awfully flustered said,
Understood. Lies. Nagumo is dead. Wasn't that the case? Everyone also saw it. There's no way he is alive. We have already agreed on that.
What's with you? I have seen his status plate, so there's no me. Stake it is him.
Lies. There must be some trick. He must be in disguise and trying to trick us.
No. Just what are you saying? There's no reason for him to do that.
The one who was saying unreasonable things and grabbed Endao's collar was Hiyama. He was denying Hajime's survival with an abnormally paled complexion. Kondo and the others around him were somewhat taken aback by Hiyama's appearance. The agitated Hiyama was doused by cold water, literally. a large amount of water suddenly appeared above Hiyama and poured down on him like a small waterfall. Hiyama somewhat drowned because it matched the timing when he inhaled. After being doused with water, he had a coughing fit. What on earth? Hiyama was confused only to be told by a cold voice far colder than the cold water.
Be Giat. It's irritating.
Although Hiyama seemed to getting more agitated and tried to object, he instinctively swallowed his words when he turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. After all, the source of the voice, Yue, was looking at Hiyama with a very cold gaze as though she was looking at an insect. At the same time, not only a few would forget their situation after they were captivated by the ideal girl whose beauty was just like the highest grade bisque doll. Same could be said for Kuki's party. Their gazes were naturally attracted to the beautiful-looking girl, whether they were female or male. Even Suzu was obviously captivated and said, "Hua," with a strange voice. It wasn't simply because of her beauty. She was also clad in a bewitching atmosphere, contrary to her young appearance, which made Kuki's party captivated. And at that time, maybe because of the demon race woman's instruction, several demonic beasts came to attack Kuki's party. She probably thought of turning them into hostages, just like how she had used Meld. It was a normal measure, since she couldn't even imagine of capturing Hajime with a fair challenge. Suzu immediately thought of creating shields. Having activated magic one after another, her exhausted body was screaming. She bit her lips to prevent herself from blacking out, but Yue gently stopped Suzu with her hand. Having Yue quietly patting her head, "Eh?" Suzu inadvertently said with a relaxed voice and stopped her chant.
Don't worry.
Yu muttered, and Suzu said, "Ah, it's already safe now, without any basis for it nor any power left her body." Even she herself didn't know why she could simply accepted Yu's words, but she felt she was being defended by a reliable big sister. Yue looked away from Suzu and glared at the demonic beasts that readied their fangs, claws, tentacles, and maces. Then, with one sentence, she pulled her magic's trigger.
Blue dragon.
In the next moment, a bluish-white sphere with 1 meter in diameter appeared above Yu and the others. Those who used flame attribute magic knew it was one of the highest level magic, a blue flame magic capable of decimating anything it approached, blue imperial. It was abnormal to be able to activate it without any chant, and in no time, especially the rear group, they knew what happened and could only looked up at the blue blaze in blank surprise. However, this was just the start of what would make them truly surprised. The blue flame burning radiantly suddenly changed its shape to one of a snake, attacked the incoming maces, swinging brutal lookalikes in the others by swallowing them. They were instantly killed, and not even an ash remained. Before long, the shape of the blue flame changed and swam in the air. It was a blazing blue dragon with length of around 30 meters. With Yue in the center, the blue dragon protected Kuki and the others by coiling around them. Then it raised its head and opened its jaws towards the demonic beasts, which were standing still because they could not approach the blue hellfire that would perish everything. It roared, and immediately the bodies of the demonic beasts flew. As though they were attracted by gravity, they jumped into the blue dragon's mouth, one after another. Although the others understood it was not suicide, since the demonic beasts desperately tried to escape in midair in panic due to the abrupt situation. Seeing the demonic beasts throwing their bodies in queue towards the annihilation that didn't even leave an ash made them think it is nothing but a bad joke.
What is this magic?
Someone muttered. The unknown magic had one-sidedly burnt the demonic beasts to annihilation by pulling them, which made Kuki's party unable to close their wide-opened mouths. But it couldn't be helped. After all, this magic was the same as Thunder Dragon, an original magic of Yue's, formed by combining the highest fire magic element, Blue Imperial, and one of the Age of Gods magic, Gravity magic. Incidentally, the reason she used Blue Dragon and not Thunder Dragon was simply because Yu was training herself. Thunder Dragon was a combination between gravity magic and high-ranked wind attribute Thunder, so Blue Dragon had higher difficulty and power. Because she was just recently capable of combining highest-level magic, she wanted to make its debut. Naturally, Kuki's party, who didn't know of the circumstances, shifted their gazes from the Blue Dragon to Yue, about to ask for an explanation. However, calmly straightening its back, the blue dragon stopped and its flame shone brighter. Together with Yua's sublime figure, it made Kuki's party hold their breath, and they were unable to say the words to ask for an explanation. Several people quickly had their hearts stolen by Yue, especially Suzu. She was letting out an exclamation of joy like a small old man.
There's only monsters here, huh?
On the other side, when the demon race woman saw the bizarre blue dragon from the distance, she cursed in her mind, frustrated due to the demonic beasts being exterminated, one after another. She changed her aim to the Rabbit Man girl beside the mortally wounded Meld, and the two girls close to each other, who were separated from the others. However, the demon race woman was further exposed to the arbitrary. The brutal look-alike which came to attack Shia had its head blown away like a pinball with a swing from Doryukin. She then rotated her body using the momentum from her first attack towards the four-eyed wolf advancing from behind her, and it died easily with its head crushed by an attack carrying enough centrifugal force. Once again, chimeras and black cats were about to attack Kaori and Shizuku. Shizuku gritted her teeth and readied her broken sword towards the scattered demonic beasts filled with killing intent. However, as if to stop them, the cross bits floating in her surrounding came in between Shizuku and the chimeras. Shizuku was somewhat shaken by the mysterious crosses were moving as though to protect her. Suddenly, the longer point of the crosses turned towards the chimera, and a roaring sounds rang out.
Seriously, what are those?
Shizuku was shouting inside her mind when something spinningly flew, almost grazing her cheek, and fell to the ground with a metallic sound. The same roaring sound rang out beside Kaori, and the same sound of metal resounded too, as expected. Although confused, Kaori and Shizuku returned their attentions towards the incoming demonic beasts, and there were only the figures of demonic beasts with heads blown to pieces. They were speechless and turned their gazes towards the source of the metallic sounds and confirmed its identity.
Isn't that cartridge? Cartridge? Guns?
Kaori and Shizuku faced each other as they said the unfamiliar term out loud. They were convinced once they saw Hajime's figure rampaging with guns in both hands. The crosses floating to defend them were similar to an all-range weapon from somewhere.
Amazing! Hajime-kun can use funnel. Just since when did he become a new type?
Kaori and Shizuku regained a lot of their composure after the surrounding demonic beasts were instantly exterminated. They let out unbecoming retorts which were actually transmitted to Hajime through the crossbits, and on the contrary, Hajime wanted to retort back in regards to how the two knew such references. However, Hajime did not worry about it thanks to the skill he honed by being in the company of Yue and the girls. Let it be.
Seriously? What's with this?
The demon race woman muttered powerlessly. No matter what she tried, everything was held down and crushed by sheer power. Such irrational things allowed her mind to be invaded by feeling of throwing in the towel. There were hardly any demonic beasts remaining, and it was obvious to anyone who was the victor and loser.
My last hope. The demon race woman fired magic towards Hajime for the sake of escaping, and ran towards one of the 4 exits with all of her might. The magic fired towards Hajime was final prison. It exploded right beside Hajime, and the petrifying smoke wrapped around him. Kuki's party held their breaths while Kaori and Shizuku screamed Hajime's name. Leering at the shaken Kuki's party, the demon race woman finally reached one of the exits. However,
Ha! I've been checkmated, huh?
it is certainly as you say. Before the demon race woman was the floating cross with its dark muzzle pointed at her from inside the passage. With a dry laughter, only now did she realize she had been checkmated long since before she attacked Hajime, and the demon race woman inadvertently leaked a dry laughter. The hateful, calm voice came from behind. The heartfelt, calm voice came from behind. This time, the demon race woman looked back in resignation, and she saw Hajime walking closer from inside the petrifying smoke as if nothing happened. Next, he scattered the petrifying smoke to the other passage by sweeping it away using the red wave of magic emission.
You monster. To take a high-ranked magic as something insignificant. Are you really human?
Actually, even I've been doubting that. But it isn't so bad to become a monster, you know? Hajime and the demon race woman said in a joking manner, with only a slight distance between them. When the demon race woman took a look at the room, the demonic beasts had truly been annihilated before she was aware of it. Once again, she cursed in a small voice, "You monster." Ignoring her, Hajime aimed Donner's muzzle towards the woman. The weapon of death pointed right before her eyes made the demon race woman realize it was time for her to die, and she looked back. Well then, do you have anything left to say? Is what is usually said in these kinds of situations. Unfortunately, I don't have any interest in hearing your last will. More importantly, about why a person of the demon race had come here, and where you obtained those demonic beasts. Shall I have you spit it out?
Do you think I will speak? It might become an advantage for human race, right? As if I am that stupid.
The demon race woman snorted scornfully, which made Hajime look at her with cold gaze. Thus, without hesitation, he fired Donner to both of the demon race woman's legs.
Aga!
The demon race woman screamed and collapsed. The scream resounded inside the silent room where the demonic beasts had ceased to breathe. Hajime knew the classmates behind him were gulping because of his merciless action. However, not worrying about such things, Hajime asked again with Donner aimed at the woman. Whether it's human race or demon race, I don't care about your world's circumstance. I am asking you not as someone from human race. I am only asking because I want to know it. So, answer it now. The demon race woman was glaring at Hajime while gritting her teeth from the pain. Seeing her eyes, Hajime realized she was not likely to speak, so he began to speak instead. Well, I have roughly guessed it. You came here to conquer the true Great Dungeon, right? The demon race woman's brows twitched from Hajime's words. Hajime continued speaking while carefully observing the woman's reaction. Those demonic beasts were the product of an age of God's magic. Looks like I hit the bullseye. I see. So the change in demon race side was because they conquered a great dungeon and obtained the age of God's magic which could enslave demonic beasts. Huh. Resultantly, the human race side moved to conquer the great dungeon by investigating and then inviting the heroes.
How? It can't be.
Hajime had stated his theories, which was right on the mark, and it rattled the demon race woman. With the mortified expression, she questioned how he knew when a possibility came to mind. Seeing her expression, Hajime noticed the demon race woman had guessed Hajime was also another dungeon conqueror. With his glance, he responded, "Correct."
I see. If you are the same as that person, then I can understand your monster-like power. Ah, isn't that enough? Just kill me. After all, I have no intention of being a captive.
As that person, right? You must be referring to the conqueror whom you received the demonic beasts from, huh? The expression of the demon race woman's face told him she would rather commit suicide rather than to be taken as a captive. Thus, she wanted to at least die in battle. The information about another dungeon conqueror was enough for Hajime, so with thoughts of ending it, killing intent appeared in his eyes. As revenge for dying in the middle of her path, and unwillingness to admit defeat, the demon race woman muttered towards Hajime.
Someday, my lover will kill you.
Her words made Heijime's lips curved and floated a fearless smile. I will kill my enemy even if it is God, and if that person is someone who dances inside the palm of gods, then he wouldn't be able to reach me. There's nothing left to talk about, so the two closed their mouths. Hajime turned Donner's muzzle towards the demon race woman's head. However, the moment he was about to pull the trigger, a loud voice stopped him.
Wait. Just wait, Nagumo. She can no longer fight, so it's not necessary to kill her.
What is this guy saying? With his finger still on Donner's trigger, Hajime looked over his shoulder with a dubious expression. Koki managed to unsteadily stand up after he had slightly recovered and further raised his voice.
Capture! Right, just make her a captive. It's absolutely unforgivable to kill someone who cannot resist. I am the hero, and Nagumo is my comrade, so please back away in consideration of me.
Excuses that rendered too much retort was something Hajime thought there was no value in hearing it, and swiftly discarded them. Silently, he pulled the trigger. The dry, explosive sound echoed inside the room. Killing intent was aimed, and a shot was fired through the demon race woman's forehead, where she instantly died. Silence engulfed their surrounding. The classmates finally understood, and could only hold their bated breaths, puzzled to the spectacle where one of their classmates killed a person without hesitation. Amongst all of them, Kaori was most shocked by it.
It was not about him killing a person. After all, I myself had been prepared for it. And it was a natural thing since we had entered the fight in this world. After all, fighting the demonic beast inside the dungeon was only combat exercise. That's why a day where killing one another would surely come, for I must kill hostile people, and I was prepared to do it. I am a healer who stands by the rear, but thinking of Shizuku, Kuki, and the others who were in the front lines, the time when the hands of my friends will be dirtied by blood, even if it was just a little, made my heart resolved to not averting from such situations, even just for a moment. What shocked me was because I could not sense any aversion, disgust, and hesitation towards murder from Hajime. He killed a person as though it was natural as breathing. The Hajime I knew was someone who, even though he couldn't go against the others, he was a gentle and strong person capable of being able to jump into a whirlpool for the sake of others. That form of being strong was not a power that came from violence. It was a strength due to thinking about others, no matter what time or situation he was in. That's why Hajime, who could kill an enemy who had lost her spirit and would not resist with neither hesitation nor had any deep emotion, had become someone completely different from the Hajime I knew, and it shocked me.
As her best friend, I understood Kaori had received a powerful shock. I was able to guess what shocked Kaori from the scattered talk we usually had about Hajime when we were in Japan. I looked at Hajime with a cool expression, and I thought he had certainly changed, but I knew it was wrong for me, who knew nothing, to complain about it. That's why, as the result, I could do nothing but to stop being nestled close to Kaori.
However, naturally, the lump of justice called Hero wouldn't be able to stay silent about it. Kuki's voice rang out as if to subdue the space filled with silence.
Why? Why did you kill her? Was there any necessary to kill her?
Hajime was walking towards Shaie's side and caught Kuki staring at him with a penetrating glare at the edge of his view. He hesitated for a moment, thinking how he should answer, but in the next moment, to begin with, there's no need to answer, he thought, and decided to ignore Kuki. However, whether the other party would allow Hajime's attitude was another problem. While the sound of Kuki's desperate voice subduing the silence, the person whom the words were directed to pretended as though he didn't hear anything and walked towards Shia's side, beside the collapsed Meld. Thinking there was no longer a need to protect Kuki's party, Yue also walked towards Hajime and Shia.
Matsama!
Suzu's shout, whose heart was just like a small old man, came from behind her. Shia, how's Meld's condition?
It was almost too late. He would not survive if we were even a little slower. I used holy water, as instructed, but was it really okay to do that?
I was indebted to this person. Besides, the whole Melod left would be too big in a lot of ways. It'll be especially problematic if someone weird took over the training of the hero's party. Well, seeing their current state, it looks like Mela was unable to finish their training properly. But it isn't a mistake that he is a man of character. He is a person who will cause regret in various meanings if he died. Kuki was currently glaring at Hajime. Supported by Ryutaru, he walked towards Hajime accompanied by the other classmates. Shia was asking him for the reason of using holy water on Meld. Incidentally, what he meant by someone weird was the person from Church of the Saints, such as Ishtal.
Hajime.
You! Thank you for listening to my request. Yu had arrived at the time he was still speaking to Shia, while gently patting Yua's cheek, who was looking up at him as she called his name. Hajime conveyed his gratitude. Yua's gaze expressed, "Don't mind," while delightedly narrowing her eyes. Naturally, Hajime's gaze softened, and the two were watching each other.
You two, please read the mood. Come on, return to your senses. Everyone are almost gathered here.
Hajime and Yue began to create their own world, which could already be called a disease for them. Thus, Shia clapped her hands and retorted to make them return to their senses. Apparently, the glares coming from Koki with different meaning had increased, and Hajime noticed it, especially a glare coming from different direction than Koki and the others. It made him feel a chill running down on his spine.
Oi, Nagumo! Why did you kill...
Hajime-kun, even though there's much I want to ask, how's Meld-san's condition? From what I see, the injuries had been closed and his breathing is also steady, but he should have been mortally wounded.
Kuki's words to press a question onto Hajime was interrupted by Kaori, who came and knelt by Meld's side with a serious expression and asked Hajime the details of Meld's condition. For a moment, Hajime felt the chill in his guts from Kaori's gaze, but thinking it was just his imagination, he decided to answer Kaori's question. Yeah, that's because I used a rather special medicine, the liquid type that will instantly heal a person completely even if the person was dying.
Such a medicine, how come I've never heard of it?
That is because it was once only a legend, and no one would be able to obtain it, normally. That's why, Yegashi, you need to be healed by magic. And here is the potion to recover magic power.
Yes, thank you.
Being called by Hajime, Shizuku received the potion and slightly stammered while she said her gratitude due to the gap between the current Hajime and the Hajime in her memory. Hajime didn't especially mind Shizuku's reaction, and he gave another magic power recovery potion to Kaori. Kaori caught the potion bottle and drank the content after she said her gratitude to Hajime. With the lip-of-eaten-like taste spreading inside her mouth, her energy gradually recovered. The classmates should be immediately healed, as long as Kaori recovers. For now, Kaori and the others breathed sighs of relief because they understood there was nothing to worry about in regards to Meld. Then, Poki once again opened his mouth.
Oi, Nagumo, I am grateful about Meld-san's matter, but why did you...
Hajime-kun, thank you for saving Meld-san. Also, thank you for saving us.
Thus, he was once again interrupted by Kaori. Koki now wore a truly subtle expression. However, Koki completely not noticing Koki's expression since she was looking straight at Hajime. Even though she received a severe shock from Hajime's changes, there were things she wanted to say. She walked up until she was right before Hajime to say her gratitude about Meld's matter and how he saved them. Afterwards, while grasping her skirt with both hands, the things she wanted to say were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say anything and her tears began to fall. Although she was sobbing, she didn't look away from Hajime as though to confirm the him before her was not an illusion. Hajime silently returned Kaori's gaze.
Hajime-kun, thank God, Gusu, that you're alive. That time I am sorry, that I couldn't protect you. Wah.
Amongst the classmates, the girls held warm gazes because they could guess Kaori's feelings. Some of the boys also had warm gazes, but Kondo and some others had bitter expressions, while Koki and Ryutaro were dumbfounded since they could not understand Kaori. The most dense protagonist on Earth, Koki, and the muscle for a brain, Ryutaro, made it hard for Shizuku, and it could be seen in her eyes. With troubled expression, Shia said, by any chance, is she a new rival? While Yue was looking at Kaori with the usual silent and expressionlessness. The Kaori before me was crying, which messed her face, and I wore an indescribable expression when I realized Kaori had been worrying about me since the day I fell, just as Ndu had said. The truth was, I had told Yue once about my circumstance along with the story about Kaori, but that was when we were still in the abyss, and I had completely forgotten about Kaori until I met Aiko and the others in Ul. That's why I was gradually feeling guilty because she thought of me this strongly. After sporting a troubled and at-lost expression, Hajime answered Kaori's words with a bitter smile. What to say? Looks like I've made you worried. I am sorry for not immediately telling you about it. Well, just as you see, I am alive, so there's no need to apologize. Also, please, don't cry. Hajime said while looking at Kaori with the same gentle gaze when he was worrying about Kaori, and said, please protect me. Upon seeing his gaze,
Kaori felt her chest being filled with the memory of the night when they exchanged the promise. Inadvertently, "Wah!" she cried and jumped into Hajime's chest. At a loss of what to do about Kaori, who was crying while clinging on his chest, Hajime held up both of his hands. If it was another classmate, he would have mercilessly threw the person away, since he would feel irritated and use Yakuza kick to make the person unconscious. However, the pure and never-changing goodwill, which was the same even before he fell into the abyss, made him incapable of treating her coldly. But with Yue by his side, he couldn't embrace another woman, and could only hold up his hands as though someone had pointed gun's muzzle at him, becoming a half-assed response since he just let Kaori cry. It was truly not Hajime-like. "My best friend is crying, so hug her," was what Shizuku's gaze, who was beside him, was saying, but it was hard to move because Yue was also watching him in silence. Being helpless, he lightly pat Kaori's head to stop her after a while. Really, Hajime had become a good-for-nothing.
Foo. Kaori is really gentle. She even cry in joy from her classmate's survival. However, Nagumo killed a non-resisting person. We need to talk. That's why that's enough, and you should get away from Nagumo.
"You! Read the mood!" was what some of the classmates criticized Kuki with their gazes. Even in such time, this boy was still unable to be considerate to Kaori's feeling. While glaring at Hajime mixed with condemn, he tried to pull Kaori away from Hajime. Maybe it was simply because he didn't want others to touch Kaori, or because the caution he held from being beside a murderer, or maybe both.
Wait, Kuki! Isn't Nagumo-kun the one who saved us? How can you said such things?
But Shizuku, that woman already lost her spirit to fight. There's no need to kill her. So what Nagumo did is something I can't allow.
See here, Kuki. Can you cut it out already? To begin with,
Koki's objection was rebutted by Shizuku. The other classmates were flustered since they didn't know what to do, but Hiyama's gang, who never liked Hajime, began to support Koki. Gradually, it became a discussion about Hajime's action. Kaori had already separated from Hajime's chest and wiped her tears, but there was still the shock she received from a while ago, so she fell silent with a difficult expression while she was thinking of something. Suddenly, a voice came to douse them with cold water.
What foolish people. Hajime, can we leave now?
Yep, let's go. The one calling Kuki and the others foolish, with tone so cold as if it was in absolute zero, was Yue. Although the voice was spoken in small mutter, it clearly resounded even inside the commotion of Kuki and the others. For a moment, silence wrapped their location. Then Kuki and the others moved their gazes towards Yue. To begin with, the reason Hajime came here after hearing Endo's story was his obligation to Kaori, and it had been accomplished. Thus, he went out of the room following Yu, who pulled his hand. Shia followed after them without minding the others. As such, the action of Hajime's party made Kuki and the others stop.
Please stop. Our talk here isn't over yet. I won't take Nagumo as my comrade if he doesn't tell me his real intention. Besides, just who do you think you are? Although I am grateful for your help, to call us foolish at our first meeting, isn't that rude? Just what is foolish about us?
Kuki once again talked about something out of topic. Although what he said was correct in such situations, comparing their circumstances made Yu wanted to say, "Try to think while putting your hand on your chest." To even go this far, it wouldn't be strange to say Kuki was cursed by something. Maybe because Yue had forsaken Koki already, she didn't look at him expressing there's no value in looking at him. Koki was slightly irritated and frowned being of Yue's attitude, but he immediately floated a gentle smile again, thinking she was just an ordinary girl, and he tried to talk to Yue. Because this wouldn't end with the way it was going and he felt Yue's discomfort, Hajime decided to answer a little and sighed with an expression as though saying it was a hassle. "Amanogawa, I have neither care nor obligation to answer everything to you, whose existence is a joke in more ways than one, but I'll point it out to you a little because you are being persistent about it."
Point it out, you say? Are you saying I am wrong? I only say something obvious as a person.
Because it's troublesome, truly, was what Hajime expression turned to. Kauki irritatedly objected Hajime's words, which was then ignored, and Hajime continued his words. "You can't fool me."
What's with that?
You
You are not angry because I killed that woman. You are only feeling unpleasant to see a person's death. However, you knew you are mistaken to blame me. To kill the woman who murdered the knights and tried to kill you. That's why you're using killing a non-resisting person as your main point, right? Being made to see something you didn't want to see and for someone to easily do things you couldn't, those are the cause of your anger. However, you tried to cover it under the name of justice. What worse is you yourself are conscious of it. You never change, huh? You interpret things at your own convenience as natural as breathing.
You are wrong. Don't say something for your own convenience. It is the true you killed a non-resisting person.
I killed my enemy. What's wrong with that?
What are you saying? It's murder. Of course it is wrong.
I don't want to discuss with you, so can we end it now? I won't give any mercy to my enemy. If someone opposed me, as long as I don't have any other need for it, I will absolutely kill that person. I don't care whether they are good or evil, resisting or not. Hatefully, I knew I'd be dead if I show even a moment of weakness. This is my sense of value cultivated inside the abyss, and I won't force it to other. But, if someone doesn't like it and tried to block me, Hajime instantly closed the distance and pressed the muzzle against Koki's forehead. At the same time, Hajime's pressure activated and the dense killing intent fell into the surrounding like a large, powerful waterfall. Koki's party held their breaths. Even Koki, who was able to chase after Shizuku, whose movement was the fastest among his comrades, could not even perceive Hajime's earlier movement, and he trembled in fear. I will kill them, even if that person is a former classmate of mine.
You...
Don't misunderstand, okay? I never thought of returning to you. Also, I am not your comrade. I only came here to pay my obligation to Shirasaki. It's a goodbye after we get out of here. I have my own path to take. After saying so, he glared at Kuki, who couldn't say anything and was holding his breath. Hajime returned Donner to its holster, and with pressure deactivation, the classmates exhaled greatly while looking at Hajime with complexed gazes. However, Kuki still could not accept it and tried to argue some more, but it was prevented by Yue's harsh words while she wore a disgusted expression.
The one who fought was Hajime. The loser who ran away after being defeated in fear has no qualification to criticize him.
You say I ran away?
Actually, it was not a coincidence Hajime's party could pinpointed their location. The truth was, Hajime guessed the explosive torrent of magic power he felt to be coming from Kuki's party when he was still in upper floor. Then, he used full advantage of his perception-type skills to search for people presences downstairs and used transmutation along with Pile Bunker to pierce through the floors. The torrent of magic power he felt at that time was Koki's supreme break. Feeling the huge power, Hajime's party understood that Koki would be able to defeat the demon race woman in that condition. That's why they could see through that Koki hesitated to kill and invited their predicament after coming to their location. It was why Yue said he ran away after being defeated in fear. Kalki tried to refute Yue, but a deep voice interrupted him.
Stop it, Kuki.
Meldy-san!
Meld's consciousness had returned a while ago, and he heard the conversation between Kuki and the others. Still somewhat in a daze, he stood up and shook his head to clear his mind. Next, he saw his abdomen, which surely had been injured, and so he tilted his head in confusion. Kaori explained to Meld in details about what had happened. Knowing he was miraculously helped with a valuable medicine and hearing the owner was Hajime, Meld was happy from the depth of his heart that Hajime was alive. Moreover, he thanked Hajime for saving him. He grandly prostrated for being unable to save him at that time, which made Hajime felt uncomfortable to receive his apology. Rather than not minding it, Hajime had completely forgotten when Meld said, "I will absolutely save you," but he read the mood when Meld was before him, apologizing while bowing deeply. When his conversation with Hajime ended, Meld turned towards Kuki and apologized, just like what he did to Hajime.
Mel-san? Why? Why are you apologizing?
Of course. I am your trainer. But I forgot to teach you an important thing during a fight. It's the resolution to kill a person. When the time comes, I've thought of making you experience killing people by setting them up as thieves while making it look like a coincidence. After all, that experience is something necessary if you participate in war against the demon race. However, I've spent a lot of time conversing with you, which made me think if it was really okay to let you experience that, thus I've hesitated. If I am thinking of my position as the commander of the Knights, I would have taught you even earlier, but a little longer. Just a little longer until we cleared this. When things dragged on in this manner and reached this situation, I am just being half-assed. It's my mistake as your trainer. That's why, to make you face death, I apologize.
Saying so, Meld once again bowed, which made the classmates try and comfort him in hurry. Apparently, Meld had been considerably worried about Koki's party. He was likely being pulled apart by his mission as the commander, and him as a person. Meld is a citizen of the kingdom and a believer of Church of the Saints. Therefore, it wasn't weird that he felt it was natural and an honor for Kuki and the others, the god's apostles, to fight the demon race. However, he doubted as he fought along with Kuki's party, which meant he was a good or maybe a gentle person, and at the level of a man of character, just as Hajime said.
Hearing what was in Meld's mind, I fell silent. After knowing that I must kill people in due time, I recalled my fear when I was about to kill the demon race woman. At the same time, I received shock from Meld's words saying they would kill people masked as thieves for the sake of training. If it's thieves, then we have power to overwhelm them. But to purposely kill them, I thought.
On the other side, I was also silent, but it was not because I heard Meld's words. For a long time, I had been thinking about Hajime's words, the sense of value cultivated inside the abyss where enemy would be killed without hesitation, even if it was his classmate. Were impossible words coming from Hajime of the past. However, he proved he was serious with the previous killing intent. The Hajime who was gentle and acted by putting the sake of others before him had unhesitatingly turned his killing intent towards us. I was perplexed and shaken by the differences between Hajime I knew and Hajime before me. Thinking of the Hajime who was worried about me from a little ago was an illusion. I was uneasy.
While she was thinking, Kaori suddenly felt someone's gaze. Before Kaori was the blonde-haired, red-eyed, beautiful girl. A beautiful girl that made even Kaori instinctively charmed. She was quietly observing Kaori with eyes where no feeling could be felt. Kaori recalled the girl had been fairly intimate with Hajime, which made Kaori interested and turned to look at Yue. For a while, the two watched each other. However, Yue was the first to avert her gaze while sneering. Kaori inadvertently held her breath. It was because she noticed the meaning behind her sneer. It was, "If you are shaken by this, just forget about Hajime." Something like that.
I had of course guessed how Kaori feels about Hajime from her attitude. Thus, hearing she believed of Hajime's survival even though he fell into the abyss, a strong rival in love might show up. I must stand tall, was what I thought. However, when I saw Kaori comparing the past and current Hajime, and it resulted in her being shaken and perplexed while being taken aback by the differences, although that reaction was as natural as possible for a person, it made me see her as insignificant. You can't even become an enemy. From now on, Hajime is only mine. Hajime's special person is me.
The implied declaration made Kaori's face red from shame and anger. However, Kaori could not refute, since she had lost sight of the human called Hajime. The first encounter between Yue and Kaori resulted in Yue as the victor. Leering at Kuki and the others whose mood became subtle, Hajime took Yue and Shia along, collected the pile bunker's stake, and tried to go through the opened hole. Noticing what he was doing, Kuki and the others began to follow Hajime's party. Endao had proposed for everyone to take advantage of Hajime's party until they reached the surface, and Meld was being carried by Hajime after they pleaded him. On the way to the surface, the demonic beasts that tried to obstruct them were instantly killed by Hajime, which made them once again amazed by his strength. The classmates wore various expressions, thinking whether he was the same person who was once called incompetent. Hiyama was glaring at Hajime with paled complexion, Kondo's gang were sending him begrudging gazes, and Nagayama's party were looking at him admiringly as they wore complex expressions due to Hajime clearly saying he was not their comrade. Even though Kondo's gang had closely seen Hajime's prowess and shrunk before it, they still thought Hajime was the same as the previous him. On the other side, Nagayama's party knew what kind of treatment Hajime received from Hiyama and his gang and pretended not see it, so now they felt guilty about it. They thought it could not be helped that Hajime didn't think of them as his comrades. Receiving various gazes from Koki and the others behind him, Hajime just ignored them and advanced on his own road. On the way, Suzu's inner oldman caused commotion as she tried to talk to Yue about various things. She also barraged Hajime with questions about what happened. Then she turned her aim toward Shia's huge breasts and rabbit ears. When she realized the two just ignored her, she was then physically stopped by Shizuku. Kondo's gang tried to talk to Yue and Shia, fully loaded with desire, but were completely ignored. Even so, they kept being persistent. They tried to touch Shia's rabbit ears without permission, which awarded them with Hajime's rubber bullets. They vomited after receiving Yakuza kicks, and fear was driven into them when they received a slight killing intent leaking from Hajime. Various things happened, and finally the group reached the surface. Kaori was still looking down, worrying. Shizuku was also worriedly watching Kaori and drew closer to her. However, a situation where an impact blew away all of Kaori's worries had happened. It was a situation she couldn't overlook as a woman whose heart was set on Hajime. It happened when they arrived at the entrance of Orcus' Great Dungeon.
Ah! Papa!
Ah, near you, huh? It was the appearance of a little girl calling Hajime Papa.
Papa! Welcome back!
A cheerful little girl's voice rang out inside the plaza of Orcus's Great Dungeon's entrance gate. Adventurers and mercenaries who were going to dive into the dungeon were noisily negotiating with the merchants who were also advertising themselves in various crowded stalls. However, Miu's raised voice, which rivaled their own, made the experts of battle look at her and smile as their gazes softened. Miu ran straight towards Hajime while making such lovely footsteps, and then jumped into Hajime. Hajime failed to receive her since he hadn't even dreamed she would do that. In a normal situation, the little girl's head would have thrust into his stomach like a rocket and made him writhe in pain. But fortunately, Hajime's body was not that weak. Moreover, he completely warded off the impact so he would not injure Miu and firmly caught her. Miu, you came to welcome us? Where's Tio?
Tio Warnikin thought it was a bad time for Papa to come back. That's why we came here. Tio Warnichan is...
This one is here.
Separating the crowd, a beautiful, black-haired, golden-eyed young woman appeared. Needless to say, it was Tio. Since she was within the crowd, where it wasn't odd for one to get lost made, Hajime began to complain about her being separated from Miu. Oi, Tio, don't separate from Miu in such a place.
This one kept her along her sight. It just that there were some rude fellows, and this one doth not want to let Miu see a ghastly spectacle.
I see. Then it couldn't be helped. So, where are the suicide candidates?
Well, Master, this one has completely settled it down.
Well, whatever.
Doth Master truly believe they will return her again?
Apparently, there were some idiots who tried to kidnap Miu. Because Miu was a child from the Sea Dweller tribe, she put on a hood so she wouldn't stand out in such a public location. As such, not knowing she was a child from Sea Dweller tribe protected by the kingdom, there were people thinking of insolence. One of the reasons might be because under the hood she had the face of a young child with lovely features. It was unknown whether their objective was ransom or not, though. Hajime asked for the criminal's whereabout with a dark smile, and the obviousness that he'd kill them made Tio admonish him in half amazement. In the beginning, Hajime disliked being called Papa from the bottom of his heart, but now he had become her Papa. When we arrive at Elisen, can Master separate from her? Hajime was more worrisome than Miu. Hearing the conversation between Hajime and Tio, Koki's party stood in blank surprise. Though they understood Hajime had become strong in the past 4 months because he experienced various things they couldn't even imagine, how can he be a father? Everyone was dumbfounded by this thought. The male students thought, just what kind of experiences has he piled up? And they moved their gazes to Yu and Shia. And next they looked at the black-haired, big-breasted, beautiful woman who suddenly appeared, and they clearly thought of something rude. This surprise might even be greater than the time Hajime displayed his peerlessness inside the dungeon. If they calmly thought about it, it's unbelievable for him to make a child after being missing for just 4 months. But the various impacts in succession, along with them just returning from life and death battle, made them lost their composure and splendidly make such a misunderstanding. Following that, one person unsteadily moved within Kuki's party. With a smile plastered on her face which didn't reach the eyes, it was Kaori. Kaori unsteadily approached him, and suddenly, glare. Her eyes opened wide, then she caught Hajime.
Hajime-kun, what does this mean? Is she really Hajime-kun's daughter? Who's the mother? Yue-san, Shia-san, or is it that black-haired person? Don't tell me there are others. Just how many did you make pregnant? Answer me. Hajime-kun.
Gripping Hajime's collar, Kaori shook Hajime in confusion. Although Hajime tried to say it was a misunderstanding and get away from her, he couldn't get away because Kaori gripped him with such ridiculous strength he had no idea she had. From behind Kaori, "Kaori, please calm down. There's no way she is his daughter, you know," Shizuku admonished and pinioned her, but it seemed like Kaori did not hear her. On the other hand, they could hear whispers and rumors coming from the surroundings. What's this? A scene of carnage? It looks like he got another woman pregnant while he has another woman. And not only one or two. Doesn't it seem like he got 5 pregnant at the same time? Well, I heard he created a harem and made tens of women pregnant, I think. But he seemed to have hidden it from the wife. I see, so today he got found out, huh? To create a harem, how enviable. What an honorable man he is, better off dead though. Apparently, it turned out that Hajime was a married brute who hid the fact that he was the master of a harem and made tens of women pregnant while keeping it a secret from his wife. Hajime, who was currently being shaken by Kaori, was looking at the ceiling with half-closed eyes, and then he leaked a deep sigh while patting Miu, who wondered what happened and tilted her head. The appearance of Kaori, whose head was buried in Shizuku's chest with a crimson face, looked as though she wanted to bury herself in a hole. Regaining her composure, she noticed she had shouted something unbelievable, and her embarrassment came in at Mach speed. "It's okay, it's okay." The appearance of Shizuku comforting her was just like a mother. "No, let's stop here." Hajime and the others had moved away from the entrance gate and arrived at the plaza in the town's entrance after his honor, which had gone up, made a sharp fall in the public eyes. He reported to the branch head Lore about the accomplishment of the request, and after 2 or 3 conversations, he decided to leave the town quickly to escape the various commotions. To begin with, he had only come here to deliver the letter from Ilwa to Lore, so there was neither a need to resupply nor problem if they left immediately. Kuki's party came back one by one after the leaving Hajime's party due to following Kaori. Kaori, still writhing in embarrassment, was desperately thinking about what she should do. She had to decide whether she would separate from Hajime as she was or follow him. Her feelings were more inclined to follow him. She didn't want to separate after they were finally reunited.
However, I could not make a clear decision because of my guilt from leaving Kuki's party and how I was shaken by Hajime's changes. Moreover, there was the effect from my shaking being seen through and sneered at by Yue. Just like what Yue did to me, I had guessed how strong Yue's feelings were towards Hajime. Following that, more than anything, how Hajime thought of Yue as someone important to him became a thorn that pierced and stuck onto my heart. The two thought of each other. Then, the one-sidedly ridicule, "So that's the extent of your feelings," doubted the strength of my shaken feelings. I was wondering whether my feelings would lose to Yue's, and now whether my feelings should be set aside so it would not become a nuisance. But more importantly, was I really looking at the current Hajime beside me, or was I only thinking of the past Hajime? That, coupled with Yue's extraordinarily high abilities as his partner and how dignified she was, made me overwhelmed. In short, I had lost my confidence in myself as a woman, as a magic user, and even my feelings towards Hajime.
Finally, it was the time for Hajime's party to leave, and for some reason the atmosphere was full of unrest. Noticing that and raising her face, Kaori saw around 10 of men blocking their way.
Oi, oi, just where do you think you are going? You made our comrades into such ragtags. Do you think you can go without an apology? Huh? Ah!
The dirty-looking armed man smiled inappropriately as he looked at Tio and said, apparently they were the comrades of the fellows who previously tried to kidnap Mew. They came to take revenge on Tio. But those vulgar gazes were obviously not looking for retribution but something else. In this town, adventurers should know of the commotion inside the guild and would not go looking for a fight against Hajime. That's why these men were probably stray mercenaries. Hajime and some others were gritting their teeth while being amazed at the template-like situation coming from these scum. However, mistaking that as shaking in fear, the failed excuses for mercenaries began to get carried away. Their gazes moved towards Yue and Shia too. The gazes that seemed to licking them made Yue and Shia feel disturbed from the bottom of their hearts and hid behind Hajime. Misunderstanding their actions as being frightened, they began to threaten Hajime, who was surrounded by Yue and the girls.
Brat, you understand, right? Leave the women and quickly disappear if you don't want to die. What? I'll return them if you properly apologize. Well, they'll already be broken by that time, though.
Thinking it was amusing, yahaha, the men laughed. One of them was even lusting after the frightened Mayu, while another was lusting after the rabbit man, a race usually used as an outlet for human sexual desire. And their fate had been decided now. Just like the usual, the pressure came, attacked the mercenary-like men like a giant waterfall that even made creaks in the air. However, being enraged and could not endure the men's speeches, Koki moved out only to get wrapped inside the pressure and trembled. Then he saw Hajime, not caring about him, walk towards the men from the corner of his view. Though it was too late, the men tried to apologize because they noticed they had picked a fight against someone they must not. But on all fours due from the pressure, they could not even open their mouths, so they could not apologize. Hajime also didn't want to hear their words anymore. There was already enough reason for Hajime to become mad because they were thinking of making Shia an outlet for their lust. But their malice also had frightened Mew, so that led to a decision of making them live a life more painful than death. Hajime loosened the pressure a little and lined up the men who were on their knees. Then he unhesitatingly and devilishly shot the symbol of a man starting from the one at the edge. Furthermore, one by one, the screaming, groin-holding men were kicked away and piled up in the corner of the plaza with their smashed pelvises. With this, they wouldn't be able to make child or even walk. It was up to each person whether they'd work hard in the future to stay alive or not. The overly excessive and merciless counterattack made Koki's party back away. The male students were especially affected and turned pale as they covered their nether regions.
Leering at Koki's party, Hajime returned to where Yue and the girls were.
Once again, a merciless one, huh? As expected of Master, even though those art women's enemy, does not a little sympathy spring up.
Usually, Hajime-san would not be angry, right? As expected. Is it because of Mew-chan? Looks like the overprotectiveness keeps rising.
Niche, though there's that, Hajime was also angry for Shia.
Eh? Angry for my sake? Hey, Hajime-san. Thank you very much.
Yue can immediately seen through me.
Niche, of course. It is because I am always looking at Hajime.
In the end, Hajime and Yue began to create their own world, which Shia retorted. Then Mew jumped to Hajime to be spoiled, and lastly Tio let out perverted remarks that ended in her panting from Hajime's coldness. These spectacles were connected with Hajime as the core.
I was silently watching Hajime, who carried Mew while being surrounded by Yue and the girls. With the previous spectacle, I understood that Hajime would not hesitate to use violence. It was something vastly different compared to the previous Hajime, and just by seeing it, it became a denial of Hajime's kindness. However, I wondered about the reason for Hajime's anger, which made him resort to violence. It was for the sake of the girls that were close to him so they could enjoy themselves and laugh happily. Really? Just how can a person who lost his kindness be surrounded by such smiles? Just how can such a young child yearn for him as a father? Following that, the disturbance in my mind due to Hajime's changes had dissipated. To begin with, Hajime had returned to the dungeon for the sake of relieving me by informing me of his survival. And just like his words, he had returned to the dungeon only for me, but he didn't cast the others away. He saved Meld, who received mortal wounds, and told his companion to protect Kuki's party. I noticed it. The reason Hajime unhesitatingly displayed such violence and mercilessness towards his enemy was for the sake of protecting his important people. Of course, I myself might also be included inside, but it was a fact that Hajime was thinking for the others' sake. The proof was the smiles from the girls surrounding Hajime. I guessed it. Hajime had lost his hair color, right eye and left arm, surely because of the severe environment he had lived through. He's certainly almost broken down mentally and physically many times. No, it was possible. It was possible that he had already broken, which resulted in his changes. Even so, Hajime walked on his path surrounded by those smiles. That fact made the fog inside my mind disperse. I could hear the sound of puzzle pieces being rightfully placed. Just what I was hesitating about. There's Hajime before me. There's the boy that my heart always thought of, the one who was called incompetent but crawled from the abyss, gained enormous power, and came to save me. There were parts that had changed, but there was also unchanged parts. However, that's something natural. After all, people would always change with time, experiences, and meetings. That's why there was no need for me to feel fear. There's no need for me to lose my confidence. There's no need for me to back away from him. If there's something I don't know, then it'll be okay if I come to know it while being by his side. Up until now, just like the time we were inside the class. There's no way the strength of my feelings will lose. There's nothing wrong with me joining the circle that surrounds Hajime. I won't let anyone laugh at my feelings anymore.
Resolution and determination were born inside Kaori's eyes. Shizuku, by her side, was smiling at her best friend's change. Following that, she silently pushed Kaori's back. Kaori, with eyes radiating more strength than before, nodded to thank Shizuku and moved towards her next battlefield. That's right, toward her fight as a woman. Hajime's party noticed that Kaori was walking towards them. Hajime thought she came to see them off, while Yue, by his side, Mu, became wary as she frowned. Arata! Shie was looking at Kaori as her interest deepened, and Tio murmured, "Looks like it'll be a bloodbath, huh?" Because she was apparently not coming to see them off, Hajime was looking at Kaori, frowning due at the ominous feeling.
Hajime-kun, can I come with you too? No, that's not it. I will absolutely come with you, so please take care of me, okay?
Hey? From the first words spoken, with neither preface nor wish-washing, it became a development where everything was decided, and made Hajime's eyes turn into dots. Inadvertently, he leaked such a stupefied voice. In place of Hajime, who could not immediately regain his composure due to being dumbfounded, Yue moved out.
You are not qualified for that.
What qualification? Is it to always think of Hajime? Then I won't lose to anyone, you know?
Kaori calmly replied Yue's words. Yue, made her mouth into. Kaori matched her gaze to Yu's. Then she abruptly moved her unshakable gaze towards Hajime. Following that, she united her hand before her chest with blushing cheeks, took a deep breath, then with desperate and trembling voice, she spoke to him, thus she conveyed it.
I love you.
Shirasaki. Kaori's expression was mix of embarrassment, worrying while she was expecting Hajime's answer, and happiness coming from being able to convey her feelings to him. Thus, with those mixed feelings, she didn't back away, displaying her determination. That gaze, filled with determination and sincerity, made Hajime answered her with serious eyes. I have a woman I am in love with, so I can't answer Shirasaki's feelings. Therefore, I can't take you with me. Hajime's clear answer made Kaori immediately bite her lip as if she wanted to cry, but in the next moment, power was born inside the eyes that were about to spill tears, and she raised her face. Thus she nodded to tell him she understood. Behind Kaori, Koki and the others were in blank surprise, agape, and in a pandemonium-like situation, but not minding them, Kaori spun her desired words.
I know, it's Yue-san, right?
Yeah, that's why.
But I don't think that can be a reason for me not to be at Hajime-kun's side.
What?
Because Shaya-san and the slightly strange Tio-san are also in love with Hajime-kun, right? Especially Shaya-san. I feel she is pretty serious about it. Even though Hajime-kun, with you already having your own special person, she still doesn't give up and wants to be at Hajime-kun's side. And also, Hajime-kun lets her be so. That's why it wouldn't be a problem if I am there too, right? After all, my feelings for Hajime-kun won't lose to anyone.
Saying so, Kaori turned her blazing strong gaze towards Yu. What was expressed was, "My feelings won't lose to you. I won't let you laugh at them." And Yu could see Kaori's strong will. That was definitely a declaration of war. It was a declaration that she'd steal the one and only special seat from Yu. Receiving Kaori's piercing gaze from the front, Yue unusually turned her lips in a smile that could be understood by anyone as fearless.
I see. Then come with us, and there I will teach you. Our differences, that is.
Not you. It's Kaori.
Then, just call me you. I accept Kaori's challenge.
Foo-foo, you. Don't cry if you lose, Kay.
Foo. 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 Foo.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Yue and Kaori created a world of their own with a different meaning than the time Yue did it with Hajime. Even though Hajime was the one confessed to, he was being put aside before he was aware of it, and, in such a manner, in the end it was decided Kaori would enter his party, making Hajime look into the far distance. Seeing Yue and Kaori, who were laughing together, Shaya and Miu by his side were hugging him, trembling.
Hajime-san, is something wrong with my eyes? I can see dark clouds and draconic lightning behind Yue-san.
Isn't that normal? Even I can see a katana holding Hanya behind Shirasaki.
Papa! Those Woonie-chan are scary!
Haha, the are somehow, if you turn your gazes to this one, can't hold it.
With Satan appearing behind each of them, Yue and Kaori laughed with daunting pose. Were you those kinds of characters? Hajime wanted to retort with that, but he decided to wait for them to stop while soothing Miu, who was clinging to him because those words would become a boomerang back at him. He is now the so-called good-for-nothing. But there was someone who objected towards Kaori's will, and of course it was the hero, Amanokawa Koki.
Wait! Please wait a sec. I don't understand this. Kaori likes Nagumo? She wants to follow him? Eh? What does this mean? How did it suddenly come to this? Nagumo! What have you done to Kaori?
The heck is with this one? Apparently, Kuki could not admit the reality of Kaori falling for Hajime. It was not something that came out of the blue, as Kuki was the only one who didn't notice it, but in Kuki's eyes, he only saw it as Kaori suddenly doing something strange, and the cause being Hajime. Really, Kuki's mind, that only saw things in the way that would be convenient for him, made Hajime retort instinctively. Being completely convinced that Hajime did something to Kaori, Kauki indignantly moved with partly drawn holy sword in hand, which made Shizuku admonish him, with a gesture was as though she was enduring a headache.
Kuki, can't you see Nagumo-kun didn't do anything? Please think about it calmly. Though it looks like you didn't notice it, Kaori has thought of it in that way since long ago. I mean, since the time we were still in Japan. Just try to think about what Kaori always talked about.
Shizuku, what are you saying? That's because Kaori is kind, so she feels sorry for Hajime, who was always alone, right? There's neither connection nor motive, so there's no way Kaori would like an otaku like Hajime.
Hearing Kuki and Shizuku's conversation, Hajime unexpectedly became agitated as that was said straight to his face, his cheek twitching. Noticing the commotion from Kuki and the others, Kaori spoke towards Kuki and the classmates behind him to make herself clear.
Kuki-kun, everyone, I am sorry. I know it is selfish of me, but I want to go with Hajime-kun by any means. That's why I will leave your party. Truly, I am sorry.
Kaori said so as she bowed deeply, making Suzu, Eri, Ayako, and Mao, the female circle, yell Kia, Nagayama, Endu, and Nomura, the three who had guessed Kaori's feelings, were waving their hands to tell her not to worry about it with wry smiles. However, Kuki, of course, could not accept Kaori's words.
It's a lie, right? After all, that's weird. Kaori has always been by my side, so shouldn't it be the same from now on, too? Kaori is my childhood friend, that's why it's natural for her to be by my side. Isn't that so, Kaori?
Kuki-kun, it is true that we are childhood friends, but it doesn't mean we will be always together, you know? I think this is the natural way.
That's right, Kauki. It's not like Kauki is yours, and it's Kauki herself that will choose what she does. So, drop it already.
Being told so by his two childhood friends, Kuki was dumbfounded. His gaze immediately moved towards Hajime. Hajime was looking in the distance, expressing that this had nothing to do with him. Beside Hajime were a beautiful woman and beautiful girls in attendance. Seeing that spectacle, Kuki's eyes began to gradually looking up. Inside him, he was thinking about his Kaori, and dark feeling he never felt before sprang up. Thus, following his impulse, he fully interpreted things at his own convenience.
Kaori, you must not go with him. I am saying this for your sake. Just look at that Nagumo. He is attended by several girls, even a small child like that. Moreover, he even made a girl from the Rabbit Man tribe wear a slave collar, even that black-haired woman called Hajime Master before. Surely she was compelled to call him that. I am sure Nagumo is collecting women or something along those lines. He is the worst. He easily killed a person and he didn't want to cooperate with us, his comrades, even though he has those powerful weapons. Kaori, you'll only be unhappy if you go along with him. That's why it is better if you stay here. No, just stay here. Even if you are going to hate me, I am going to stop you for your sake. I will absolutely not let you go with him.
Kuki's overly erratic objection made Kaori and the others dumbfounded. However, the heated-up Kuki couldn't be stopped. His gaze, which was looking at Kaori to persuade her, turned towards you and the girls by Hajime's side as if he thought of something.
You girls, too. There's no more need for you to be by that man's side. Come with me. I welcome people with abilities like you. Let's save people together. Sheer, was it? There's no need to worry. I will immediately release you from slavery if you come with me. Tio, too, it's okay for you to not call him Master.
Saying so with a refreshing smile, Kuki outstretched his hand towards Yue and the girls. Shizuku was facepalming and looking at the sky while Kaori was covering her opened mouth.
Yue and the girls who received the invitation along with Koki's smile were speechless. They averted their gazes from Koki and rubbed both of their own arms. If one looked carefully, you and the girls were having goosebumps. In a way, they received considerable damage. Even Tio said, "Somehow, this feels wrong," as she frowned at the cold feeling she felt. Seeing their appearances, Kuki, who outstretched his hand, had his smile cramped. Far from looking at him, the girls were hurriedly hiding behind Hajime while looking disgustedly at him, which shocked Kuki. Then, that shock changed into anger, which displayed in his action. He rashly drew the holy sword, aiming at Hajime. Kuki could no longer be stopped by words. He thrust the holy sword into the ground and pointed his finger at Hajime as he declared,
Nagumo Hajime, duel me. Throw away your weapon and fight me barehanded. If I win, don't ever come close to Kaori again. Also, you must release those girls.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. This is bad. It's a more painful hero than I expected. It looks like he couldn't see that he is being a pain, though.
What are you mumbling about? Are you scared?
Stabbing the holy sword into the ground and declaring a bare-handed duel after drawing the sword was surely because he felt that he'd lose to Hajime if they used weapons. Though it was actually unknown whether he did it intentionally or not, Yue, Shaya, Muyu, Tio, Kaori, and the others were indeed taken aback by Kauki's speech and behavior. However, Kuki firmly believed that he was in the right and got worked up on saving his childhood friend and the unhappy girls from Hajime, which made him unable to notice the surrounding atmosphere. To begin with, the strong conviction that made him doing such a reckless thing was the envy that he felt for the first time, and he was completely out of control. Without hearing Hajime's approval, Kuki dashed out. Sighing, Hajime took 2-3 steps back. Seeing that, Kuki thought Hajime was frightened from fighting without a weapon and put more power into his dash. Just several steps before his fist reached Hajime, Hajime lowered his hands, not reacting to anything in particular. Kuki thought Hajime couldn't react to him and was convinced of his victory.
At that moment,
Kuki disappeared. More accurately, at the moment he put maximum power to his last step to put more power into his fist, he fell. He fell into a pitfall. At the beginning, the reason Hajime moved back 3 steps was to create transmutation magic array using his shoes to create a hole with a 4-meter depth under the surface. The pitfall was immediately returned into stone pavement after it swallowed Kuki. Next, explosions could be heard from under the surface. At the moment Hajime transmuted the pitfall, he used that opportunity to transfer flash grenade, shock grenade, paralyze grenade, and tear grenade from treasure box into the hole. While he was underground, the impact from explosions attacked Kauki, who tried to escape. Then his vision went dark with the flash. His eyes and nose flooded from the tear grenade, and lastly his body was in agony and stiffening because of the paralysis. Hajime silently used transmutation again and hardened the ground around Kauki as hard as the two-tailed wolf. And now, because he'd likely to die due to being deprived of fresh air, he created a small hole for ventilation. During that time, to the onlookers, it looked like Hajime didn't do anything but stood only to take Kuki's resentment. And then Kuki rushed forward, alone, which ended with him disappearing down the hole alone. It made him look terribly silly. Ah, Yaegashi. He is still alive, so dig him out later.
I have a lot of things I want to ask, but roger that.
Leave the troublesome Kuki to Yaegashi Shizuku. It was a tacit understanding since the time they were in Japan. Hajime, pushing the troublesome thing onto her, made Shizuku leak a sigh while covering one of her eyes. Finally, the nuisance was gone. Was what he thought, but this time Hiyama's gang made a commotion. As for the reason, the hole left by Kaori was just too great. There was also the previous incident with the demon race woman, and they'd likely to die in the future if Kaori left them. That's why they repeatedly tried to persuade Kaori to remain with them, especially Hiyama. He intensely objected. His appearance was in a panic, as though the thing he desired for so long, which was about to come into his possession, was disappearing. Hiyama's gang of 4 realized it was difficult to persuade or change Kaori's decision, and this time they began to persuade Hajime to remain with them. We apologize about the past, so let's get along from now on, such and so forth, was said unabashedly. They didn't actually mean what they said, but they made friendly smiles as they snuck peeks at Hajime's mood. But not only Hajime but Shizuku and the others were also disgusted by them. Within that situation, Hajime for the first time looked at Hiyama's eyes from a close distance since their reunion. Inside those eyes, maybe due to the effect of Kaori leaving, Hajime could see madness. Shizuku and the others admonished Chiyama's gang, and once again it turned into a commotion. But because there was such an opportunity, Hajime decided to talk to Hiyama, to confirm the truth about that day, and to resolve the current situation. Nah, Hiyama, has your fire magic skill increased? The sudden question made Hiyama dumbfounded. However, his complexion gradually turned pale as he noticed the meaning behind it.
What are you saying? I am the vanguard, and my element with the highest aptitude is wind.
I thought you were surely had a fire element.
Aren't you mistaken? Just what are you trying to say all of a sudden?
Then you must have liked fire element magic, especially something like fireball. I wonder if you would unintentionally use it. Now the color of Hayama's face had changed from blue to white. Seeing that reaction, Hajime was convinced. Next, Hajime guessed his motive from his panicked attitude from Kaori separating from them. Well, as for why Hajime hadn't attacked Hayama up till now, was because he was sneaking looks at Kaori. Hajime himself currently had not even a shred of feeling burning with revenge. Though he'd be merciless if one was hostile to him. He planned to leave Hiyama as he was. If he retaliated here, it would be troublesome as there was no value in being burdened by a dispute against Kuki's party just because of Hiyama. For Hajime, the existences of Hiyama and his gang were truly worthless, just like the pebbles by the roadside. Hajime moved away from the silent Hiyama and mercilessly informed Hiyama's gang, with Kondo and the others included. There's no need for you to apologize, as I don't mind the past. For me, you guys are worthless, thus I don't want to know what you are going to say. If you understand, scram now. Although Kondo and the others were angered by Hajime's words, Hiyama, you should understand, right? Hajime said so with full smile, and then Hiyama's body shook and he silently nodded, followed by him telling Kondo and the others to stop. Hiyama once again came to know that Hajime had noticed something about him, including what Hajime didn't express, and he matched him. Kondo and the others were dubious due at the sudden change in Hiyama's attitude, but Hiyama's abnormal attitude, as if he was killing his emotions, made them reluctantly give up on persuading Hajime. Finally, truly finally, the nuisances who disturbed the departure of Hajime's party had gone. Kaori went back to the inn to get her luggage. Hajime used his pressure to stop Hiyama's gang from following her. Leering at Ryutaro and the others trying to dig Kuki up, Hajime now was talking with Shizuku.
What can I say? I am sorry for everything. Also, let me thank you again. Thank you for saving us, for surviving, and for coming here to meet with Kaori.
Shizuku, who apologized about the trouble and thanked him for rescuing them and returning to Kaori, made Hajime laugh inadvertently. Shizuku showed a dubious expression due to Hajime's sudden burst of laughter. Her gaze was asking, "What is it?" "No, sorry." "What can I say? I thought you are worldly wise as usual, so I inadvertently laughed. Even while we were in Japan, you were the one who quietly did the apologizing and thanking. It's still the same even in this different world. But keep it in moderation, or your wrinkle will increase, you know?"
You've been a big help. Also, you have considerably changed. To have that many girls to wait upon you, along with a daughter, I couldn't imagine this from you while we were still in Japan.
"I only love one person, though."
I don't have the obligation to say anything, and I also understand that it is not my place to say it, but at least I want you to take care of Kaori. I implore you.
Hajime didn't answer. More than that, he didn't want to answer Kaori's feelings. Honestly, he never thought of letting her come along. But in the end, he let Yue have her way. But he wondered why the woman he fell for permitted one woman after another. Why did it come to this? Hajime was looking into the far distance as he thought that he was spoiling Yue too much. Towards Hajime, whose attitude said he didn't hear anything, Shizuku's spirit as a best friend raised a growl.
If you don't take care of her, it'll become serious matter.
Serious matter? What do you...
Have you heard white-haired eye-patched Punisher?
What?
Or maybe written as Round of Destruction and read as Outbreak? How about it?
Wait a sec, what are you...
There are also others, such as Jet Black Tyrant or Transmutation Master of Red Thunder, you know?
Yeah, you, don't tell me. Shizuku suddenly began to enumerate unknown names, which made Hajime look dubious at the beginning. But noticing Shizuku, joyfully looking at Hajime from head to toe, he turned pale as he understood what she meant.
Foo. Right now, I am a god's apostle and a member of the hero's party. What I said will surely spread. It is equal to the network of neighboring housewives. Well then, Nagumo-kun, what kind of nickname do you want? I will make one that fairly describes your appearance and grandly make it known, okay?
Wait, just wait. Why? How did you know such a damaging thing?
It is because I studied about it with Kaori. That girl wanted to talk with Nagumo-kun, so she studied otaku culture like manga and anime so they could become a topic of conversation. I went along with her every time. That's why I've gathered quite the knowledge about it. Certainly, people like the current Nagumo-kun are called Chuini.
Stoop, please stop that.
Oh my! It is more effective than what I imagined. Looks like you are aware of it yourself.
This devil... Hajime had already fallen to his knees. The black history that truly happened in his middle school years was revived. The memory that had been sealed deep inside him. "You rang?" said thus as it peeked out its face.
Foo. So, take care of Kaori, okay?
Bow! Requiem of Ruin! Shotgun of Chaos! Revive Disaster! Reverse Calamity!
Okay, I will do it, so please don't make such painful nicknames.
Take care of Kaori, okay?
At the very least, I promise that I won't treat her unkindly.
That's enough for me. After all, it seems you'll be mad at me if I go any further than this. If you break the promise, be prepared for a novel with you as the main character, published in this world and Japan too, okay?
You, aren't you actually the last boss here? You are, right? Hajime held his head as he was on the verge of going mad from embarrassment. You, the girls, and the other classmates that were looking at Hajime from a slight distance were shuddering at how Shizuku used only words to make the overwhelmingly powerful Hajime fall to his knees. While Hajime was fighting against his dark history due to this and that from his appearance, Kaori came back running. Next, she became pop-eyed when she saw Hajime hanging his head before Shizuku. Worried about Shizuku, Kaori asked the details from Yue and they exchanged information. Finishing their conversation, Yue, Mu, groaned as Shizuku, who defeated Hajime with only words. Kaori had also remembered that the two often talked with each other quietly, and she looked alternately between Hajime and Shizuku. Following that, the two reached a conclusion. Don't tell me, is she the last boss of this fight as a woman? Something like that. Yue wore an indescribable expression, and Kaori was worrying. Then, it was finally time for Hajime's party to leave. Shizuku, Suzu, the other female students, and Nagayama's party, along with Meld, who finished reporting, were gathered at Holad's entrance to see them off. Following that, when Hajime took out the magic-driven four-wheeler, all of them were once again surprised. While Shizuku and Kaori mutually struggling to separate their hands in regret, Hajime took out a sword with a black sheath from treasure box and handed it to Shizuku.
This is...
Yegashi, you are losing the one who can spoil you, right? Then, just take it. Even if you are worldly wise, you can't be healed, mentally, from being separated from Shirasaki. Ma, there's also the various things I am indebted to you for, from Japan. Shizuku accepted the sword from Hajime and slowly drew it from its sheath, and a jet-black sword that seemed to absorb even light appeared. There was no blade crest, it had a slight curve and became double-edged around the tip. It resembled the sword called Shokatasuma. Though Hajime only knew a little about Japanese swords, it was created similarly using transmutation, just like the short swords he handed over to the Halia. I can guarantee its strength, because it was made from the compressed hardest ore in this world, and its sharpness is at the level where even an amateur can cut steel by swinging it. About the maintenance, there's no need to say it to Yegashi, but please take care of it.
Ah, such an amazing thing, as expected of a transmutation master. Thank you. I won't hold back and will accept it.
After one swing, 2 swings, the balance as it cut through the wind made Shizuku respond with admiration, and she honestly thanked him as she smiled. Truthfully, because Shizuku's swordsmanship was Yegashi-styled, naturally it required a Japanese sword, and she felt disoriented every time she used her techniques using her previous sword. That's why she was truly happy to obtain a katana which made her float a natural lovely smile.
Last boss? Began.
Shizuku-chan. Eh? What? You two! Why are you looking at me with such eyes?
Yua's gaze full of caution and Kaori's gaze full of worry made Shizuku flustered as she didn't know the meaning behind them. Leaving behind that indescribable atmosphere, Shizuku and the others saw Hajime's party out of Holad. The weather was good. Their destination was one of the 7 great dungeons Guryu and Great Volcano in Guryu and Great Desert. With increasing liveliness from acquiring a new companion, Hajime continued his journey. It was midnight, inside a park located on the outskirts of the post town. Holad, one boy was cursing in a hushed voice, punching one of the trees repeatedly. It was Hiyama Daisuke. Hiyama's eyes were shaking intensely in hatred, agitation, and impatience. Those were truly ugly and impure eyes, from which it was not an exaggeration to they were full of madness.
Understood. Shit. What's with this? What kind of joke is this?
As I thought, you really did lose your temper. Well, I know it can't be helped, though. After all, your precious, precious Princess Kaori was snatched by another man before your eyes, right?
A voice filled with scorn and slight sympathy rang out from behind such a Hayama. Flip! Hayama immediately turned around. Next, he momentarily raised an expression of relief when he recognized the other person was the one he meeting in secret. And, following that, with his fists clenched, he replied with a voice that was just like a beast's howl.
Shut up! Shit! This shouldn't have happened. Why? Why is that bastard alive? Just why did he did that?
Don't be distracted by yourself. I want to have a talk, you know? Also, it will become a serious matter if someone sees us meeting in secret.
I don't have any more reasons to go along with you. My Kaori is already...
In between the trees' shadows created by the moonlight was a person's silhouette, to whom Hiyama bitterly spoke as he pummeled his fists on the tree. Hiyama cooperating with this person was only because he heard that he would be able to make Kaori his own. That's why, with Kaori leaving, he had lost his reason to cooperate, and it was too late to threaten him with exposing his attempt to kill Hajime as the victim, could have said it himself. However, the person in the darkness smiled as its mouth turned curved into a crescent at such a Hiyama, and it once again tempted him, just like the devil.
If she is snatched, then just snatch her back. Is it wrong? Fortunately, we have good bait here.
Bait?
Not knowing what it meant, Hiyama dubiously tilted his head, which made that person grinned and nodded.
That's right, bait. Even if she puts priority on her feelings and parts from those comrades of hers, her best friends that were always by her side, her childhood friends, do you think she can just leave them be? Especially if she knows they are in a predicament. It is easy to call her back, so there's no need to be pessimistic about it. Especially in this case, even I got a chill, but I am glad that it resulted in something convenient for me. Yup, it could be said as a godsend. Shall we finish everything once we return to the imperial capital? Then you will surely obtain what you desire.
Though knowing it was useless, Hiyama glared at his accomplice that stayed in the shadow. Even receiving his gaze, the person before Hiyama laughed normally. Though he didn't know all of this person's plan, from their previous words, Hiyama could have guessed that it'd involve injuring the other classmates. For their own objective, they could easily betray their comrades, with whom they shared joy and sorrow with. Following that, a chill ran down in his spine as he couldn't feel any guilt from that person.
A nasty person as always, but I also cannot back down anymore. I must do it to get my Kaori back, that's all. There's nothing to hesitate about. This is for Kaori. I am the justice here.
Hiyama only thought of himself, and his confusion had already been disappeared. Because of his accomplice, he was made to look away from the thing he must see, believing that his action was justified, while it all stemmed from his desire for Kaori. The silhouette turned silent as it understood Hiyama's feelings. Smiling, it waited for Hiyama's answer.
Okay, just like before, I will lend you a hand. However...
I understand. I will obtain what I desired, and you will obtain yours. Give and take, isn't that a nice word? From now on is crucial. The case in the imperial capital, too. Can I leave that to you?
Without minding Hiyama's distorted expression, that person turned on their heels and disappeared, as if merging with the space between the trees. Afterwards, what was left was the fallen boy, whose eyes were filled with darkness. On the other hand, at the time the suspicious meeting happened in the outskirts of the town, another boy and girl were also standing under the moonlight. They weren't in the location where the secret meeting happened. They were on a small arched bridge above one of the waterways that passed through between the shops and back alleys of the town. A lot of waterways were built for the large number of restaurants and service buildings, and the boy on the bridge was looking down on the flowing water's surface as it reflected the moon above it, under the moonlight. More accurately, he wasn't looking but drooping his head. Moreover, his expression was dark, far from its usual shine. The boy's appearance was just like that, a person whose company bankrupted, incurred large amount of debt, and was now despairing about his future as he looked far into the distance, into the twilight. It was our hero, Amanogawa Koki.
Do you not want to talk?
A voice called out to Kuki, who didn't look away from the moon reflected on the water surface. It was his childhood friend for 10 years, the pair of the girl that went away, Yegashi Shizuku. Unlike Kuki, Shizuku was entrusting her back to the bridge's railing, looking up at the moon in the sky. Towards the railing, her trademark ponytail was swaying, playing in the wind. Without looking at his childhood friend, and Shizuku who also not looking at him, Kuki replied as he continued to look at the moon.
Is there something you want to say?
There was no answer. No, Kuki just could not answer her. Even though he was looking at the moon reflected on the water's surface, what was in his mind was the spectacle of Kaori speaking her feelings. Within her anxiety and rejoice, as if praying, she spoke her feelings without any hint of a lie, which even convinced Kuki, whose denseness was at the level of a chronic disease. Kuki and Kaori were friends for around 10 years, but he was hurt when he saw her beautiful strength. He had never seen Kaori made such expressions. It was just like a bolt out of the blue for him. Every time he recalled her expression, an unspeakable feeling sprang up in his mind. It was dark and heavy, a truly murky feeling. Unconditionally, without any basis, he believed his thought was a natural one. That was that. His childhood friend, Kaori, would always be by his side without any change. It could be said he thought of Kaori as his. In other words, he was jealous. That jealousy, Kuki himself didn't know as to whether it came from love or just his desire to monopolize her, but the feeling that she was snatched from him was swirling in his mind intensely. However, it was Kaori herself that decided to go along with the one who snatched her away, Hajime, though he would surely object to it. Moreover, he didn't want to believe and tried to deny the existence called Hajime by challenging him to a duel where he was defeated. His misery, resentment towards Hajime, doubts about Kaori's feelings, and a lot of other feelings were mixed together, making Koki's mind a mess, just like the inside of kicked trash can. Thus he kept looking at the water, and unbeknownst to him, his other childhood friend was already standing beside him without saying anything. His reply from before was also truly not like him. Unable to find his next word, Kuki turned silent. Sneaking a glance at such a Kuki, Shizuku frowned her brows and with an atmosphere that expressed, "It can't be helped," she moved her mouth.
Right now, Koki, you are being a pain.
A pain?
Shizuku's unexpected reply made Kuki inadvertently parrot her. Shizuku moved her gaze from the moon towards Kuki and continued her words.
That's right. About Kaori, from the beginning she isn't yours, you know.
Then, are you saying she is Nagumo's?
Prick! Kuki's eyes were shaking as he guessed that. He desperately tried to object that, as if cursing it. Hearing that, Shizuku answered with a strong forehead flick. It hurt! Kuki instinctively covered his forehead, and leering at him, Shizuku scolded him with a cold voice.
Idiot! Kaori is her own. Whatever she chooses, wherever she goes, it is up to Kaori to decide that. Of course, even who she wants to be with is up to...
Since when? Shizuku, you must have known that, right?
Without asking, "What do you mean?" Shizuku nodded.
You know, Kaori met Nagumo-kun in middle school. Well, he must have forgotten about it. Rather, I also don't know in what kind of situation they met.
What's with that? Just what are you trying to say?
That is for you to ask Kaori yourself. After all, it is bad for me to say it without her permission.
Then the reason Kaori was always talking to Nagumo in class was truly, that is, because she loves him?
That's right.
Shizuku easily told him the truth he didn't want to hear, which made Kuki make a reproachful gaze. However, Shizuku only thought of it as a passing wind. Angered by her attitude, just like a child throwing a tantrum, Kuki began to spit out what was in his mind.
Why is it Nagumo? When we were still in Japan, he was an otaku, unmotivated, and he nothing special in terms of sports or studies either. Always forcing his laugh and he took a non-committal attitude whenever Kaori talked to him. He was an otaku. If it was me, I wouldn't treat Kaori coldly. I'd always think of her as important, and I would do my best for Kaori's sake. Besides, Nagumo was waited upon by those girls in such a manner. Isn't he the lowest to treat them like that? Not only that, he is a murderer. He killed a non-resisting woman. So, do you think I was wrong? That's right. It is strange for Kaori to like such a bastard after all. He surely must have swish. Gah!
Heating up as he spoke, Koki began to badmouth Hajime with fabricated truths which once again awarded him a forehead flick, no beat ver, from Shizuku. "What are you doing?" was conveyed by Koki's glare, which was ignored by Shizuku, who was wearing an amazed expression.
Again, your bad habit is coming out, you know. I've kept saying until now that you should stop interpreting things at your own convenience.
Interpreting things to my convenience? There's no way.
Haven't you noticed it yet? Cookie, you don't know anything about Nabumo-kun, right? You don't know anything about the time we were still in Japan or in this world, and those girls looked happy. No, they really were happy, you see? But you ignored that fact and said something selfish. The current Cookie is only trying to make Hajime out to be a bad person who is unsuitable for Kaori. If that isn't called as interpreting things at your own convenience, then what is?
5. But it is the true he killed a person.
At that time, even I was about to kill her. However, I couldn't muster my strength. Even in the future, if a similar thing happens, then I will surely swing my sword to kill, for the sake of surviving, for the sake of the people important to me. Though I don't know whether I can do it, since I will only know when the time comes, for now the thing I did was only attempted murder. But are you going to despise me if I become a murderer?
Shizuku's confession made Kauki speechless. His childhood friend, Shizuku, held a stronger sense of responsibility and justice than others, so he suddenly felt like she was a distant existence after hearing she was truly going to kill. However, Kauki shook his head when he noticed the shadow of anxiety and the fear of injuring a person in Shizuku's bitter smile. Seeing Kuki's reaction, Shizuku continued her words, which could be called a soliloquy.
Would conjury, would you mean to restore? But one thing is like this phrases, not an exaggeration to say he's a different person. You'll never see still thought of him as Nagumo Hajime, and it looks like not all of him is Nagumo Hajime, and it looks like not all of him has changed. But one thing you must not forget, he fought that woman to save us and killed her in our stead.
Are you saying it is right to kill?
I don't think it is right. A murder is a murder after all. I can neither justify it nor do I want to.
Then...
Even so, we aren't qualified to criticize Nagumo-kun. It was no one's fault, but our own weakness.
In short, he should solve it himself if he has a problem with it. It was simply that he was not strong enough, so he couldn't reach the result he hoped for. It was a mistake to complain about the result to the person he left everything with. Noticing the unexpressed words, Koki recalled that he could only crawl at the time Hajime displayed his peerlessness. Unable to object, he fell into sullen silence. His dissatisfied expression was obviously saying, but it is the truth that he killed a person. Towards Kuki's obstinacy, with an admonishing tone, Shizuku tacitly warned him about what had happened thus far, along with what she felt after coming to this world.
I don't hate Kuki's straightforward sense of justice.
Shizuku.
However, I think it's about time for you to start doubting whether you are actually in the right.
Doubting my justice?
What is a decision for me? The common sense of living violence begins to be decisioned. But what should they still do for me? If you know it is wrong, I want you to think so do it, even if you know it is wrong. It isn't bad if you continue to think like that. Truthfully, it is difficult to keep on living rightfully. Having come to this world, I cut lives even though they were demonic beasts.
Totally ignorant that Shizuku was thinking thus, every time she killed a demonic beast, Kuki became pop-eyed.
Kuki, you are not always the correct one, and even if you are in the right, you should know that your rightfulness can become a lethal weapon. Well, the way you interpreted things at your convenience this time was not coming from your conviction of justice. It was coming from your jealousy.
No, for me to feel jealous.
It is uncool to make an excuse to deceive me here, you know?
Kuki once again cast his gaze down, looking at the moon on the water surface. However, the dark mood from a while ago had weakened, and he seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Anyway, he had avoided rushing into a spiral of negativity, and Shizuku leaked out a relieved sigh, knowing that. Thus, thinking it was necessary to leave him alone for now, Shizuku stopped leaning on the railing and tried to quietly leave the place. Then, Kuki's mutter came from behind Shizuku, who had already turned on her heels.
Shizuku, you won't go anywhere, right?
What's with this all of a sudden?
Please don't go, Shizuku.
Kuki's words were as if he was petitioning her. It was a line that would make the female students in Japan and the girls of the kingdom that fell for him go kya-kya. But unfortunately, Shizuku only displayed an amazed expression. He might be weakened by the feeling of loss because Kaori had gone. Shizuku looked over her shoulder towards the blurring moon. It was the moon that was on water surface which Kuki had been looking at previously.
At the very least, I am not like the moon. I won't just leave a man that is depending on me.
Saying thus, Shizuku left the place.
Left behind, Koki watched the alley where Shizuku disappeared for a while. Then once again, he looked at the moon reflected on the water surface. Next, he noticed the meaning behind her words.
I see the moon reflected on the water's surface.
Flowers reflected on a mirror, and the moon reflected on the water's surface. Those were words speaking about a thing that could be seen but not be reached, visible but with no substance, just like a reflection. He unconsciously looked at the reflected moon as Kaori, and certainly it was not something he could reach, especially after seeing Kaori's expression at the time she confessed her feelings to Hajime. Shizuki said she was not the moon reflected on the water's surface, so it's possible for him to reach her. However, her next words were severe. Koki inadvertently made a wry smile. He thought about what he had just said to his childhood friend. Koki stopped looking at the reflected moon. He looked up at the sky. He had unconditionally believed that he could reach it if he just stretched out his hand, but he realized it was awfully quite far. Letting out a deep sigh, Koki began to think about the words coming from his strict and gentle childhood friend. To change or not to change, it was up to Koki.